Book 9 of the Meeting of Rivers and their Flow and Ebb. The cause is the same in the sea, where it is caused by the Straits of Gibraltar, and again it is caused by whirlpools. 958. Of the flow and ebb. All seas have their flow and ebb in the same period, but they seem to vary because the days do not begin at the same time throughout the universe, in such wise as that when it is midday in our hemisphere, it is midnight in the opposite hemisphere. And at the eastern boundary of the two hemispheres, the night begins which follows on the day, and at the western boundary of these hemispheres begins the day, which follows the night from the opposite side. Hence it is to be inferred that the above-mentioned swelling and diminution in the height of the seas, although they take place in one and the same space of time, are seen to vary from the above-mentioned causes. The waters are then withdrawn into the fissures which start from the depths of the sea and which ramify inside the body of the earth, corresponding to the sources of rivers, which are constantly taking from the bottom of the sea the water which has flowed into it. A sea of water is incessantly being drawn off from the surface of the sea. And if you should think that the moon, rising at the eastern end of the Mediterranean Sea, must there begin to attract to herself the waters of the sea, it would follow that we must at once see the effect of it at the eastern end of that sea. Again, as the Mediterranean Sea is about the eighth part of the circumference of the aqueous sphere, being 3,000 miles long, while the flow and ebb only occur 4 times in 24 hours, these results would not agree with the time of 24 hours, unless this Mediterranean Sea were 6,000 miles in length. Because if such a superabundance of water had to pass through the Straits of Gibraltar in running behind the moon, the rush of the water through that strait would be so great, and would rise to such a height, that beyond these straits it would for many miles rush so violently into the ocean as to cause floods and tremendous seething, so that it would be impossible to pass through. This agitated ocean would afterwards return the waters it had received with equal fury to the place they had come from, so that no one ever could pass through those straits. Now experience shows that at every hour they are passed in safety, but when the wind sets in the same direction as the current, the strong ebb increases. Footnote 23. In attempting to get out of the Mediterranean, vessels are sometimes detained for a considerable time, not merely by the causes mentioned by Leonardo, but by the constant current flowing eastwards through the middle of the Straits of Gibraltar. The sea does not raise the water that has issued from the straits, but it checks them, and this retards the tide. Then it makes up with furious haste for the time it has lost until the end of the ebb movement. 959. That the flow and ebb are not general, for on the shore at Genoa there is none, at Venice 2 brachia, between England and Flanders 18 brachia. That in the Straits of Sicily, the current is very strong because all the waters from the rivers that flow into the Adriatic pass there. Footnote, a few more recent data may be given here to facilitate comparison. In the Adriatic, the tide rises 2 and 1/2 feet, at Terracina 114. In the English Channel between Calais and Kent, it rises from 18 to 20 feet. In the Straits of Messina, it rises no more than 212 feet, and that only in stormy weather, but the current is all the stronger. When Leonardo accounts for this by the southward flow of all the Italian rivers along the coasts, the explanation is at least based on a correct observation, namely that a steady current flows southwards along the coast of Calabria and another northwards, along the shores of Sicily. He seems to infer, from the direction of the fust, that the tide in the Adriatic is caused by it. 960. In the west, near to Flanders, the sea rises and decreases every 6 hours about 20 brachia, and 22 when the moon is in its favor. But 20 brachia is the general rule, and this rule, as it is evident, cannot have the moon for its cause. This variation in the increase and decrease of the sea every 6 hours may arise from the damming up of the waters, which are poured into the Mediterranean by the quantity of rivers from Africa, Asia, and Europe, which flow into that sea, and the waters which are given to it by those rivers. It pours them to the ocean through the Straits of Gibraltar, between Abila and Calpe. Footnote 5. Abila lat. Abila gr. Now Sierra Zimiera near Ceuta, Calpe lat. Calpe. Gr. Now Gibraltar. Leonardo here uses the ancient names of the rocks, which were known as the Pillars of Hercules. That ocean extends to the island of England and others farther north, and it becomes dammed up and kept high in various gulfs. These, being seas of which the surface is remote from the center of the earth, have acquired a weight, which, as it is greater than the force of the incoming waters which cause it, gives this water an impetus in the contrary direction to that in which it came, and it is borne back to meet the waters coming out of the straits. And this it does most against the Straits of Gibraltar. These, so long as this goes on, remain dammed up, and all the water which is poured out meanwhile by the aforementioned rivers is pent up. And this might be assigned as the cause of its flow and ebb, as is shown in the 21st of the 4th of my theory. 3. Subterranean watercourses. Theory of the circulation of the waters, 961. 962. 961. Very large rivers flow underground. 962. This is meant to represent the earth cut through in the middle, showing the depths of the sea and of the earth. The waters start from the bottom of the seas, and ramifying through the earth they rise to the summits of the mountains, flowing back by the rivers and returning to the sea. Observations in support of the hypothesis, 963-969. 963. The waters circulate with constant motion from the utmost depths of the sea to the highest summits of the mountains, not obeying the nature of heavy matter. And in this case, it acts as does the blood of animals, which is always moving from the sea of the heart and flows to the top of their heads. And here it is that veins burst, as one may see when a vein bursts in the nose, that all the blood from below rises to the level of the burst vein. When the water rushes out of a burst vein in the earth, it obeys the nature of other things heavier than the air, whence it always seeks the lowest places. These waters traverse the body of the earth with infinite ramifications. Footnote: the greater part of this passage has been given as no. 849 in the section on anatomy. 964. The same cause which stirs the humors in every species of animal body, and by which every injury is repaired, also moves the waters from the utmost depth of the sea to the greatest heights. 965. It is the property of water that it constitutes the vital human of this arid earth, and the cause which moves it through its ramified veins against the natural course of heavy matters is the same property which moves the humors in every species of animal body. But that which crowns our wonder in contemplating it is that it rises from the utmost depths of the sea to the highest tops of the mountains, and flowing from the opened veins returns to the low seas. Then once more, and with extreme swiftness, it mounts again and returns by the same descent, thus rising from the inside to the outside, and going round from the lowest to the highest, from whence it rushes down in a natural course. Thus, by these two movements combined in a constant circulation, it travels through the veins of the earth. 966. Whether water rises from the sea to the tops of mountains. The water of the ocean cannot make its way from the bases to the tops of the mountains which bound it, but only so much rises as the dryness of the mountain attracts. And if, on the contrary, the rain, which penetrates from the summit of the mountain to the base, which is the boundary of the sea, descends and softens the slope opposite to the said mountain, and constantly draws the water, like a siphon which pours through its longest side, it must be this which draws up the water of the sea. Thus, if Sn were the surface of the sea, and the rain descends from the top of the mountain to N on one side, and on the other sides it descends from to M, without a doubt this would occur after the manner of distilling through felt, or as happens through the tubes called siphons. Footnote 17. Sicignola, siphon. See volume I, PL, Roman 24, number 1. And at all times the water which has softened the mountain, by the great rain which runs down the two opposite sides, would constantly attract the rain at N on its longest side together with the water from the sea, if that side of the mountain a M were longer than the other a N. But this cannot be, because no part of the earth which is not submerged by the ocean can be lower than that ocean. 967. Of springs of water on the tops of mountains. It is quite evident that the whole surface of the ocean, when there is no storm, is at an equal distance from the center of the earth, and that the tops of the mountains are farther from this center in proportion as they rise above the surface of that sea. Therefore, if the body of the earth were not like that of man, it would be impossible that the waters of the sea, being so much lower than the mountains, could, by their nature, rise up to the summits of these mountains. Hence, it is to be believed that the same cause which keeps the blood at the top of the head in man keeps the water at the summits of the mountains. Footnote: this conception of the rising of the blood, which has given rise to the comparison, was recognized as erroneous by Leonardo himself at a later period. It must be remembered that the MS.A, from which these passages are taken, was written about 20 years earlier than the Mislake. Nos. 963 and 849, and 25 years before the Ms. WN, Roman 4. There is, in the original, a sketch with No. 968 which is not reproduced. It represents a hill of the same shape as that shown at No. 982. There are veins, or branch streams, on the side of the hill, like those on the skull PL. CVI number 4. 968. In confirmation of why the water goes to the tops of mountains. I say that just as the natural heat of the blood in the veins keeps it in the head of man, for when the man is dead, the cold blood sinks to the lower parts, and when the sun is hot on the head of a man, the blood increases and rises so much, with other humors, that by pressure in the veins pains in the head are often caused. In the same way veins ramify through the body of the earth, and by the natural heat which is distributed throughout the containing body, the water is raised through the veins to the tops of mountains. And this water, which passes through a closed conduit inside the body of the mountain like a dead thing, cannot come forth from its low place unless it is warmed by the vital heat of the springtime. Again, the heat of the element of fire and, by day, the heat of the sun, have power to draw forth the moisture of the low parts of the mountains and to draw them up, in the same way as it draws the clouds and collects their moisture from the bed of the sea. 969. That many springs of salt water are found at great distances from the sea. This might happen because such springs pass through some mine of salt, like that in Hungary, where salt is hewn out of vast caverns, just as stone is hewn. Footnote: the great mine of Wieliczka in Galicia, out of which 1,000,000 cwt. of rock salt are annually dug out, extends for 3,000 meters from west to east and 1,150 meters from north to south. 4. Of rivers. On the way in which the sources of rivers are fed. 970. Of the origin of rivers. The body of the earth, like the bodies of animals, is intersected with ramifications of waters which are all in connection, and are constituted to give nutriment and life to the earth and to its creatures. These come from the depth of the sea, and, after many revolutions, have to return to it by the rivers created by the bursting of these springs. And if you chose to say that the rains of the winter or the melting of the snows in summer were the cause of the birth of rivers, I could mention the rivers which originate in the torrid countries of Africa, where it never rains and still less snows because the intense heat always melts into air all the clouds which are borne thither by the winds. And if you chose to say that such rivers as increase in July and August come from the snows which melt in May and June from the sun's approach to the snows on the mountains of Scythia. Footnote 9. Scythia means here, as in ancient geography, the whole of the northern part of Asia as far as India. And that such meltings come down into certain valleys and form lakes, into which they enter by springs and subterranean caves to issue forth again at the sources of the Nile. This is false, because Scythia is lower than the sources of the Nile, and besides, Scythia is only 400 miles from the Black Sea, and the sources of the Nile are 3,000 miles distant from the Sea of Egypt into which its waters flow. The tide in estuaries. 971. Book 9 of the meeting of rivers and of their ebb and flow. The cause is the same in the sea, where it is caused by the Straits of Gibraltar, and again it is caused by whirlpools. If two rivers meet together to form a straight line, and then below two right angles take their course together, the flow and ebb will happen now in one river and now in the other above their confluence, and principally if the outlet for their united volume is no swifter than when they were separate. Here occur 4 instances. Footnote: the first 2 lines of this passage have already been given as number 957. In the margin, near line 3 of this passage, the text given as number 919 is written. On the alterations, caused in the courses of rivers by their confluence, 972-974. 972. When a smaller river pours its waters into a larger one, and that larger one flows from the opposite direction, the course of the smaller river will bend up against the approach of the larger river. And this happens because, when the larger river fills up all its bed with water, it makes an eddy in front of the mouth of the other river, and so carries the water poured in by the smaller river with its own. When the smaller river pours its waters into the larger one, which runs across the current at the mouth of the smaller river, its waters will bend with the downward movement of the larger river. Footnote: in the original sketches, the word Arno is written at the spot here marked A, at R Refredi, and at M, Mugnon. 973. When the fullness of rivers is diminished, then the acute angles formed at the junction of their branches become shorter at the sides and wider at the point, like the current at N and the current dN, which unite in N when the river is at its greatest fullness. I say that when it is in this condition, if, before the fullest time, dN was lower than a N, at the time of fullness dN will be full of sand and mud. When the water dN falls, it will carry away the mud and remain with a lower bottom, and the channel at N, finding itself the higher, will fling its waters into the lower, dN, and will wash away all the point of the sand spit BNC, and thus the angle a CD will remain larger than the angle a ND and the sides shorter, as I said before. Footnote: above the first sketch we find, in the original, this note, Sopra il pot rubicant alitore sella, and by the second, which represents a pier of a bridge, sotto l'ospedale del Seppo. 974. Water. Of the movement of a sudden rush made by a river in its bed, previously dry. In proportion as the current of the water given forth by the draining of the lake is slow or rapid in the dry river bed, so will this river be wider or narrower, or shallower or deeper in one place than another, according to this proposition. The flow and ebb of the sea which enters the Mediterranean from the ocean, and of the rivers which meet and struggle with it, will raise their waters more or less in proportion as the sea is wider or narrower. Footnote: in the margin is a sketch of a river which winds so as to form islands. Whirlpools. 975. Whirlpools, that is to say caverns, that is to say places left by precipitated waters. On the alterations in the channels of rivers. 976. Of the vibration of the earth. The subterranean channels of waters, like those which exist between the air and the earth, are those which unceasingly wear away and deepen the beds of their currents. The origin of the sand in rivers. 977. 978. 977. A river that flows from mountains deposits a great quantity of large stones in its bed, which still have some of their angles and sides, and in the course of its flow it carries down smaller stones with the angles more worn. That is to say, the large stones become smaller. And farther on it deposits coarse gravel and then smaller. And as it proceeds, this becomes coarse sand and then finer, and going on thus the water, turbid with sand and gravel, joins the sea, and the sand settles on the seashores, being cast up by the salt waves. And there results the sand of so fine a nature as to seem almost like water, and it will not stop on the shores of the sea, but returns by reason of its lightness, because it was originally formed of rotten leaves and other very light things. Still, being almost as was said of the nature of water itself, it afterwards, when the weather is calm, settles and becomes solid at the bottom of the sea, where by its fineness it becomes compact, and by its smoothness resists the waves which glide over it. And in this shells are found, and this is white earth fit for pottery. 978. All the torrents of water flowing from the mountains to the sea carry with them the stones from the hills to the sea, and by the influx of the sea water towards the mountains. These stones were thrown back towards the mountains, and as the waters rose and retired, the stones were tossed about by it, and in rolling, their angles hit together. Then as the parts, which least resisted the blows, were worn off, the stones ceased to be angular and became round in form, as may be seen on the banks of the Elsa. And those remained larger which were less removed from their native spot, and they became smaller the farther they were carried from that place, so that in the process they were converted into small pebbles, and then into sand, and at last into mud. After the sea had receded from the mountains, the brine left by the sea with other humors of the earth made a concretion of these pebbles and this sand, so that the pebbles were converted into rock and the sand into tufa. And of this we see an example in the Adda where it issues from the mountains of Como and in the Ticino, the Adige and the Oglio coming from the German Alps, and in the Arno at Monte Albano. Footnote 13. At the foot of Monte Albano lies Vinci, the birthplace of Leonardo. Opposite, on the other bank of the Arno, is Monte Lupo. Near Monte Lupo and Capria, where the rocks, which are very large, are all of conglomerated pebbles of various kinds and colors. 5. On mountains. The formation of mountains, 979. 979. Mountains are made by the currents of rivers. Mountains are destroyed by the currents of rivers. That the northern bases of some Alps are not yet petrified. And this is plainly to be seen where the rivers, which cut through them, flow towards the north, where they cut through the strata in the living stone in the higher parts of the mountains, and where they join the plains, these strata are all of potter's clay. As is to be seen in the valley of Lamana, where the river Lamana, as it issues from the Apennines, does these things on its banks. That the rivers have all cut and divided the mountains of the great Alps one from the other. This is visible in the order of the stratified rocks, because from the summits of the banks, down to the river, the correspondence of the strata in the rocks is visible on either side of the river. That the stratified stones of the mountains are all layers of clay, deposited one above the other by the various floods of the rivers. That the different size of the strata is caused by the difference in the floods, that is to say greater or lesser floods. 981. The summits of mountains for a long time rise constantly. The opposite sides of the mountains always approach each other below. The depths of the valleys, which are above the sphere of the waters, are in the course of time constantly getting nearer to the center of the world. In an equal period, the valleys sink much more than the mountains rise. The bases of the mountains always come closer together. In proportion as the valleys become deeper, the more quickly are their sides worn away. 982. In every concavity at the summit of the mountains, we shall always find the divisions of the strata in the rocks. 983. Of the sea which encircles the earth. I find that of old, the state of the earth was that its plains were all covered up and hidden by salt water. Footnote: this passage has already been published by Dr. M. Jordan, Des Malherbuch des L. da Vinci, Leipzig 1873, p. 86. However, his reading of the text differs from mine. The authorities for the study of the structure of the earth. 984. Since things are much more ancient than letters, it is no marvel if in our day, no records exist of these seas having covered so many countries. And if, moreover, some records had existed, war and conflagrations, the deluge of waters, the changes of languages and of laws have consumed everything ancient. But sufficient for us is the testimony of things created in the salt waters, and found again in high mountains far from the seas. 6. Geological problems. 985. In this work you have first to prove that the shells at 1,000 brachia of elevation were not carried there by the deluge, because they are seen to be all at one level, and many mountains are seen to be above that level, and to inquire whether the deluge was caused by rain or by the swelling of the sea. And then you must show how, neither by rain nor by swelling of the rivers, nor by the overflow of this sea, could the shells being heavy objects be floated up the mountains by the sea, nor have carried there by the rivers against the course of their waters. Doubts about the deluge. 986. A doubtful point. Here a doubt arises, and that is, whether the deluge, which happened at the time of Noah, was universal or not. And it would seem not, for the reasons now to be given. We have it in the Bible that this deluge lasted 40 days and 40 nights of incessant and universal rain, and that this rain rose to 10 cubits above the highest mountains in the world. And if it had been that the rain was universal, it would have covered our globe, which is spherical in form. And this spherical surface is equally distant in every part, from the center of its sphere. Hence the sphere of the waters being under the same conditions, it is impossible that the water upon it should move, because water in itself does not move unless it falls. Therefore how could the waters of such a deluge depart, if it is proved that it has no motion? And if it departed, how could it move unless it went upwards? Here, then, natural reasons are wanting. Hence, to remove this doubt, it is necessary to call in a miracle to aid us, or else to say that all this water was evaporated by the heat of the sun. Footnote: the passages, here given from the Ms. Lake, have hitherto remained unknown. Some preliminary notes on the subject are to be found in MS. F8 OA and 8 OB, but as compared with the fuller treatment here given, they are, it seems to me, of secondary interest. They contain nothing that is not repeated here more clearly and fully. Library, Histoire des Sciences Mathématiques Roman 3, pages 218–221, has printed the text of F80A and 80B. Therefore, it seemed desirable to give my reasons for not inserting it in this work. That marine shells could not go up the mountains. 987. Of the deluge and of marine shells. If you were to say that the shells which are to be seen within the confines of Italy now, in our days, far from the sea and at such heights, had been brought there by the deluge which left them there, I should answer that if you believe that this deluge rose 7 cubits above the highest mountains, as he who measured it has written, these shells, which always live near the seashore, should have been left on the mountains, and not such a little way from the foot of the mountains, nor all at one level, nor in layers upon layers. And if you were to say that these shells are desirous of remaining near to the margin of the sea, and that, as it rose in height, the shells quitted their first home, and followed the increase of the waters up to their highest level, to this I answer, that the cockle is an animal of not more rapid movement than the snail is out of water, or even somewhat slower. Because it does not swim, on the contrary it makes a furrow in the sand by means of its sides, and in this furrow it will travel each day from 3 to 4 braccia. Therefore this creature, with so slow a motion, could not have traveled from the Adriatic Sea as far as Monferrato in Lombardy. Footnote: Monferrato di Lombardia. The range of hills of Monferrato is in Piedmont, and Casal di Monferrato belonged, in Leonardo's time, to the Marchese di Mantova, which is 250 miles distance in 40 days, which he has said who took account of the time. And if you say that the waves carried them there, by their gravity they could not move, excepting at the bottom. And if you will not grant me this, confess at least that they would have to stay at the summits of the highest mountains, in the lakes which are enclosed among the mountains, like the lakes of Lario, or of Como and Il Maggiore. Footnote: Lago di Lario. Lacus Larius was the name given by the Romans to the Lake of Como. It is evident that it is here a slip of the pen, since the words in the Ms are, Cum Lago di Lario o el Maggiore e di Como. In the Ms after line 16, we come upon a digression treating of the weight of water. This has here been omitted. It is 11 lines long, and of Fiesole, and of Perugia, and others. And if you should say that the shells were carried by the waves, being empty and dead, I say that where the dead went they were not far removed from the living. For in these mountains living ones are found, which are recognizable by the shells being in pairs, and they are in a layer where there are no dead ones. And a little higher up they are found, where they were thrown by the waves, all the dead ones with their shells separated, near to where the rivers fell into the sea, to a great depth. Like the Arno which fell from the Gonfalina near to Monte Lupo. Footnote: Monte Lupo, compare 970:13. It is between Empoli and Florence, where it left a deposit of gravel which may still be seen, and which has agglomerated, and of stones of various districts, natures, and colors and hardness, making one single conglomerate. And a little beyond the sandstone conglomerate a tufa has been formed, where it turned towards Castel Florentino. Farther on, the mud was deposited in which the shells lived, and which rose in layers according to the levels at which the turbid Arno flowed into that sea. And from time to time, the bottom of the sea was raised, depositing these shells in layers, as may be seen in the cutting at Cal Gonzali, laid open by the Arno which is wearing away the base of it, in which cutting the said layers of shells are very plainly to be seen in clay of a bluish color, and various marine objects are found there. And if the earth of our hemisphere is indeed raised by so much higher than it used to be, it must have become by so much lighter by the waters which it lost through the rift between Gibraltar and Ceuta. And all the more the higher it rose, because the weight of the waters which were thus lost would be added to the earth in the other hemisphere. And if the shells had been carried by the muddy deluge, they would have been mixed up, and separated from each other amidst the mud, and not in regular steps and layers as we see them now in our time. The marine shells were not produced away from the sea. 988. As to those who say that shells existed for a long time and were born at a distance from the sea, from the nature of the place and of the cycles, which can influence a place to produce such creatures to them, it may be answered. Such an influence could not place the animals all on one line, except those of the same sort and age. And not the old with the young, nor some with an operculum and others without their operculum, nor some broken and others whole, nor some filled with sea sand and large, and small fragments of other shells, inside the whole shells which remained open. Nor the claws of crabs without the rest of their bodies. Nor the shells of other species stuck onto them like animals which have moved about on them, since the traces of their tracks still remain, on the outside, after the manner of worms in the wood which they ate into. Nor would there be found among them the bones and teeth of fish which some call arrows and others serpents' tongues, nor would so many. Footnote. I. Sylla argued against this hypothesis, which was still accepted in his days. See La Vana Specula Zioni, Napoli 1670. Portions of various animals be found all together if they had not been thrown on the sea shore. And the deluge cannot have carried them there, because things that are heavier than water do not float on the water. But these things could not be at so great a height if they had not been carried there by the water, such a thing being impossible from their weight. In places where the valleys have not been filled with salt sea water, shells are never to be seen, as is plainly visible in the great valley of the Arno above Gonfalina, a rock formerly united to Monte Albano, in the form of a very high bank which kept the river pent up, in such a way that before it could flow into the sea, which was afterwards at its foot, it formed two great lakes, of which the first was where we now see the city of Florence together with Prato and Pistia, and Monte Albano. It followed the rest of its bank as far as where Serravalle now stands. From the Val d'Arno upwards, as far as Arezzo, another lake was formed, which discharged its waters into the former lake. It was closed at about the spot where now we see Giron, and occupied the whole of that valley above for a distance of 40 miles in length. This valley received on its bottom all the soil brought down by the turbid waters. And this is still to be seen at the foot of Prato Magno. It there lies very high where the rivers have not worn it away. Across this land are to be seen the deep cuts of the rivers that have passed there, falling from the great mountain of Prato Magno. In these cuts there are no vestiges of any shells or of marine soil. This lake was joined with that of Perugia. Footnote, CPI. CZI. A great quantity of shells are to be seen where the rivers flow into the sea, because on such shores the waters are not so salt owing to the admixture of the fresh water, which is poured into it. Evidence of this is to be seen where, of old, the Apennines poured their rivers into the Adriatic Sea. For there, in most places, great quantities of shells are to be found, among the mountains, together with bluish marine clay. And all the rocks which are torn off in such places are full of shells. The same may be observed to have been done by the Arno when it fell from the rock of Gonfalina into the sea, which was not so very far below. For at that time, it was higher than the top of San Miniato al Tedesco, since at the highest summit of this the shores may be seen full of shells and oysters within its flanks. The shells did not extend towards Val di Nivel, because the fresh waters of the Arno did not extend so far. That the shells were not carried away from the sea by the deluge, because the waters which came from the earth, although they drew the sea towards the earth, were those which struck its depths. Because the water which goes down from the earth has a stronger current than that of the sea, and in consequence is more powerful, and it enters beneath the seawater and stirs the depths and carries with it all sorts of movable objects which are to be found in the earth, such as the above-mentioned shells and other similar things. And in proportion as the water which comes from the land is muddier than sea water, it is stronger and heavier than this. Therefore, I see no way of getting the said shells so far inland, unless they had been born there. If you were to tell me that the river Loire. Footnote, Leonardo has written Era instead of Loira, or Loire perhaps under the mistaken idea that Lo was an article, which traverses France covers when the sea rises more than 80 miles of country, because it is a district of vast plains, and the sea rises about 20 brachia, and shells are found in this plain at the distance of 80 miles from the sea. Here I answer that the flow and ebb in our Mediterranean Sea does not vary so much. For at Genoa it does not rise at all, and at Venice but little, and very little in Africa, and where it varies little it covers but little of the country. The course of the water of a river always rises higher in a place where the current is impeded. It behaves as it does where it is reduced in width to pass under the arches of a bridge. Further researches, 980-9991. 989. A confutation of those who say that shells may have been carried to a distance of many days' journey from the sea by the deluge, which was so high as to be above those heights. I say that the deluge could not carry objects, native to the sea, up to the mountains, unless the sea had already increased so as to create inundations as high up as those places, and this increase could not have occurred because it would cause a vacuum. And if you were to say that the air would rush in there, we have already concluded that what is heavy cannot remain above what is light. Whence of necessity we must conclude that this deluge was caused by rainwater, so that all these waters ran to the sea, and the sea did not run up the mountains. And as they ran to the sea, they thrust the shells from the shore of the sea and did not draw them towards themselves. And if you were then to say that the sea, raised by the rainwater, had carried these shells to such a height, we have already said that things heavier than water cannot rise upon it, but remain at the bottom of it, and do not move unless by the impact of the waves. And if you were to say that the waves had carried them to such high spots, we have proved that the waves in a great depth move in a contrary direction at the bottom to the motion at the top. And this is shown by the turbidity of the sea from the earth washed down near its shores. Anything which is lighter than the water moves with the waves, and is left on the highest level of the highest margin of the waves. Anything which is heavier than the water moves, suspended in it, between the surface and the bottom. And from these two conclusions, which will be amply proved in their place, we infer that the waves of the surface cannot convey shells, since they are heavier than water. If the deluge had to carry shells 300 and 400 miles from the sea, it would have carried them mixed with various other natural objects heaped together. And we see at such distances oysters all together, and sea snails and cuttlefish, and all the other shells which congregate together, all to be found together and dead. And the solitary shells are found wide apart from each other, as we may see them on seashores every day. And if we find oysters of very large shells joined together, and among them very many which still have the covering attached, indicating that they were left here by the sea, and still living when the Strait of Gibraltar was cut through. There are to be seen, in the mountains of Parma and Piacenza, a multitude of shells and corals, full of holes, and still sticking to the rocks there. When I was making the great horse for Milan, a large sack full was brought to me in my workshop by certain peasants. These were found in that place, and among them were many preserved in their first freshness. Underground, and under the foundations of buildings, timbers are found of wrought beams and already black. Such were found in my time in those diggings at Castel Fiorentino. And these had been in that deep place before the sand carried by the Arno into the sea, then covering the plain, had been raised to such a height, and before the plains of Casentino had been so much lowered by the earth being constantly carried down from them. And if you were to say that these shells were created, and were continually being created in such places by the nature of the spot, and of the heavens which might have some influence there, such an opinion cannot exist in a brain of much reason. Because here are the years of their growth, numbered on their shells, and there are large and small ones to be seen which could not have grown without food, and could not have fed without motion, and here they could not move. 990. That in the drifts, among one and another, there are still to be found the traces of the worms which crawled upon them when they were not yet dry. And all marine clays still contain shells, and the shells are petrified together with the clay. From their firmness and unity, some persons will have it that these animals were carried up to places remote from the sea by the deluge. Another sect of ignorant persons declare that nature or heaven created them in these places by celestial influences, as if in these places we did not also find the bones of fishes which have taken a long time to grow, and as if we could not count, in the shells of cockles and snails, the years and months of their life, as we do in the horns of bulls and oxen, and in the branches of plants that have never been cut in any part. Besides, having proved by these signs the length of their lives, it is evident, and it must be admitted, that these animals could not live without moving to fetch their food, and we find in them no instrument for penetrating the earth or the rock where we find them enclosed. But how could we find in a large snail shell the fragments and portions of many other sorts of shells, of various sorts, if they had not been thrown there, when dead, by the waves of the sea like the other light objects which it throws on the earth? Why do we find so many fragments and whole shells between layer and layer of stone? if this had not formerly been covered on the shore by a layer of earth thrown up by the sea, and which was afterwards petrified. And if the deluge before mentioned had carried them to these parts of the sea, you might find these shells at the boundary of one drift, but not at the boundary between many drifts. We must also account for the winters of the years, during which the sea multiplied the drifts of sand and mud brought down by the neighboring rivers, by washing down the shores. And if you chose to say that there were several deluges to produce these rifts and the shells among them, you would also have to affirm that such a deluge took place every year. Again, among the fragments of these shells, it must be presumed that in those places there were sea coasts, where all the shells were thrown up, broken, and divided, and never in pairs, since they are found alive in the sea, with two valves, each serving as a lid to the other. And in the drifts of rivers and on the shores of the sea, they are found in fragments. And within the limits of the separate strata of rocks they are found, few in number and in pairs like those which were left by the sea, buried alive in the mud, which subsequently dried up and in time was petrified. 991. And if you choose to say that it was the deluge which carried these shells away from the sea for hundreds of miles, this cannot have happened, since that deluge was caused by rain. Because rain naturally forces the rivers to rush towards the sea with all the things they carry with them, and not to bear the dead things of the seashores to the mountains. And if you choose to say that the deluge afterwards rose with its waters above the mountains, the movement of the sea must have been so sluggish in its rise against the currents of the rivers, that it could not have carried, floating upon it, things heavier than itself. And even if it had supported them, in its receding it would have left them strewn about in various spots. But how are we to account for the corals which are found every day towards Monteferrato in Lombardy, with the holes of the worms in them, sticking to rocks left uncovered by the currents of rivers? These rocks are all covered with stocks and families of oysters, which, as we know, never move, but always remain with one of their halves stuck to a rock, and the other they open to feed themselves on the animalcules that swim in the water, which, hoping to find good feeding ground, become the food of these shells. We do not find that the sand mixed with seaweed has been petrified, because the weed which was mingled with it has shrunk away. And this, the Po shows us every day in the debris of its banks. Other problems, 992-994. 992. Why do we find the bones of great fishes and oysters and corals, and various other shells and sea snails on the high summits of mountains by the sea, just as we find them in low seas? 993. You now have to prove that the shells cannot have originated if not in salt water, almost all being of that sort, and that the shells in Lombardy are at 4 levels, and thus it is everywhere, having been made at various times. And they all occur in valleys that open towards the seas. 994. From the 2 lines of shells, we are forced to say that the earth indignantly submerged under the sea, and so the first layer was made, and then the deluge made the second. Footnote: this note is in the early writing of about 1470-1480. On the same sheet are the passages number 1217 and 1219. Compare also No. 1339. All the foregoing chapters are from manuscripts of about 1510. This explains the want of connection and the contradiction between this and the foregoing texts. 7. On the atmosphere. Constituents of the atmosphere. 995. That the brightness of the air is occasioned by the water which has dissolved itself in it into imperceptible molecules. These, being lighted by the sun from the opposite side, reflect the brightness which is visible in the air, and the azure which is seen in it is caused by the darkness that is hidden beyond the air. Footnote: compare volume I, number 300. On the motion of air, 996-999. 996. That the return eddies of wind at the mouth of certain valleys strike upon the waters and scoop them out in a great hollow, whirl the water into the air in the form of a column and of the color of a cloud. And I saw this thing happen on a sandbank in the Arno, where the sand was hollowed out to a greater depth than the stature of a man, and with it the gravel was whirled round and flung about for a great space. It appeared in the air in the form of a great bell tower, and the top spread like the branches of a pine tree, and then it bent at the contact of the direct wind which passed over from the mountains. 997. The element of fire acts upon a wave of air in the same way as the air does on water, or as water does on a mass of sand that is earth, and their motions are in the same proportions as those of the motors acting upon them. 998. Of motion. I ask whether the true motion of the clouds can be known by the motion of their shadows, and in like manner of the motion of the sun. 999. To know better the direction of the winds. Footnote. In connection with this text, I may here mention a hygrometer, drawn and probably invented by Leonardo. A facsimile of this is given in Volume I, p. 297 with the note, Modi di pesare l'ere e di saper quando essa erromper il tipo, mode of weighing the air and of knowing when the weather will change. By the sponge, spugnia, is written. The globe and organism. 1000. Nothing originates in a spot where there is no sentient, vegetable, and rational life. Feathers grow upon birds and are changed every year. Hairs grow upon animals and are changed every year, excepting some parts, like the hairs of the beard in lions, cats, and their like. The grass grows in the fields and the leaves on the trees, and every year they are, in great part, renewed. So that we might say that the earth has a spirit of growth, that its flesh is the soil, its bones the arrangement and connection of the rocks of which the mountains are composed, its cartilage the tufa, and its blood the springs of water. The pool of blood which lies round the heart is the ocean, and its breathing, and the increase and decrease of the blood in the pulses, is represented in the earth by the flow and ebb of the sea. And the heat of the spirit of the world is the fire which pervades the earth, and the seat of the vegetative soul is in the fires, which in many parts of the earth find vent in baths and mines of sulfur, and in volcanoes, as at Mount Etna in Sicily, and in many other places. Romans 17. Topographical notes. A large part of the texts published in this section might perhaps have found their proper place in connection with the foregoing chapters on physical geography. But these observations on physical geography, of whatever kind they may be, as soon as they are localized acquire a special interest and importance, and particularly as bearing on the question whether Leonardo himself made the observations recorded at the places mentioned, or merely noted the statements from hearsay. In a few instances, he himself tells us that he writes at second hand. In some cases, again, although the style and expressions used make it seem highly probable that he has derived his information from others, though, as it seems to me, these cases are not very numerous we find. On the other hand, among these topographical notes a great number of observations, about which it is extremely difficult to form a decided opinion. Of what the master's life and travels may have been throughout his 67 years of life, we know comparatively little. For a long course of time, and particularly from about 1482 to 1486, we do not even know with certainty that he was living in Italy. Thus, from a biographical point of view, a very great interest attaches to some of the topographical notes, and for this reason it seemed that it would add to their value to arrange them in a group by themselves. Leonardo's intimate knowledge with places, some of which were certainly remote from his native home, are of importance as contributing to decide the still open question as to the extent of Leonardo's travels. We shall find in these notes a confirmation of the view that the MSS, in which the topographical notes occur, are in only a very few instances such diaries as may have been in use during a journey. These notes are mostly found in the MSS books of his later and quieter years, and it is certainly remarkable that Leonardo is very reticent as to the authorities from whom he quotes his facts and observations. For instance, as to the Straits of Gibraltar, the Nile, the Taurus Mountains, and the Tigris and Euphrates. Is it likely that he, who declared that in all scientific research, his own experience should be the foundation of his statements, see Roman 19 Philosophy, number 987-991, should here have made an exception to this rule without mentioning it? As for instance in the discussion as to the equilibrium of the mass of water in the Mediterranean Sea subject, which, it may be observed, had at that time attracted the interest and study of hardly any other observer. The acute remarks in Nos. 985-993 on the presence of shells at the tops of mountains suffice to prove, as it seems to me, that it was not in his nature to allow himself to be betrayed into wide generalizations. extending beyond the limits of his own investigations, even by such brilliant results of personal study. Most of these topographical notes, though suggesting very careful and thorough research, do not, however, as has been said, afford necessarily indisputable evidence that that research was Leonardo's own. But it must be granted that in more than one instance probability is in favor of this idea. Among the passages which treat somewhat fully of the topography of eastern places, by far the most interesting is a description of the Taurus Mountains. But as this text is written in the style of a formal report, and in the original is associated with certain letters which give us the history of its origin, I have thought it best not to sever it from that connection. It will be found under No. Roman 21, Letters. That Florence and its neighborhood, where Leonardo spent his early years, should be nowhere mentioned except in connection with the projects for canals, which occupied his attention for some short time during the first 10 years of the ex-5th century, need not surprise us. The various passages relating to the construction of canals in Tuscany, which are put together at the beginning, are immediately followed by those which deal with schemes for canals in Lombardy. And after these come notes on the city and vicinity of Milan as well as on the lakes of North Italy. The notes on some towns of central Italy, which Leonardo visited in 1502, when in the service of Cesare Borgia, are reproduced here in the same order as in the notebook used during these travels, MS. L. Institut de France. These notes have but little interest in themselves excepting as suggesting his itinerary. The maps of the districts drawn by Leonardo at the time are more valuable, see No. 1054 note. The names on these maps are not written from right to left, but in the usual manner, and we are permitted to infer that they were made in obedience to some command, possibly for the use of Cesare Borgia himself. The fact that they remained nevertheless in Leonardo's hands is not surprising when we remember the sudden political changes and warlike events of the period. There can be no doubt that these maps, which are here published for the first time, are original in the strictest sense of the word, that is to say, drawn from observations of the places themselves. This is proved by the fact among others that we find among his manuscripts not only the finished maps themselves, but the rough sketches and studies for them. And it would perhaps be difficult to point out among the abundant contributions to geographical knowledge published during the ex-5th century any maps at all approaching these in accuracy and finish. The interesting map of the world, so far as it was then known, which is among the Leonardo MSS. At Windsor, published in the Archaeologia Vol. XI, cannot be attributed to the master, as the Marchese Girolamo data has sufficiently proved. It has not therefore been reproduced here. Such of Leonardo's observations on places in Italy as were made before or after his official travels as military engineer to Cesare Borgia have been arranged in alphabetical order, under Nos. 1034-1054. The most interesting are those which relate to the Alps and the Apennines, Nos. 1057-1068. Most of the passages in which France is mentioned have hitherto remained unknown, as well as those which treat of the countries bordering on the Mediterranean, which come at the end of this section. Though these may be regarded as of a more questionable importance in their bearing on the biography of the master than those which mention places in France, it must be allowed that they are interesting as showing the prominent place which the countries of the East held in his geographical studies. He never once alludes to the discovery of America. 1. Italy. Canals in connection with the Arno, 1001-1008. 1001. Canal of Florence. Sluices should be made in the valley of Laciana at Arezzo, so that when in the summer the Arno lacks water, the canal may not remain dry. And let this canal be 20 braccia wide at the bottom, and at the top 30, and 2 braccia deep, or 4, so that 2 of these braccia may flow to the mills and the meadows, which will benefit the country, and Prato, Pistia and Pisa, as well as Florence, will gain 200,000 ducats a year, and will lend a hand and money to this useful work. And the Lucchese the same, for the lake of Sesto will be navigable. I shall direct it to Prato and Pistia, and cut through Serravalle and make an issue into the lake, for there will be no need of locks or supports, which are not lasting, and so will always be giving trouble in working at them and keeping them up. And know that in digging this canal where it is 4 braccia deep, it will cost 4 denarii the square braccio, for twice the depth 6 denarii, if you are making 4 braccia. Footnote. This passage is illustrated by a slightly sketched map on which these places are indicated from west to east: Pisa, Lucca, Lego, Serravalle, Pistoia, Prato, Fiernes. And there are but 2 banks. That is to say, one from the bottom of the trench to the surface of the edges of it, and the other from these edges to the top of the ridge of earth which will be raised on the margin of the bank. And if this bank were of double the depth, only the first bank will be increased, that is 4 braccia increased by half the first cost. That is to say that if at first 4 denarii were paid for 2 banks, for 3 it would come to 6, at 2 denarii the bank, if the trench measured 16 braccia at the bottom. Again, if the trench were 16 braccia wide and 4 deep, coming to 4 lire for the work, 4 Milan denarii the square braccio. A trench which was 32 braccia at the bottom would come to 8 denarii the square braccio. 1002. From the wall of the Arno at La Giustizia to the bank of the Arno at Sardegna, where the walls are to the mills, is 7,400 braccia. That is 2 miles and 1,400 braccia, and beyond the Arno is 5,500 braccia. Footnote 2 Giustizia. By this the Porta della Giustizia seems to be meant. From the XVTH to the X-5th centuries, it was also commonly known as Porta Gelfa, Porta San Francesco del Rineo, Porta Nuova, and Porta Real. It was close to the Arno, opposite to the Porta San Nicolo, which still exists. 1003. By guiding the Arno above and below, a treasure will be found in each acre of ground by whomsoever will. 1004. The wall of the old houses runs towards the gate of San Nicolo. Footnote, by the side of this text there is an indistinct sketch resembling that given under No. 973. On the bank is written the word casses. There then follows in the original a passage of 12 lines in which the consequences of the windings of the river are discussed. A larger but equally hasty diagram on the same page represents the shores of the Arno inside Florence as in 2 parallel lines. 4 horizontal lines indicate the bridges. By the side, these measures are stated in figures. I at the Pont alla Carraja, 230 largo br. 12e2 di spoda e14 di pile e a 4 pilastri. 2. At the Pontes Trinita, L88 largo br. 15e2 di spode e28 di pilastri for del spode e pilastri so 2. 3. At the Pont Vecchio, Pot lung br. 152 e largo. 4. At the Pont Allegrezzi, 290 a largo 12e2 di spode e6 di pili. There is, in Ms. WL2 L to B, a sketched plan of Florence, with the following names of gates: Nicolo Samaniato Giorgio Ganalini Porta, San Fredian Prato Finzagallo Pinti Giustiscia. 1005. The ruined wall is 640 braccia. 130 is the wall remaining with the mill. 300 braccia were broken in 4 years by Bisarno. 1006. They do not know why the Arno will never remain in a channel. It is because the rivers which flow into it deposit earth where they enter, and wear it away on the opposite side, bending the river in that direction. The Arno flows for 6 miles between La Caprona and Leghorn, and for 12 through the marshes, which extend 32 miles, and 16 from La Caprona up the river, which makes 48. By the Arno from Florence beyond 16 miles, to Vico 16 miles, and the canal is 5. From Florence to Fucecchio, it is 40 miles by the river Arno. 56 miles by the Arno from Florence to Vico. By the Pistia Canal, it is 44 miles. Thus it is 12 miles shorter by the canal than by the Arno. Footnote, this passage is written by the side of a map washed in Indian ink of the course of the Arno. It is evidently a sketch for a completer map. These investigations may possibly be connected with the following documents: Francesco Guiducci alla Balia di Firenze. Dal Campo contro Pisa 24 Luglio 1503, Archivio di Stato, Firenze, Letter alla Balia, published by J. Gay, Carteggio and Edito d'Artisti, Fiernes 1840, tom. Roman 2, p. 62, ex castris Franciscus Guiduccius 24. Jull. 1503. Appresso fu qui hieri con unity v. Signori Alexandro digli Albizzi insieme con Leonardo da Vinci et Serdi altri, et veduto il disegno insieme con il governator, dopo molt discussioni et dubia conclusisi ci ello profussi molto a proposito, o si veramente Arno volgersi qui, o restarvi canan canil, chi almeno viatereb chi localin de nemesis, non patrobono esser office. Cum tucto refererano loro abacia vs. And Archivio di Stato, Firenze, Libro d'entrata e uscita di casa de magnifici signori di Luglio e Agosto. 1503 a 51t. Andata di Leonardo al Campo Sotto Pisa. Spes extraordinary dino dera di Roman 26 di Luglio LLVI Sol. Roman 12 per Lauro a Giovanni Pafero. E sono pertanti, assegnia averspexi inveterati se chavali a spes di vito per ander chan, Leonardo da Vinci a livler Arno in quello di Pisa per Lavallo del Lilosio. Published by Milanesi, Archivio Storico Italiano, Sarai Roman 3, Tom, Roman 16. Vasari asserts, Leonardo, fu il primo ancora, chi giovanetto discorres sopra il fiume d'Arno per metterlo in canal da Pisa a Fiorenza ed. Sansoni, Roman 4, 20. The passage above is in some degree illustrated by the map on PL. Caesar, where the course of the Arno westward from Empoli is shown. 1007. The eddy made by the Mensola, when the Arno is low and the Mensola full. Footnote, Mensola is a mountain stream which falls into the Arno about 1.5 miles above Florence. A equals Arno, I equals Isola, M equals Mvigon, P equals Pesa, N equals Mesola. 1008. That the river which is to be turned from one place to another must be coaxed and not treated roughly or with violence. And to do this, a sort of floodgate should be made in the river, and then lower down one in front of it, and in like manner a third, fourth, and fifth, so that the river may discharge itself into the channel given to it, or that by this means it may be diverted from the place it has damaged, as was done in Flanders, as I was told by Niccolo di Forsor. How to protect and repair the banks washed by the water, as below the island of Cockamary. Pont Rubicant Fig. 1. Below by Styxi and Canagiani Fig. 2. Above the floodgate of La Giustizia Fig. 3. A B is a sandbank opposite the end of the island of the Cockamary in the middle of the Arno Fig. 4. Footnote, the course of the river Arno is also discussed in Nos. 987 and 988. Canals in the Milanese, 1009-1013. 1009. The Canal of San Cristofano at Milan, made May 3, 1509. Footnote, this observation is written above a washed pen and ink drawing which has been published as Tav. Roman 6 in the Saggio. The editors of that work explain the drawing as Uno studio di Bach per Estraziani di qua. 1010. Of the Canal of Martesana. By making the Canal of Martesana, the water of the Adda is greatly diminished by its distribution over many districts for the irrigation of the fields. A remedy for this would be to make several little channels, since the water drunk up by the earth is of no more use to anyone, nor mischief neither, because it is taken from no one. And by making these channels the water which before was lost returns again, and is once more serviceable and useful to men. Footnote, El Naviglio di Martigano is also mentioned in a note written in red chalk. Ms. H217a Leonardo has, as it seems, little to do with Lodovico il Maro's scheme to render this canal navigable. The canal had been made in 1460 by Bertonino de Novara. Il Maro issued his decree in 1493, but Leonardo's notes about this canal were, with the exception of one, number 1343, written about 16 years later. 1011. No canal which is fed by a river can be permanent if the river whence it originates is not wholly closed up, like the Canal of Martesana, which is fed by the Ticino. 1012. From the beginning of the canal to the mill. From the beginning of the canal of Brivio to the mill of Travaglia is 2794 trabacci, that is 11,176 braxia, which is more than 3 miles and 2/3. And here the canal is 57 braxia higher than the surface of the water of the Adda, giving a fall of 2 inches in every 100 trabacci. And at that spot, we propose to take the opening of our canal. Footnote, the following are written on the sketches. At the place marked N, Naviglio di Dacviu Canal of Running Water. At M, Malin del Travaglia Mill of Travaglia. At R, Ricetta e Santa Maria Small Rock of Santa Maria. At A, Adda. At L, Lago di Lecco Ringorgato ali 3 Corni in Ataconca Perpetua, Lake of Lecco overflowing at 3 Corni, in Adda a permanent sluice. Near the second sketch, referring to the sluice near Q, qui la chetna titali du peso, here the chain is in one piece. At M in the lower sketch, Mal del Travaglia, nel caver la conca il terreno ara chatrapero co casa de qua. Mill of Travaglia, in digging out the sluice the soil will have as a counterpoise a vessel of water. 1013. If it be not reported there that this is to be a public canal, it will be necessary to pay for the land. Footnote 3. Il Rey, Louis Roman XII or Francis I of France. It is hardly possible to doubt that the canals here spoken of were intended to be in the Milanese. Compare with this passage the rough copy of a letter by Leonardo to the President del Officio Regulator dell'Acqua on number 1350. See also the note to number 745, 112, and the king will pay it by remitting the taxes for a year. Estimates and preparatory studies for canals, 1014, 1015. 1014. Canal. The canal, which may be 16 braccia wide at the bottom and 20 at the top, we may say is on the average 18 braccia wide, and if it is 4 braccia deep, at 4 denarii the square braccia. It will only cost 900 ducats to excavate by the mile if the square braccio is calculated in ordinary braccia. But if the braccia are those used in measuring land, of which every 4 are equal to 412, and if by the mile we understand 3,000 ordinary braccia, turned into land braccia, these 3,000 braccia will lack 1/4. There remain 2,250 braccia, which at 4 denarii the braccio will amount to 675 ducats a mile. At 3 denarii the square braccio, the mile will amount to 506 ducats, so that the excavation of 30 miles of the canal will amount to 15,187 ducats. 1015. To make the great canal, first make the smaller one and conduct into it the waters which by a wheel will help to fill the great one. Notes on buildings in Milan, 1016, 1019. 1016. Indicate the center of Milan. Maforte Porta, Risa Porta, Nova Strada, Nova Naviglio Porta, Cumana Barco Porta, Giovia Porta, Versalina Porta, Sco and Brogio Porta, Tessenis Tora, del Imperator Porta Ludovica qua. Footnote CPL 6. The original sketch is here reduced to about half its size. The gates of the town are here named, beginning at the right hand and following the curved line. In the bird's eye view of Milan below, the cathedral is plainly recognizable. In the middle to the right is the tower of San Gottardo. The square, above the number 9147, is the Lazaretto, which was begun in 1488. On the left, the group of buildings of the Casello will be noticed. On the sketched plan of Florence, see number 1004 note, Leonardo has written on the margin the following names of gates of Milan. Versalina, Ticinese Ludovica Romano Orientale, Nova Beatrice Cumana compare, 2 number 1448, 11-5, 12. 1017. The moat of Milan. Canal 2 braccia wide. The castle with the moats full. The filling of the moats of the castle of Milan. 1018. The baths. To heat the water for the stove of the Duchess, take 4 parts of cold water to 3 parts of hot water. Footnote, Duchessa di Milano, Beatrice d'Este, wife of Ludovico il Maro to whom she was married, in 1491. She died in June 1497. 1019. In the cathedral, at the pulley of the nail of the cross. Item. To place the Mass VR in the. Footnote, on this passage Amoretti remarks, Memory Storage Chapter Roman 9. Nell'anno stesso lo vigiamo formeran congegno di carucol e di cord. Con cui trasporter in più venerabile e più sicuro luogo, sio nell'ultima arcata della nave di mezzo della metropolitana, la sacra reliquia del Santo Chiodo, chi ivi anchor si venera. Al fall. 15 del Code segnato QR in 16, Eglisiae halaciata di tal congegno una doppia figura, sio una di quattro carucol, e una di tre col respective cord, sagiognindovi. In domo alla carucola del Chiodo della Croce. Amoretti's views as to the mark on the MS, and the date when it was written are, it may be observed, wholly unfounded. The Ms. L, in which it occurs, is of the year 1502, and it is very unlikely that Leonardo was in Milan at that time. This, however, would not prevent the remark, which is somewhat obscure, from applying to the cathedral at Milan. 1020. Of the force of the vacuum, formed in a moment. I saw, at Milan, a thunderbolt fall on the Tower della Credenza on its northern side, and it descended with a slow motion down that side, and then at once parted from that tower and carried with it and tore away from that wall a space of 3 braccia wide and 2 deep. And this wall was 4 braccia thick and was built of thin and small old bricks. And this was dragged out by the vacuum which the flame of the thunderbolt had caused, and see. Footnote, with reference to buildings at Milan, see also knows. 751 and 756 and PL, XCV number 2, explained on P52, PL, C, explained on pages 60-62. See also pages 25, 39, and 40. Remarks on natural phenomena in and near Milan, 1021, 1022. 1021. I have already been to see a great variety of atmospheric effects. And lately over Milan towards Lago Maggiore, I saw a cloud in the form of an immense mountain full of rifts of glowing light, because the rays of the sun, which was already close to the horizon and red, tinged the cloud with its own hue. And this cloud attracted to it all the little clouds that were near, while the large one did not move from its place. Thus it retained on its summit the reflection of the sunlight till an hour and a half after sunset, so immensely large was it. And about 2 hours after sunset, such a violent wind arose that it was really tremendous and unheard of. Footnote, the airy is wanting in the original, but may safely be inserted in the context, as the formation of clouds is under discussion before this text. 1022. On the 10th day of December at 9 o'clock a.m. fire was set to the place. On the 8th day of December 1511 at 9 o'clock a.m., this second fire was kindled by the Swiss at Milan at the place called DCXC. Footnote. With these two texts, L12 and L35 are in the original side by side. There are sketches of smoke wreaths in red chalk. Note on Pavia. 1023. The chimneys of the castle of Pavia have 6 rows of openings, and from each to the other is 1 braccio. Footnote, other notes relating to Pavia occur on P43 and P53, PL. XCVI number 3. Compare number 1448, 26. Notes on the Sforzesca near Vigevano, 1024-1028. 1024. On the 2nd day of February 1494. At Sforzesca, I drew 25 steps, 2-3 braccia to each, and 8 braccia wide. Footnote, CPL. CX number 2. The rest of the notes on this page refer to the motion of water. On the lower sketch we read 4 br, 4 braccia and giara for Gaiaja, sand, gravel. 1025. The vineyards of Vigevano on the 20th day of March 1494. To lock up a buttress at Vigevano. 1027. Again, if the lowest part of the bank which lies across the current of the waters is made in deep and wide steps, after the manner of stairs, the waters which, in their course usually fall perpendicularly from the top of such a place to the bottom, and wear away the foundations of this bank can no longer descend with a blow of too great a force. And I find the example of this in the stairs down, which the water falls in the fields at Sforzesca at Vigevano, over which the running water falls for a height of 50 braccia. 1028. Stair of Vigevano below La Sforzesca, 130 steps, 1 4 braccio high and 1 2 braccio wide, down which the water falls, so as not to wear away anything at the end of its fall. By these steps, so much soil has come down that it has dried up a pool. That is to say, it has filled it up, and a pool of great depth has been turned into meadows. Notes on the North Italian Lake, 1029-1033. 1029. In many places there are streams of water which swell for 6 hours and ebb for 6 hours. And I, for my part, have seen one above the Lake of Como called Font Pliniana, which increases and ebbs, as I have said, in such a way as to turn the stones of 2 mills. And when it fails, it falls so low that it is like looking at water in a deep pit. Footnote, the fountain is known by this name to this day. It is near Torno on the eastern shore of Como. The waters still rise and fall with the flow and ebb of the tide as Pliny described it, epist, Roman 4, 30, hist, nat, Roman 2, 206. 1030. Lake of Como, Valley of Chiavenna. Above the Lake of Como towards Germany is the Valley of Chiavenna where the river Mira flows into this lake. Here are barren and very high mountains with huge rocks. Among these mountains are to be found the water birds called gulls. Here grow fir trees, larches, and pines, deer, wild goats, chamois, and terrible bears. It is impossible to climb them without using hands and feet. The peasants go there at the time of the snows with great snares to make the bears fall down these rocks. These mountains, which very closely approach each other, are parted by the river. They are to the right and left for the distance of 20 miles throughout of the same nature. From mile to mile there are good inns. Above on the said river there are waterfalls of 400 braccia in height, which are fine to see, and there is good living at 4 soldi the reckoning. This river brings down a great deal of timber. Valsassina. Valsassina runs down towards Italy. This is almost the same form and character. There grow here many mapello, and there are great ruins and falls of water. Footnote 14. The meaning of mapello is unknown. Valley of Intrazo. This valley produces a great quantity of firs, pines, and larches, and from here Ambrogio Ferrari has his timber brought down. At the head of the Valtellina are the mountains of Bormio, terrible and always covered with snow. Marmots are found there. Bellagio. Opposite the castle Bellagio there is the river Latte, which falls from a height of more than 100 braccia from the source whence it springs, perpendicularly, into the lake with an inconceivable roar and noise. This spring flows only in August and September. Valtellina. Valtellina, as it is called, is a valley enclosed in high and terrible mountains. It produces much strong wine, and there is so much cattle that the natives conclude that more milk than wine grows there. This is the valley through which the Adda passes, which first runs more than 40 miles through Germany. This river breeds the fish temolo which live on silver, of which much is to be found in its sands. In this country everyone can sell bread and wine, and the wine is worth at most 1 soldo the bottle, and a pound of veal 1 soldo, and salt 10 denarii, and butter the same, and their pound is 30 ounces, and eggs are 1 soldo the lot. 1031. At Bormio. At Bormio are the baths. About 8 miles above Como is the Pliniana, which increases and ebbs every 6 hours, and its swell supplies water for 2 mills, and its ebbing makes the spring dry up. 2 miles higher up there is Nesso, a place where a river falls with great violence into a vast rift in the mountain. These excursions are to be made in the month of May. And the largest bare rocks that are to be found in this part of the country are the mountains of Mandello near to those of Lecco, and of Gravedona towards Bellinzona, 30 miles from Lecco, and those of the valley of Chiavenna. But the greatest of all is that of Mandello, which has at its base an opening towards the lake, which goes down 200 steps, and there at all times is ice and wind. In Valsassina. In Valsassina, between Vimognio and Intrabio, to the right hand, going in by the road to Lecco, is the river Tragia, which falls from a very high rock, and as it falls it goes underground and the river ends there. 3 miles farther we find the buildings of the mines of copper and silver near a place called Pra Santo Pietro, and mines of iron and curious things. La Grigna is the highest mountain there is in this part, and it is quite bare. Footnote 1030 and 1031. From the character of the handwriting, we may conclude that these observations were made in Leonardo's youth, and I should infer from their contents that they were notes made in anticipation of a visit to the places here described, and derived from some person unknown to us who had given him an account of them. 1032. The lake of Pusiano flows into the lake of Segrino. Footnote 3. The statement about the lake Segrino is incorrect. It is situated in the Val Asina, above the lake of Pusiano, and of Anon and of Sala. The lake of Anon is 22 braccia higher at the surface of its water than the surface of the water of the lake of Lecco, and the lake of Pusiano is 20 braccia higher than the lake of Anon, which added to the aforesaid 22 braccia make 42 braccia, and this is the greatest height of the surface of the lake of Pusiano above the surface of the lake of Lecco. Footnote: this text has in the original a slight sketch to illustrate it. 1033. At Santa Maria in the valley of Ravignate. Footnote 2. Ravignate, Leonardo writes Ravigna, in the Brianza, is between Agano and Brivio, south of the lake of Como. M. Ravison avails himself of this note to prove his hypothesis that Leonardo paid 2 visits to France. See Gazette des Beaux Arts, 1881 pag. 528. O recto dumim fuelit, on lit encore un note relative a un valley, nemonti Brigatia. Ilmi semble quil essagit bien des monts de Briancan, le Brigantio des anciens. Briancan est sur la route de Lyon en Italy. Si fut parlement viso que passerent, en ea at 1515, les troupes franquaises qui allient remporter la victoire de Marignan. Leonardo da Vinci, ingénieur de François Hire, comme il avait et de Louis Roman XII, aurait-il et pour quelque chose dans le plan du célèbre passage des Alpes, qui eut lieu en at 1515, et à la suite duquel on le vit accompagner partout le chevaleresque vainqueur. Aurait-il et appel par le jeune roi, de Rome au l'artiste et alors, des son avènement au trône. In the mountains of Brianza are the rods of chestnuts of 9 braxia, and 1 out of an average of 100 will be 14 braxia. At Varallo di Pombia near to Sesto on the Ticino, the quinces are white, large and hard. Footnote 5. Varallo di Pombia, about 10 miles south of Verona, is distinct from Varallo, the chief town in the Val di Sesia. Notes on places in central Italy, visited in 1502, 1034-1054. 1034. Pigeon House at Urbino, the 30th day of July 1502. Footnote. An indistinct sketch is introduced with this text, in the original, in which the word scolataro, conduit, is written. 1035. Made by the sea at Piombino. Footnote. Below the sketch there are 11 lines of text referring to the motion of waves. 1036. Aquapendente is near Orvieto. Footnote. Aquapendente is about 10 miles west of Orvieto and is to the right in the map on PL, CZI, near the lake of Bolsena. 1037. The Rock of Cesena. Footnote, CPL, Exiv number 1, the lower sketch. The explanation of the upper sketch is given on P29. 1038. Siena, a B4 braxia, a C10 braxia. Steps at Urbino. 1039. The bell of Siena, that is the manner of its movement, and the place of the attachment of the clapper. Footnote, the text is accompanied by an indistinct sketch. 1040. On St. Mary's Day in the middle of August, at Cesena, 1502. 1041. Stairs of the Count of Urbino, rough. Footnote, the text is accompanied by a slight sketch. 1042. At the Fair of San Lorenzo at Cesena, 1502. 1043. Windows at Cesena. Footnote, there are 4 more lines of text which refer to a slightly sketched diagram. 1044. At Porto Cesenatico, on the 6th of September 1502 at 9 o'clock a.m. The way in which bastions ought to project beyond the walls of the towers to defend the outer talus, so that they may not be taken by artillery. The rock of the harbor of Cesena is 4 points towards the southwest from Cesena. 1046. In Romagna, the realm of all stupidity, vehicles with 4 wheels are used, of which the 2 in front are small and 2 high ones are behind. An arrangement which is very unfavorable to the motion, because on the 4 wheels more weight is laid than on those behind, as I showed in the first of the 5th on elements. 1047. Thus grapes are carried at Cesena. The number of the diggers of the ditches is pyramidically. Footnote. A sketch representing a hook to which 2 bunches of grapes are hanging refers to these first 2 lines. Cesena is mentioned again fall. 82a, Caro de Cesena, a cart from Cesena. 1048. There might be a harmony of the different falls of water, as you saw them at the Fountain of Rimini on the 8th day of August, 1502. 1049. The fortress at Urbino. Footnote, 1049. In the original, the text is written inside the sketch in the place here marked N. 1050. Imola, as regards Bologna, is 5 points from the west, towards the northwest, at a distance of 20 miles. Castel San Piero is seen from Imola at 4 points from the west towards the northwest, at a distance of 7 miles. Finza stands with regard to Imola between east and southeast at a distance of 10 miles. Forli stands with regard to Finza between southeast and east at a distance of 20 miles from Imola and 10 from Finza. Forlimpopoli lies in the same direction, at 25 miles from Imola. Bertinaro, as regards Imola, is 5 points from the east towards the southeast, at 27 miles. 1051. Imola as regards Bologna is 5 points from the west towards the northwest, at a distance of 20 miles. Castel San Pietro lies exactly northwest of Imola, at a distance of 7 miles. Faenza, as regards Imola, lies exactly halfway between the east and southeast at a distance of 10 miles, and Forli lies in the same direction from Imola at a distance of 20 miles, and Forlimpopolo lies in the same direction from Forli at a distance of 25 miles. Bertinaro is seen from Imola 2 points from the east towards the southeast at a distance of 27 miles. Footnote: Leonardo inserted this passage on the margin of the circular plan in watercolor of Imola CPL. CXI no. 1 in the original, the fields surrounding the town are light green, the moat, which surrounds the fortifications and the windings of the river Santerno, are light blue. The parts, which have come out blackish close to the river, are yellow ochre in the original. The dark groups of houses inside the town are red. At the 4 points of the compass drawn in the middle of the town, Leonardo has written from right to left, Mezzotti south at the top, to the left Sraccio southeast, Levante east, Greco northeast, Septentriani north, Mistro northwest, Ponent west, Libco southwest. The arch in which the plan is drawn is, in the original, 42 centimeters across. At the beginning of October 1502, Cesare Borgia was shut up in Imola by a sudden revolt of the condottieri, and it was some weeks before he could release himself from this state of siege. See Gregorovius, Geschichte der Stadt Rom im Mittelalter, Volume Roman 7, Book 13, 5. Besides this incident, Imola plays no important part in the history of the time. I therefore think myself fully justified in connecting this map, which is at Windsor, with the siege of 1502 and with Leonardo's engagements in the service of Cesare Borgia, because a comparison of these texts knows. 1050 and 1051 raise, I believe, the hypothesis to a certainty. 1052. From Bonconventi to Casa Nova are 10 miles, from Casa Nova to Chiusi 9 miles, from Chiusi to Perugia, from Perugia to Santa Maria degli Angeli, and then to Fuligno. Footnote: most of the places here described lie within the district shown in the maps on PL. CZI. 1053. On the 1st of August 1502, the library at Pesaro. 1054. Of painting. On the tops and sides of hills foreshorten the shape of the ground and its divisions, but give its proper shape to what is turned towards you. Footnote: this passage evidently refers to the making of maps, such as PL, CZI, CZI, and CZIV. There is no mention of such works. It is true, excepting in this one passage of Mizell, but this can scarcely be taken as evidence against my view that Leonardo busied himself very extensively at that time in the construction of maps. And all the less since the foregoing chapters clearly prove that at a time so full of events Leonardo would only now and then commit his observations to paper, in the Mizell. By the side of this text we find, in the original, a very indistinct sketch, perhaps a plan of a position. Instead of this drawing, I have here inserted a much clearer sketch of a position from the same Mizell, 82b and 83a. They are the only drawings of landscape, it may be noted, which occur at all in that Miz. Alessandria in Piedmont, 1055, 1056. 1055. At Candia in Lombardy, near Alessandria della Paglia, in making a well for Messer Gualtieri. Footnote 2. Messer Gualtieri, the same probably as is mentioned in Nos. 672 and 1344. Of Candia, the skeleton of a very large boat was found about 10 braccia underground, and as the timber was black and fine, it seemed good to the said Messer Gualtieri to have the mouth of the well lengthened in such a way as that the ends of the boat should be uncovered. 1056. At Alessandria della Paglia in Lombardy, there are no stones for making lime of, but such as are mixed up with an infinite variety of things native to the sea, which is now more than 200 miles away. The Alps, 1057-1062. 1057. At Monbracco, above Saluzzo, a mile above the Certosa, at the foot of Monte Viso, there is a quarry of flaky stone, which is as white as Carrara marble, without a spot, and as hard as porphyry or even harder, of which my worthy gossip, Master Benedetto the sculptor, has promised to give me a small slab, for the colors, the 2nd day of January 1511. Footnote 9. 10. Maestro Benedetto sculptor, probably some native of northern Italy acquainted with the place here described. Hardly the Florentine sculptor Benedetto da Majano. Amoretti had published this passage, and M. Ravaisin, who gave a French translation of it in the Gazette des Beaux-Arts, 1881, pag. 528, remarks as follows. Le maître sculpteur que Leonard appelle son, compare ni serait-il pas Benedetto da Majano, un de ceux qui jugeront avec lui de la place, à donner au David de Michel-Ange, et de qui le Louvre a requis récemment un buste d'après Philippe Strozzi. To this, it may be objected that Benedetto da Majano had already lain in his grave 14 years, in the year 1511, when he is supposed to have given the promise to Leonardo. The colors may have been given to the sculptor Benedetto, and the stone may have been in payment for them. From the description of the stone, here given we may conclude that it is repeated from hearsay of the sculptor's account of it. I do not understand how, from this observation, it is possible to conclude that Leonardo was on the spot. 1058. That there are springs which suddenly break forth in earthquakes or other convulsions, and suddenly fail. And this happened in a mountain in Savoy where certain forests sank in and left a very deep gap. And about 4 miles from here the earth opened itself like a gulf in the mountain, and threw out a sudden and immense flood of water which scoured the whole of a little valley of the tilled soil, vineyards and houses, and did the greatest mischief, wherever it overflowed. 1059. The river Arve, a quarter of a mile from Geneva in Savoy, where the fair is held on Midsummer Day in the village of St. Gervais. And this may be seen, as I saw it, by anyone going up Monbroso. Footnote. I have vainly inquired of every available authority for a solution of the mystery as to what mountain is intended by the name Monboso, comp. Volume I knows, 300 and 301. It seems most obvious to refer it to Monte Rosa. Rosa derived from the Celtic rose which survives in Breton and in Gaelic, meaning, in its first sense, a mountain spur, but which also like horn means a very high peak, thus Monte Rosa would mean literally the high peak. A peak of the Alps which divide France from Italy. The base of this mountain gives birth to the 4 rivers which flow in 4 different directions through the whole of Europe. And no mountain has its base at so great a height as this, which lifts itself above almost all the clouds. And snow seldom falls there, but only hail in the summer, when the clouds are highest. And this hail lies there, so that if it were not for the absorption of the rising and falling clouds, which does not happen more than twice in an age, an enormous mass of ice would be piled up there by the layers of hail. And in the middle of July, I found it very considerable. And I saw the sky above me quite dark, and the sun as it fell on the mountain was far brighter here than in the plains below, because a smaller extent of atmosphere lay between the summit of the mountain and the sun. Footnote 6, in Una Ada. This is perhaps a slip of the pen on Leonardo's part and should be read as state summer. Lake 9b. 1061. In the mountains of Verona, the red marble is found all mixed with cockle shells turned into stone. Some of them have been filled at the mouth with the cement which is the substance of the stone, and in some parts they have remained separate from the mass of the rock which enclosed them, because the outer covering of the shell had interposed and had not allowed them to unite with it, while in other places this cement had petrified those which were old and almost stripped the outer skin. 1062. Bridge of Goertzwilbach. Footnote, there is a slight sketch with this text. Leonardo seems to have intended to suggest, with a few pen strokes, the course of the Rysons and of the Wittbach in the vicinity of Gorizia Goers. He himself says in another place that he had been in Friuli, see no, 1077-119. The Apennines, 1063-1068. 1063. That part of the earth which was lightest remained farthest from the center of the world, and that part of the earth became the lightest over which the greatest quantity of water flowed. And therefore that part became lightest where the greatest number of rivers flow, like the Alps which divide Germany and France from Italy, whence issue the Rhone flowing southwards and the Rhine to the north. The Danube or Tanya towards the northeast, and the Po to the east, with innumerable rivers which join them, and which always run turbid with the soil carried by them to the sea. The shores of the sea are constantly moving towards the middle of the sea and displace it from its original position. The lowest portion of the Mediterranean will be reserved for the bed and current of the Nile, the largest river that flows into that sea. And with it are grouped all its tributaries, which at first fell into the sea. As may be seen with the Po and its tributaries, which first fell into that sea, which between the Apennines and the German Alps was united to the Adriatic Sea. That the Gallic Alps are the highest part of Europe. 1064. And of these I found some in the rocks of the high Apennines and mostly at the rock of La Vernia. Footnote 6. Sasso della Vernia, the frowning rock between the sources of the Arno and the Tiber, as Dante describes this mountain, which is 1269 meters in height. This note is written by the side of that given as number 1020, but their connection does not make it clear what Leonardo's purpose was in writing it. 1065. At Parma, at La Campana, on the 25th of October 1514. A note on the petrifactions, or fossils near Parma, will be found under number 989. 1066. A method for drying the marsh of Piombino. Footnote, there is a slight sketch with this text in the original. Piombino is also mentioned in Nos. 609, L 5558, compare PL, Roman 35:3 below, also in number 1035. 1067. The shepherds in the Romagna at the foot of the Apennines make peculiar large cavities in the mountains in the form of a horn, and on one side they fasten a horn. This little horn becomes one and the same with the said cavity, and thus they produce by blowing into it a very loud noise. 1068. A spring may be seen to rise in Sicily, which at certain times of the year throws out chestnut leaves in quantities, but in Sicily chestnuts do not grow, hence it is evident that that spring must issue from some abyss in Italy and then flow beneath the sea to break forth in Sicily. Footnote, the chestnut tree is very common in Sicily. In writing, Sicilia Leonardo meant perhaps Cilicia. 2. France. 1069. Germany, France. A. Austria A. Picardy B. Saxony B. Normandy C. Nuremberg C. Dauphine D. Flanders. Spain. A. Biscay B. Castile C. Galicia D. Portugal E. Tarragona F. Granada. Footnote, two slightly sketched maps, one of Europe the other of Spain, are at the side of these notes. 1070. Perpignan, Rhône, Lyon, Paris, Ghent, Bruges, Holland. Footnote, Rhône does not seem to mean here Rouen in Normandy, but is probably Rhône, Rodamna on the upper Loire, Lyonnais Dep, du Loire. This town is now unimportant, but in Leonardo's time was still a place of some consequence. 1071. At Bordeaux in Gascony, the sea rises about 40 braccia before its ebb, and the river there is filled with salt water for more than 150 miles. And the vessels which are repaired there rest high and dry on a high hill above the sea at low tide. Footnote 2. This is obviously an exaggeration, founded on inaccurate information. Half of 150 miles would be nearer the mark. 1072. The Rhône issues from the Lake of Geneva and flows first to the west and then to the south, with a course of 400 miles, and pours its waters into the Mediterranean. 1073. CD is the garden at Blois. A B is the conduit of Blois, made in France by Fra Giocondo. BC is what is wanting in the height of that conduit. CD is the height of the garden at Blois. EF is the siphon of the conduit, BC. EF, FG is where the siphon discharges into the river. Footnote. The tenor of this note, see lines 2 and 3, seems to me to indicate that this passage was not written in France, but was written from oral information. We have no evidence as to when this note may have been written beyond the circumstance that Fra Giocondo, the Veronese architect, left France not before the year 1505. The greater part of the magnificent chateau of Blois has now disappeared. Whether this note was made for a special purpose is uncertain. The original form and extent of the chateau is shown in Andravit, Les plus excellence bastiments de France, Paris MDCV, and it may be observed that there is in the middle of the garden a pavilion somewhat similar to that shown on PL. LXXXVI number 7. Sieste la Sauce, Histoire du Château de Blois, Forêt edition Blois et Paris p. 175. And Mariant Suffil Ania François, Comte d'Angoulême, Louis Roman 12 Louis Avate constitu en dot les cons de Blois, disti de Coucy, de Montfort, dedamps et de Verdus. Une ordonnance de François I Louis Laisse en 1516 l'administration du comte de Blois. Le roi fit commencer, dans la même année, les travaux de celle belle partie du château, que nous sous le nom d'ale de François I, et dont nous avons dans la description au commencement de ce livre. Nous trouvons en effet, dans les archives du baron de Forsenwald, une pièce qui en fixe parfaitement la date. En Wilet, G. Bayman Philippot, commis par le roi à tenir le comtet faire le paiement des bastiments, edifices et reparations que le dit seigneur fait faire en son chaste de Blois, confesse avoir eu et reçu la somme de 3000 livres tournois, le 5e jour de juillet, l'an 1506. P. 24. Les jardins avaient et décors avec beaucoup de luxe par les différents possesseurs du château. Il n'y restait tous les bâtiments quils, y leverant quesu des officiers charges de l'administration et de la culture des jardins, et un pavillon car en pier et un brique flanc de terraces à chacun de ses angles. Quoique de figure par des mesures élevées sur les terrasses, cet édifice est tristine d'intérêt par l'originalité du plan, la décoration architecturale et le souvenir d'Anne de Bretagne qui le fit construire. Philibien describes the garden as follows. Le jardin haut et fort bien dress par grands compartiments de toutes sortes de figures, avec des allées de murs blancs et des palissades de coudriers. Du grands berceaux de charpenterie séparant tout la longueur et la largeur du jardin, et dans les quatre angles des allées, aussi es berceaux si crescent, il y a 4 cabinets de mesme charpenterie. Il y a pas longtemps quil y a dans si mesme jardin, a l'endroit aussi crescent les allées du milieu, un édifice de figure octagon, de plus de 7 thoises de diamètre et de plus de 9 thoises de haut, avec 4 enfoncements en forme de niches, dans les 4 angles des allées. See bastiment. Eslate de charpent, mais d'un extraordinairement bien travail. En y voit particulièrement la cordelière qui rignati tout, auteur en forme de cordon. Car la reine affectate de la mettre non seulement, à ses armes, et à ses chiffres mais de la faire représenter, en divers manières, dans tous, les ouvrages qu'on lui faisait pour elle. Le bastiment estati couvert en forme de dôme qui dans, son milieu avait encore, un plus petit dôme. Au lanterne vitrée au-dessus de laquelle estate une figure dorée représentant Saint Michel. Les deux dômes estiant proprement, couverts d'ardos et de plomb d'or par dehors. Par dedans ils, esliant lembrisses d'une menuiserie très délicate. Au milieu de ce salon, il y avait un grand bassin octagon de marbre blanc, dont toutes les faces estant enrichies de different sculptures, avec les armes et les chiffres du roi Louis Roman 12 et de la reine Anne. Dans ce bassin, il y en avait un autre pose sur un pedestal lequel, haut 7 pieds de diamètre. Il estate de figure ronde à godrons, avec des masques et d'autres ornements très squamment taillés. Du milieu de ce duxisme bassin, si levate un autre petit pedestal qui portait un troisisme bassin de 3 pieds de diamètre, aussi parfaitement bien taille. Si estoit de ce dernier bassin que jalisoit ello qui si rependoit en suit dans les deux autres bassins. Les beaux ouvrages faits d'un marbre esquillement blanc et poli, furent brises par la pesanteur de tout l'édifice, que les ingers de l'air renversarent de fond en comble. 1074. The river Loire at Ambis. The river is higher within the bank BD than outside that bank. The island where there is a part of Ambis. This is the river that passes through Ambis. It passes at a BCD, and when it has passed the bridge it turns back, against the original current, by the channel DE, BF in contact with the bank which lies between the 2 contrary currents of the said river, AB, CD, and DE, BF. It then turns down again by the channel FL, GH, NM, and reunites with the river from which it was at first separated, which passes by KN, which makes KMRT. But when the river is very full it flows all in one channel passing over the bank BD. Footnote, CPL, CXV. Lines 17 are above, lines 8-10 in the middle of the large island, and the word Isola is written above D in the smaller island. It is written on the margin on the bank of the river above 1. In the reproduction it is not visible. As may be seen from the last sentence, the observation was made after long study of the river's course, when Leonardo had resided for some time at or near Ambis. 1075. The water may be dammed up above the level of Romorantin to such a height that in its fall it may be used for numerous mills. 1075. The river at Villefranche may be conducted to Romorantin, which may be done by the inhabitants, and the timber of which their houses are built may be carried in boats to Romorantin. Footnote. Compare No. 744. The river may be dammed up at such a height that the waters may be brought back to Romorantin with a convenient fall. 1076. As to whether it is better that the water should all be raised in a single turn or in two, the answer is that in one single turn the wheel could not support all the water that it can raise in 2 turns, because at the half turn of the wheel it would be raising 100 pounds and no more. And if it had to raise the whole 200 pounds in one turn, it could not raise them unless the wheel were of double the diameter, and if the diameter were doubled, the time of its revolution would be doubled. Therefore it is better and a greater advantage in expense to make such a wheel of half the size. The land which it would water and would render the country fertile to supply food to the inhabitants, and would make navigable canals for mercantile purposes. The way in which the river in its flow should scour its own channel. By the 9th of the 3rd, the more rapid it is, the more it wears away its channel. And, by the converse proposition, the slower the water the more it deposits that which renders it turbid. And let the sluice be movable like the one I arranged in Friuli. Footnote 19. This passage reveals to us the fact that Leonardo had visited the country of Friuli and that he had stayed there for some time. Nothing whatever was known of this previously, where when one sluice was opened the water which passed through it dug out the bottom. Therefore, when the rivers are flooded, the sluices of the mills ought to be opened in order that the whole course of the river may pass through falls to each mill. There should be many in order to give a greater impetus, and so all the river will be scoured. And below the site of each of the 2 mills there may be one of the said sluice falls. One of them may be placed below each mill. 1078. A trabacco is 4 braccia, and 1 mile is 3,000 of the said braccia. Each braccio is divided into 12 inches, and the water in the canals has a fall in every 100 trabacchi of 2 of these inches. Therefore 14 inches of fall are necessary in 2,800 braccia of flow in these canals. It follows that 15 inches of fall give the required momentum to the currents of the waters in the said canals, that is 1 braccio and a half in the mile. And from this it may be concluded that the water taken from the river of Villefranche and lent to the river of Romorantin will, where one river by reason of its low level cannot flow into the other, it will be necessary to dam it up, so that it may acquire a fall into the other, which was previously the higher. The eve of St. Antony I returned from Romorantin to Amboise, and the king went away 2 days before from Romorantin. From Romorantin as far as the bridge at Sauder, it is called the Sauder, and from that bridge as far as Tours, it is called the Cher. I would test the level of that channel, which is to lead from the Loire to Romorantin, with a channel 1 braccio wide and 1 braccio deep. Footnote, lines 618 are partly reproduced in the facsimile on p. 254, and the whole of lines 1925. The following names are written along the rivers on the larger sketch: Era F, the Loire, Sire F, the Cher, 3 times, Pot Sadro, Bridge of the Sauder, Villefranche Banco, Sandbank, Sadro, Sauder. The circle below shows the position of Romorantin. The words Orologio del Sol written below do not belong to the map of the rivers. The following names are written by the side of the smaller sketch map: Tours, Tours, Abosa, Ambace, Brez for Blaise, Blois, Maurica, Montrichard, Lione, Leon. This map was also published in the Saggio, Milano, 1872, pl. Roman 22, and the editor's remark: Forcella linear redicivata Amboise a Romorantin segna l'andamento proposto d'un canal, ci poi rimbra prolungarsi in giù fin dove sta scritto Lione. M. Ravaisin has enlarged on this idea in the Gazette des Beaux Arts 1881 p. 530. Les traces de Leonard permettent d'entrevoir que le canal communicant soit opers de Tours, soit opers de Blois et passant par Romorantin, avec port d'embarquement à Villefranche de Vate, au-delà de Bourgs, traverser l'Allier au-dessous des affluents de la Dor et de la Seule, aller par Moulins jusqu'à Digan. Enfin, sur l'autre rive de la Loire, de passer les monts du Charolais et rejoindre la Seine opers de Macon. It seems to me rash, however, to found so elaborate an hypothesis on these sketches of rivers. The slight stroke going to Lione is perhaps only an indication of the direction with regard to the Loire. Compare also no. 988. L38. 1079. The road to Orleans. At 14 from the south to the southeast. At 13 from the south to the southeast. At 14 from the south to the southeast. At 15 from the south to the southeast. Between the southwest and south, to the east bearing to the south. From the south towards the east 18, thence to the west, between the south and southwest, at the south. Footnote: the meaning is obscure. A more important passage referring to France is to be found under number 744. On the Germans 1080, 1081. 1080. The way in which the Germans, closing up together, cross and interweave their broad leather shields against the enemy, stooping down and putting one of the ends on the ground while they hold the rest in their hand. Footnote: above the text is a sketch of a few lines crossing each other and the words de ponderibus. The meaning of the passage is obscure. 1081. The Germans are wont to annoy a garrison with the smoke of feathers, sulfur, and realgar, and they make this smoke last 7 or 8 hours. Likewise, the husks of wheat make a great and lasting smoke, and also dry dung. But this must be mixed with olive husks, that is, olives pressed for oil, and from which the oil has been extracted. Footnote: there is with this passage a sketch of a round tower shrouded in smoke. The Danube. 1082. That the valleys were formerly in great part covered by lakes, the soil of which always forms the banks of rivers end by seas, which afterwards, by the persistent wearing of the rivers, cut through the mountains, and the wandering courses of the rivers carried away the other plains enclosed by the mountains. And the cutting away of the mountains is evident from the strata and the rocks, which correspond in their sections as made by the courses of the rivers. Footnote 4. Emus, the Balkan. Dardania, now Servia. The Hemus Mountains, which go along Thrace and Dardania, and join the Sardonius Mountains, which, going on to the westward, change their name from Sardis to Rabai, as they come near Dalmatia. Then turning to the west cross Illyria, now called Sclavonia, changing the name of Rabai to Albanus, and going on still to the west, they change to Mount Acra in the north. And to the south above Istria they are named Caruencas. And to the west above Italy they join the Agila, where the Danube rises, which stretches to the east and has a course of 1,500 miles. Its shortest line is about L000 miles, and the same or about the same is that branch of the Agila Mountains changed as to their name, as before mentioned. To the north are the Carpathians, closing in the breadth of the valley of the Danube, which, as I have said, extends eastward, a length of about 1,000 miles, and is sometimes 200, and in some places 300 miles wide. And in the midst flows the Danube, the principal river of Europe as to size. The said Danube runs through the middle of Austria and Albania, and northwards through Bavaria, Poland, Hungary, Wallachia, and Bosnia. And then the Danube or Donau flows into the Black Sea, which formerly extended almost to Austria and occupied the plains through which the Danube now courses. And the evidence of this is in the oysters and cockle shells and scallops and bones of great fishes, which are still to be found in many places on the sides of those mountains. And this sea was formed by the filling up of the spurs of the Agila Mountains, which then extended to the east, joining the spurs of the Taurus, which extend to the west. And near Bithynia, the waters of this Black Sea poured into the Propontis, falling into the Aegean Sea, that is the Mediterranean, where, after a long course, the spurs of the Agila Mountains became separated from those of the Taurus. The Black Sea sank lower and laid bare the valley of the Danube with the above-named countries, and the whole of Asia Minor beyond the Taurus range to the north, and the plains from Mount Caucasus to the Black Sea to the west, and the plains of the Don this side, that is to say, at the foot of the Ural Mountains. And thus the Black Sea must have sunk about 1,000 brachia to uncover such vast plains. Footnote 8, Danubio in the original Reno, evidently a mistake, as we may infer from cum disi L10 and C. 3. The countries of the western end of the Mediterranean. The Straits of Gibraltar, 1083-1085. 1083. Why the sea makes a stronger current in the Straits of Spain than elsewhere. A river of equal depth runs with greater speed in a narrow space than in a wide one, in proportion to the difference between the wider and the narrower one. This proposition is clearly proved by reason confirmed by experiment. Supposing that through a channel 1 mile wide there flows 1 mile in length of water. Where the river is 5 miles wide, each of the 5 square miles will require 1/5 of itself to be equal to the square mile of water required in the sea. And where the river is 3 miles wide, each of these square miles will require the third of its volume to make up the amount of the square mile of the narrow part, as is demonstrated in FGH at the mile marked N. Footnote, in the place marked in the diagram Mare Mediterranean Sea is written in the original, and at B, Stretto di Spugna, Straits of Spain, i.e. Gibraltar. Compare number 960. 1084. Why the current of Gibraltar is always greater to the west than to the east. The reason is that if you put together the mouths of the rivers which discharge into the Mediterranean Sea, you would find the sum of water to be larger than that which this sea pours through the straits into the ocean. You see Africa discharging its rivers that run northwards into this sea, and among them the Nile, which runs through 3,000 miles of Africa. There is also the Bagrata River and the Shelif and others. Footnote 5. Bagrata, Leonardo writes Bragata in Tunis, now Medcerta, Mavritano, now Shelif. Likewise Europe pours into it the Don and the Danube, the Po, the Rhone, the Arno, and the Tiber, so that evidently these rivers, with an infinite number of others of less fame, make its great breadth and depth and current. And the sea is not wider than 18 miles at the most westerly point of land where it divides Europe from Africa. 1085. The Gulf of the Mediterranean, as an inland sea, received the principal waters of Africa, Asia, and Europe that flowed towards it, and its waters came up to the foot of the mountains that surrounded it and made its shores. And the summits of the Apennines stood up out of this sea like islands, surrounded by salt water. Africa again, behind its Atlas Mountains, did not expose uncovered to the sky the surface of its vast plains about 3,000 miles in length, and Memphis. Footnote 6. Mephi. Leonardo can only mean here the citadel of Cairo on the Mokattam Hills. Was on the shores of this sea, and above the plains of Italy, where now birds fly in flocks, fish were wont to wander in large shoals. 1086. Tunis. The greatest ebb made anywhere by the Mediterranean is above Tunis, being about 2.5 brachia, and at Venice it falls 2 brachia. In all the rest of the Mediterranean Sea, the fall is little or none. 1087. Libya. Describe the mountains of shifting deserts. That is to say the formation of waves of sand borne by the wind, and of its mountains and hills, such as occur in Libya. Examples may be seen on the wide sands of the Po and the Ticino and other large rivers. 1088. Majorca. Circumfulgor is a naval machine. It was an invention of the men of Majorca. Footnote, the machine is fully described in the Ms. and shown in a sketch. 1089. The Tyrrhene Sea. Some at the Tyrrhene Sea employ this method. That is to say they fastened an anchor to one end of the yard, and to the other a cord of which the lower end was fastened to an anchor. And in battle they flung this anchor on to the oars of the opponent's boat, and by the use of a capstan drew it to the side, and threw soft soap and tow, daubed with pitch and set ablaze, onto that side where the anchor hung, so that in order to escape that fire, the defenders of that ship had to fly to the opposite side. And in doing this, they aided to the attack, because the galley was more easily drawn to the side by reason of the counterpoise. Footnote, this text is illustrated in the original by a pen and ink sketch. 4. The Levant. The Levantan Sea. 1090. On the shores of the Mediterranean 300 rivers flow, and 200 ports. And this sea is 3,000 miles long. Many times has the increase of its waters, heaped up by their backward flow and the blowing of the west winds, caused the overflow of the Nile and of the rivers which flow out through the Black Sea, and have so much raised the seas that they have spread with vast floods over many countries. And these floods take place at the time when the sun melts the snows on the high mountains of Ethiopia that rise up into the cold regions of the air. And in the same way the approach of the sun acts on the mountains of Sarmatia in Asia and on those in Europe, so that the gathering together of these three things are, and always have been, the cause of tremendous floods. That is, the return flow of the sea with the west wind and the melting of the snows. So every river will overflow in Syria, in Samaria, in Judea between Sinai and the Lebanon, and in the rest of Syria between the Lebanon and the Taurus Mountains, and in Cilicia, in the Armenian mountains, and in Pamphylia and in Lycia within the hills, and in Egypt as far as the Atlas Mountains. The Gulf of Persia, which was formerly a vast lake of the Tigris and discharged into the Indian Sea, has now worn away the mountains which formed its banks and laid them even with the level of the Indian Ocean. And if the Mediterranean had continued its flow through the Gulf of Arabia, it would have done the same, that is to say, would have reduced the level of the Mediterranean to that of the Indian Sea. The Red Sea, 1091, 1092. 1091. For a long time, the water of the Mediterranean flowed out through the Red Sea, which is 100 miles wide and 1,500 long, and full of reefs, and it has worn away the sides of Mount Sinai, a fact which testifies not to an inundation from the Indian Sea beating on these coasts, but to a deluge of water which carried with it all the rivers which abound round the Mediterranean, and besides this there is the reflux of the sea. And then, a cutting being made to the west 3,000 miles away from this place, Gibraltar was separated from Ceuta, which had been joined to it. And this passage was cut very low down in the plains between Gibraltar and the ocean at the foot of the mountain, in the low part, aided by the hollowing out of some valleys made by certain rivers, which might have flowed here. Hercules Footnote 9. Leonardo seems here to mention Hercules half-jestingly and only in order to suggest to the reader an allusion to the legend of the Pillars of Hercules. Came to open the sea to the westward, and then the sea waters began to pour into the western ocean, and in consequence of this great fall, the Red Sea remained the higher, whence the water, abandoning its course here, ever after poured away through the Straits of Spain. 1092. The surface of the Red Sea is on a level with the ocean. A mountain may have fallen and closed the mouth of the Red Sea and prevented the outlet of the Mediterranean, and the Mediterranean Sea, thus overfilled, had for outlet the passage below the mountains of Gades. For, in our own times, a similar thing has been seen. Footnote 6. Compare also number 1336, LL. 30, 35 and 36. Paolo Giovio, the celebrated historian, born at Como in 1483, reports that in 1513 at the foot of the Alps, above Bellinzona, on the road to Switzerland, a mountain fell with a very great noise in consequence of an earthquake, and that the mass of rocks, which fell on the left, western side blocked the river Brino, TIP 218 and 345 of D. Sauvage's French edition, quoted in Alexis Percy, Mémoire des Tremblements de Terre de la Péninsule Italique, Académie Royale de Belgique. T. Roman 22. A mountain fell 7 miles across a valley and closed it up and made a lake. And thus most lakes have been made by mountains, as the Lake of Garda, the lakes of Como and Lugano, and the Lago Maggiore. The Mediterranean fell but little on the confines of Syria, in consequence of the Gadatanian passage, but a great deal in this passage, because before this cutting was made, the Mediterranean Sea flowed to the southeast, and then the fall had to be made by its run through the Straits of Gades. Out of the water of the Mediterranean fell into the ocean. All the plains which lie between the sea and mountains were formerly covered with salt water. Every valley has been made by its own river, and the proportion between valleys is the same as that between river and river. The greatest river in our world is the Mediterranean River, which moves from the sources of the Nile to the Western Ocean. And its greatest height is in outer Mauritania, and it has a course of 10,000 miles before it reunites with its ocean, the father of the waters. That is 3,000 miles for the Mediterranean, 3,000 for the Nile, as far as discovered, and 3,000 for the Nile which flows to the east and sea. Footnote CPL, CXI2, a sketch of the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, where lines 11 to 16 may be seen. The large figures 158 are not in Leonardo's writing. The character of the writing leads us to conclude that this text was written later than the foregoing. A slight sketch of the Mediterranean is also to be found in MS. I 47a. The Nile, 1093-1098. 1093. Therefore we must conclude those mountains to be of the greatest height, above which the clouds falling in snow give rise to the Nile. 1094. The Egyptians, the Ethiopians, and the Arabs, in crossing the Nile with camels, are accustomed to attach two bags on the sides of the camels' bodies, that is, skins in the form shown underneath. In these four meshes of the net, the camels for baggage place their feet. Footnote: unfortunately, both the sketches which accompany this passage are too much effaced to be reproduced. The upper represents the two sacks joined by ropes, as here described. The other shows four camels with riders swimming through a river. 1095. The Tigris passes through Asia Minor and brings with it the water of three lakes, one after the other of various elevations, the first being Munis and the middle Palus and the lowest Triton. And the Nile again springs from three very high lakes in Ethiopia and runs northwards towards the Sea of Egypt with a course of 4,000 miles, and by the shortest and straightest line, it is 3,000 miles. It is said that it issues from the mountains of the moon and has various unknown sources. The said lakes are about 4,000 brachia above the surface of the sphere of water, that is 1 mile and 1/3, giving to the Nile a fall of 1 brachia in every mile. Footnote 5, Incogniti Principio. The affluents of the lakes are probably here intended. Compare, as to the Nile, Nos. 970, 1063, and 1084. 1096. Very many times, the Nile and other very large rivers have poured out their whole element of water and restored it to the sea. 1097. Why does the inundation of the Nile occur in the summer, coming from torrid countries? 1098. It is not denied that the Nile is constantly muddy in entering the Egyptian Sea, and that its turbidity is caused by soil that this river is continually bringing from the places it passes, which soil never returns in the sea which receives it, unless it throws it on its shores. You see the sandy desert beyond Mount Atlas, where formerly it was covered with salt water. Customs of Asiatic nations, 1099, 1100. 1099. The Assyrians and the people of Euboea accustom their horses to carry sacks which they can at pleasure fill with air, and which in case of need they carry instead of the girth of the saddle above and at the side, and they are well covered with plates of cuir bouilly, in order that they may not be perforated by flights of arrows. Thus they have not on their minds their security in flight, when the victory is uncertain. A horse thus equipped enables 4 or 5 men to cross over at need. 1100. Small boats. The small boats used by the Assyrians were made of thin laths of willow plaited over rods also of willow, and bent into the form of a boat. They were daubed with fine mud soaked with oil or with turpentine, and reduced to a kind of mud which resisted the water, and because pine would split, and always remained fresh. And they covered this sort of boats with the skins of oxen in safely crossing the river Sicurus of Spain, as is reported by Lucant. Footnote 7, see Lucan's Pharsalia Roman 4, 130. Ut cabuit repas Sicurus camposque reliquit, primum cana salix made facto vimine parvum texiter in puppim, calsoc inducto juvenco vectoris patiens tumidum supernatat amnum. Sic venetus stagnante pato, fusoc Britannis navigat oceano, sic cum tenet omnia nihilus, conseritor bibula memphitis symbo papiro. His radibus transjectum manus festinat, utrum succissum cavernemis. The Spaniards, the Scythians, and the Arabs, when they want to make a bridge in haste, fix hurdle-work made of willows on bags of ox-hide, and so cross in safety. Rhodes 1101, 1102. 1101. In 89 there was an earthquake in the Sea of Attalia near Rhodes, which opened the sea that is its bottom end into this opening such a torrent of water poured, that for more than 3 hours the bottom of the sea was uncovered by reason of the water which was lost in it, and then it closed to the former level. Footnote, Nello Attanto 9. It is scarcely likely that Leonardo should here mean 89 ad. Dr. H. Muller-Strubbing writes to me as follows on this subject. With reference to Rhodes, Ross says, rise off den Griechischen in Seln, Roman 370 ff. 1840. That ancient history affords instances of severe earthquakes at Rhodes, among others one in the second year of the 138th Olympiad equals 270 BC. A remarkably violent one under Antoninus Pius, AD 138-161, and again under Constantine and later. But Leonardo expressly speaks of an earthquake, nel mar di Attalia presso a Rhodi, which is singular. The town of Attalia, founded by Attalus, which is what he no doubt means, was in Pamphylia and more than 150 English miles east of Rhodes in a straight line. Leake and most other geographers identify it with the present town of Adalia. Atalia is rarely mentioned by the ancients, indeed only by Strabo and Pliny, and no earthquake is spoken of. I think therefore you are justified in assuming that Leonardo means 1489. In the elaborate catalogue of earthquakes in the east by Sile D. Shellal Edin Seyuthi, an unpublished Arabic Ms in the possession of Prof. Scheffer, member de l'Institut, Paris mention is made of a terrible earthquake in the year 867 of the Mohammedan era, corresponding to the year 1489, and it is there stated that 100 persons were killed by it in the fortress of Kerak. There are 3 places of this name: Kerak on the Sea of Tiberias, Kerak near Tal on the Libanon, which I visited in the summer of L876, but neither of these is the place alluded to. Possibly it may be the strongly fortified town of Kerak equals Ker Moab, to the west of the Dead Sea. There is no notice about this in Alexis Percy, Memoires sur les tremblements de terres récentes dans la péninsule turco-hellénique et en Syrie, Memoires courants et Memoires des savants étrangers, Académie Royale de Belgique, tome Roman 23. 1102. Rhodes has in it 5,000 houses. Cyprus 1103, 1104. 1103. Site for Venus. You must make steps on 4 sides, by which to mount to a meadow formed by nature at the top of a rock, which may be hollowed out and supported in front by pilasters and open underneath in a large portico. Footnote, CPL, LXXCI. Compare also p33 of this volume. The standing male figure at the side is evidently suggested by Michelangelo's David. On the same place, a slight sketch of horses seems to have been drawn first. There is no reason for assuming that the text and this sketch, which have no connection with each other, are of the same date. Cito di Venere. By this heading Leonardo appears to mean Cyprus, which was always considered by the ancients to be the home and birthplace of Aphrodite, Kirpic in Homer, in which the water may fall into various vases of granite, Porphyrian serpentine, within semicircular recesses, and the water may overflow from these. And round this portico towards the north there should be a lake with a little island, in the midst of which should be a thick and shady wood. The waters at the top of the pilasters should pour into vases at their base, from whence they should flow in little channels. Starting from the shore of Cilicia, towards the south, you discover the beauties of the island of Cyprus. The Caspian Sea, 1105, 1106, 1104. From the shore of the southern coast of Cilicia may be seen to the south the beautiful island of Cyprus, which was the realm of the goddess Venus, and many navigators, being attracted by her beauty, had their ships and rigging broken amidst the reefs, surrounded by the whirling waters. Here the beauty of delightful hills tempts wandering mariners to refresh themselves amidst their flowery verdure, where the winds are tempered and fill the island and the surrounding seas with fragrant odors. Ah! How many a ship has here been sunk! Ah! How many a vessel broken on these rocks! Here might be seen barks without number, some wrecked and half covered by the sand, others showing the poop and another the prow, here a keel and there the ribs, and it seems like a day of judgment when there should be a resurrection of dead ships, so great is the number of them covering all the northern shore, and while the north gale makes various and fearful noises there. 1105. Write to Bartolomeo the Turk as to the flow and ebb of the Black Sea, and whether he is aware if there be such a flow and ebb in the Hyrcanian or Caspian Sea. Footnote. The handwriting of this note points to a late date. 1106. Why water is found at the top of mountains. From the Straits of Gibraltar to the Don is 3,500 miles, that is 1 mile and 1/6, giving a fall of 1 brachio in a mile to any water that moves gently. The Caspian Sea is a great deal higher, and none of the mountains of Europe rise a mile above the surface of our seas. Therefore it might be said that the water which is on the summits of our mountains might come from the height of those seas, and of the rivers which flow into them, and which are still higher. The Sea of Azov. 1107. Hence it follows that the Sea of Azov is the highest part of the Mediterranean Sea, being at a distance of 3,500 miles from the Straits of Gibraltar, as is shown by the map for navigation. And it has 3,500 brachia of descent, that is, 1 mile and 1/6. Therefore it is higher than any mountains which exist in the west. Footnote, the passage before this, in the original, treats of the exit of the waters from lakes in general. The Dardanelles. 1108. In the Bosphorus, the Black Sea flows always into the Aegean Sea, and the Aegean Sea never flows into it. And this is because the Caspian, which is 400 miles to the east, with the rivers which pour into it, always flows through subterranean caves into this Sea of Pontus. And the Don does the same as well as the Danube, so that the waters of Pontus are always higher than those of the Aegean. For the higher always fall towards the lower, and never the lower towards the higher. Constantinople. 1109. The bridge of Pyrrha at Constantinople, 40 brachia wide, 70 brachia high above the water, 600 brachia long. That is 400 over the sea and 200 on the land, thus making its own abutments. Footnote, CPL. CX number 1 in 1453 by order of Sultan Mohammed Roman II. The Golden Horn was crossed by a pontoon bridge laid on barrels, see Joe. Duca's History of the Byzantine Empire Roman 30, 8p 279. The biographers of Michelangelo, Vasari as well as Condivi, relate that at the time when Michelangelo suddenly left Rome, in 1506, he entertained some intention of going to Constantinople, there to serve the Sultan, who sought to engage him, by means of certain Franciscan monks, for the purpose of constructing a bridge to connect Constantinople with Pyrrha. See Vasari, Vite ed. Sansoni Roman 7, 168. Michelangelo, Veduto questa furia del Papa, dubitando di lui, eb, secondo ci si dice, voglia di andarsene in Costantinopoli a servire il Turco, per mezzo di certi frati di San Francesco, ci desiderava averlo per fare un pont ci passasse da Costantinopoli a Pyrrha. And Condivi, Vita di M. Buonarroti chapter 30. Michelangelo allora vedendosi condato a questo, temendo dell'ira del Papa, penso d'andarsene in Levante. Massimamente essendo stato dal Turco ricercato, con grandissime promis per mezzo di certi frati di San Francesco, per volersin servire in fare un pont de Costantinopoli, a Pyrrha ed in altri affari. Leonardo's plan for this bridge was made in 1502. We may therefore conclude that at about that time, the Sultan Bajazet Roman II had either announced a competition in this matter, or that through his agents Leonardo had first been called upon to carry out the scheme. The Euphrates. 1110. If the river will turn to the rift farther on, it will never return to its bed, as the Euphrates does, and this may do at Bologna, the one who is disappointed for his rivers. Central Asia. 1111. Mounts Caucasus, Commodorum, and Paropmicidae are joined together between Bactria and India, and give birth to the river Oxus, which takes its rise in these mountains and flows 500 miles towards the north and as many towards the west, and discharges its waters into the Caspian Sea, and is accompanied by the Oxus, Dargatos, Arthames, Zariasps, Dargamame, Ochus, and Margus, all very large rivers. From the opposite side towards the south rises the great river Indus, which sends its waters for 600 miles southwards, and receives as tributaries in this course the rivers Zaradris, Hyphasis, Vadris, Vandable Bislaspis to the east, Swaistes and Co to the west, uniting with these rivers, and with their waters it flows 800 miles to the west. Then, turning back by the Arbidi Mountains, makes an elbow and turns southwards, where after a course of about 100 miles it finds the Indian Sea, in which it pours itself by 7 branches. On the side of the same mountains rises the great Ganges, which river flows southwards for 500 miles and to the southwest 1,000. And Sarabas, Daya-Inuna, Soas, and Silo, Kandrananda are its tributaries. It flows into the Indian Sea by many mouths. On the natives of hot countries. 1112. Men born in hot countries love the night because it refreshes them and have a horror of light because it burns them, and therefore they are of the color of night, that is black. And in cold countries it is just the contrary. Roman 18. Naval warfare mechanical appliances music. Such theoretical questions, as have been laid before the reader in sections Roman 16 and Roman 17, though they were the chief subjects of Leonardo's studies of the sea, did not exclusively claim his attention. A few passages have been collected at the beginning of this section, which prove that he had turned his mind to the practical problems of navigation, and more especially of naval warfare. What we know for certain of his life gives us no data, it is true, as to when or where these matters came under his consideration. But the fact remains certain both from these notes in his manuscripts and from the well-known letter to Ludovico il Maro, no. 1340, in which he expressly states that he is as capable as any man in this very department. The numerous notes as to the laws and rationale of the flight of birds are scattered through several notebooks. An account of these is given in the bibliography of the manuscripts at the end of this work. It seems probable that the idea which led him to these investigations was his desire to construct a flying or aerial machine for man. At the same time, it must be admitted that the notes on the two subjects are quite unconnected in the manuscripts, and that those on the flight of birds are by far the most numerous and extensive. The two most important passages that treat of the construction of a flying machine are those already published as Tav. Roman 16, no, 1 and Tav. Roman 18 in the Saggio dell'Opera di Leonardo da Vinci, Milan 1872. The passages nos. 1120-1125 here, printed for the first time and hitherto unknown, refer to the same subject, and with the exception of one already published in the Saggio no. 1126. They are, so far as I know, the only notes, among the numerous observations on the flight of birds, in which the phenomena are incidentally and expressly connected with the idea of a flying machine. The notes on machines of war, the construction of fortifications, and similar matters which fall within the department of the engineer have not been included in this work. For the reasons given on page 26 of this volume, an exception has been made in favor of the passages nos. 1127 and 1128, because they have a more general interest, as bearing on the important question, whence the master derived his knowledge of these matters. Though it would be rash to assert that Leonardo was the first to introduce the science of mining into Italy, it may be confidently said that he is one of the earliest writers who can be proved to have known and understood it, while on the other hand, it is almost beyond doubt that in the East at that time, the whole science of besieging towns and mining in particular was far more advanced than in Europe. This gives a peculiar value to the expressions used in no. 1127. I have been unable to find in the manuscripts any passage, whatever which throws any light on Leonardo's great reputation as a musician. Nothing therein illustrates Vassarp's well-known statement. Avenci morto Giovan Galas Duca di Milano, e creato Ludovico Sforza nel grado medesimo, anno 1494, fu condato a Milano con gran reputazione Leonardo al Duca, il quale molto si deltava del suono della lira, percesanas. E Leonardo porto quello, strumento si cegli aveva di sua mano fabbricato d'argento gran part, in forma d'un teschio di cavallo, cosa bizzarra e nuova, a chiac l'armonia fas con maggior tuba e più sonora di voce. Leond supero tutti I musici quivi, erano concorsi a sonar. The only notes on musical matters are those given as nos. 1129 and 1130, which explain certain arrangements in instruments. The ship's logs of Vitruvius, of Alberti and of Leonard. 1113. On movements, to know how much a ship advances in an hour. The ancients used various devices to ascertain the distance gone by a ship each hour, among which Vitruvius Footnote 6. See Vitruvius de Architectura lib. XC 14, p. 264 in the edition of Rose and Muller Strubbing. The German edition published at Bale in 1543 has on fall 596, an illustration of the contrivance as described by Vitruvius. Gives one in his work on architecture, which is just as fallacious as all the others. And this is a mill wheel which touches the waves of the sea at one end, and in each complete revolution describes a straight line which represents the circumference of the wheel extended to a straightness. But this invention is of no worth excepting on the smooth and motionless surface of lakes. But if the water moves together with the ship at an equal rate, then the wheel remains motionless. And if the motion of the water is more or less rapid than that of the ship, then neither has the wheel the same motion as the ship, so that this invention is of but little use. There is another method tried by experiment with a known distance between one island and another, and this is done by a board or under the pressure of wind which strikes on it with more or less swiftness. This is in Battista Alberti Footnote 25, Leon Battista Alberti de Architectura lib. See 12 treats de la navi e parti loro, but there is no reference to the machine, mentioned by Leonardo. Alberti says here, Noi abbiamo trattato lungamente in altro luogo de modi della navi, ma in questo luogo ne abbiamo detto quel tanto ci si bisogna. To this, the following note is added in the most recent Italian edition. Questo libro è tuttora inedito e porta il titolo, secondo Gisnero di Liber Navis. Battista Alberti's method, which is made by experiment on a known distance between one island and another. But such an invention does not succeed excepting on a ship like the one on which the experiment was made, and it must be of the same burden and have the same sails, and the sails in the same places, and the size of the waves must be the same. But my method will serve for any ship, whether with oars or sails, and whether it be small or large, broad or long, or high or low, it always serves. Footnote 52. Leonardo does not reveal the method invented by him. Methods of staying and moving in water. 1114. How an army ought to cross rivers by swimming with airbags. How fishes swim, of the way in which they jump out of the water, as may be seen with dolphins, and it seems a wonderful thing to make a leap from a thing which does not resist but slips away. Of the swimming of animals of a long form, such as eels and the like. Of the mode of swimming against currents and in the rapid falls of rivers. Of the mode of swimming of fishes of a round form. How it is that animals which have not long hind quarters cannot swim. How it is that all other animals which have feet with toes know by nature how to swim, excepting man. In what way man ought to learn to swim. Of the way in which man may rest on the water. How man may protect himself against whirlpools or eddies in the water, which drag him down. How a man dragged to the bottom must seek the reflux which will throw him up from the depths. How he ought to move his arms. How to swim on his back. How he can and how he cannot stay under water unless he can hold his breath. How by means of a certain machine, many people may stay some time under water. How and why I do not describe my method of remaining under water, or how long I can stay without eating. And I do not publish nor divulge these by reason of the evil nature of men who would use them as means of destruction at the bottom of the sea, by sending ships to the bottom and sinking them together with the men in them. And although I will impart others, there is no danger in them, because the mouth of the tube, by which you breathe, is above the water supported on bags or corks. On naval warfare, 1115, 1116. 1115. Supposing in a battle between ships and galleys that the ships are victorious by reason of the high of air tops, you must haul the yard up almost to the top of the mast, and at the extremity of the yard, that is the end which is turned towards the enemy, have a small cage fastened, wrapped up below and all round in a great mattress full of cotton, so that it may not be injured by the bombs. Then, with the capstan, haul down the opposite end of this yard, and the top on the opposite side will go up so high that it will be far above the round top of the ship, and you will easily drive out the men that are in it. But it is necessary that the men who are in the galley should go to the opposite side of it, so as to afford a counterpoise to the weight of the men placed inside the cage on the yard. 1116. If you want to build an armada for the sea, employ these ships to ram in the enemy's ships. That is, make ships 100 feet long and 8 feet wide, but arranged so that the left-hand rowers may have their oars to the right side of the ship, and the right-hand ones to the left side, as is shown at M, so that the leverage of the oars may be longer. And the said ship may be 1.5 foot thick, that is made with cross beams within and without, with planks in contrary directions. And this ship must have attached to it, a foot below the water, an iron-shod spike of about the weight and size of an anvil, and this, by force of oars may, after it has given the first blow, be drawn back, and driven forward again with fury give a second blow, and then a third, and so many as to destroy the other ship. The use of swimming belts. 1117. A method of escaping in a tempest and shipwreck at sea. Have a coat made of leather, which must be double across the breast, that is having a hem on each side of about a finger breadth. Thus it will be double from the waist to the knee, and the leather must be quite airtight. When you want to leap into the sea, blow out the skirt of your coat through the double hems of the breast, and jump into the sea and allow yourself to be carried by the waves. When you see no shore near, give your attention to the sea you are in, and always keep in your mouth the air tube which leads down into the coat. and if now and again you require to take a breath of fresh air, and the foam prevents you, you may draw a breath of the air within the coat. Footnote, Amoretti memory storage, Tav, Roman 2, B Fig. 5 gives the same figure somewhat altered. 6 La Cana del Aria. Compare volume I number I note. On the gravity of water. 1118. If the weight of the sea bears on its bottom, a man, lying on that bottom and having L000 brachia of water on his back, would have enough to crush him. Diving apparatus and skating, 11-19-11-21. 1119. Of walking underwater, method of walking on water. Footnote, the two sketches belonging to this passage are given by Amoretti memory storage. Tav, Roman 2 Fig. 3 and 4. 1120. Just as on a frozen river, a man may run without moving his feet, so a car might be made that would slide by itself. Footnote, the drawings of carts by the side of this text have no direct connection with the problem as stated in Words Compare No. 1448, L17. 1121. A definition as to why a man who slides on ice does not fall. Footnote, an indistinct sketch accompanies the passage in the original. On flying machines, 1122-1126. 1122. Man when flying must stand free from the waist upwards, so as to be able to balance himself as he does in a boat, so that the center of gravity in himself and in the machine may counterbalance each other, and be shifted as necessity demands for the changes of its center of resistance. 1123. Remember that your flying machine must imitate no other than the bat, because the web is what by its union gives the armor or strength to the wings. If you imitate the wings of feathered birds, you will find a much stronger structure, because they are pervious. That is, their feathers are separate and the air passes through them. But the bat is aided by the web that connects the whole and is not pervious. 1124. To escape the peril of destruction. Destruction to such a machine may occur in two ways, of which the first is the breaking of the machine. The second would be when the machine should turn on its edge or nearly on its edge, because it ought always to descend in a highly oblique direction and almost exactly balanced on its center. As regards the first, the breaking of the machine, that may be prevented by making it as strong as possible. And in whichever direction it may tend to turn over, one center must be very far from the other. That is, in a machine 30 brachia long, the centers must be 4 brachia one from the other. Bags by which a man falling from a height of 6 brachia may avoid hurting himself, by a fall whether into water or on the ground. And these bags, strung together like a rosary, are to be fixed on one's back. 1126. An object offers as much resistance to the air as the air does to the object. You may see that the beating of its wings against the air supports a heavy eagle in the highest and rarest atmosphere, close to the sphere of elemental fire. Again, you may see the air in motion over the sea, fill the swelling sails, and drive heavily laden ships. From these instances, and the reasons given, a man with wings large enough and duly connected might learn to overcome the resistance of the air, and by conquering it, succeed in subjugating it and rising above it. Footnote: a parachute is here sketched with an explanatory remark. It is reproduced on Tav. Roman 16 in the Saggio, and in Leonardo da Vinci als Ingenieur etc. Ein Beitrag zur Geschichte der Technik und der induktiven Wissenschaften von Dr. Hermann Groth, Berlin 1874, p. 50. Of mining. 1127. If you want to know where a mine runs, place a drum over all the places where you suspect that it is being made, and upon this drum put a couple of dice, and when you are over the spot where they are mining, the dice will jump a little on the drum at every blow which is given underground in the mining. There are persons who, having the convenience of a river or a lake in their lands, have made, close to the place where they suspect that a mine is being made, a great reservoir of water, and have countermined the enemy, and having found them, have turned the water upon them and destroyed a great number in the mine. Of Greek fire. 1128. Greek fire. Take charcoal of willow, and saltpeter, and sulfuric acid, and sulfur, and pitch, with frankincense and camphor and Ethiopian wool, and boil them all together. This fire is so ready to burn that it clings to the timbers even under water. And add to this composition liquid varnish, and bituminous oil, and turpentine and strong vinegar, and mix all together and dry it in the sun, or in an oven when the bread is taken out. And then stick it round hempen or other tow, molding it into a round form, and studding it all over with very sharp nails. You must leave in this ball an opening to serve as a fusee, and cover it with rosin and sulfur. Again, this fire, stuck at the top of a long plank which has 1 braccio length of the end, pointed with iron that it may not be burnt by the said fire, is good for avoiding and keeping off the ships, so as not to be overwhelmed by their onset. Again, throw vessels of glass full of pitch onto the enemy's ships when the men in them are intent on the battle. And then by throwing similar burning balls upon them, you have it in your power to burn all their ships. Footnote: Venturi has given another short text about the Greek fire in a French translation, SI section 14. He adds that the original text is to be found in Ms. B30. Libri speaks of it in a note as follows: Histoire des Sciences Mathématiques, and Italy Volume Roman 2 p. 129. La composition du feu gregiis est une des chases, quiantit les plus churches, et qui sont encore les plus doutuses. On dit qu'il fut invent au 7e siècle de l'ère chrétienne par l'architecte colonique, Constantini Porphyrogeniti opera, Lugd. Badav. 1617 in 8 vo. p. 172, de admin imper. exp. 48, et il s'y trouve souvent mention par les historiens byzantins. Tantot on the langate avec des machines, command lancerate une banche, tantot on the soufflate avec de longs tubes, command soufflerate un gazo on liquide in flamme, Anna Comneni Alexias, p. 335, lib. Roman 11 Alieniat Leonis Imperatoris Tactica Lugdbat, 1613 in 4, part 2 a p. 322, Leonis Tact. Cap L9 Joinville, Histoire du Saint Louis Collect. Petitot Tom. Roman 2 p. 235. Les écrivains contemporains descent quaelo ni pouvaient pas atteindre si few, mais quavic du vinaigre et du sable en y parvenait. Souvent quelques historiens le feu gregiis edate composed de soufre et de racine. Marcus Graecus, Liber Igneum, Paris, 1804 and 40, Don plusieurs manières de la faire quini sont pas très intelligibles, mais parmi les quels on trouve la composition de la powder à canon. Leonard da Vinci MSS. De Leonard da Vinci, Volume BF. 30. Dit quan la faisait avec du charbon de sol, du salpeter de l'eau de vie, de la racine, du soufre, de la poix du camphor. Mais il est probable quenus ni savons pas quel edate sa composition, surtout à cause du secret quen facient les Grecs. En effet, l'empereur Constantin Porphyrogenite recommende à son fils de jamais en donner aux barbars, et de leur répondre, essils en demandient, quil avait et apporté du ciel par un ange, et quel secret en avait et confié aux Cretans, Constantini Porphyrogeniti opera, p. 2627, de admin. Imper. Cap. 12. Of music, 1129, 1130. 1129. A drum with cogs working by wheels with springs. Footnote: This chapter consists of explanations of the sketches shown on PL, CXXI. Lines 1 and 2 of the text are to be seen at the top at the left-hand side of the first sketch of a drum. Lines 3-5 refer to the sketch immediately below this. Line 6 is written as the side of the 7th sketch, and lines 7 and 8 at the side of the 8th. Lines 9-16 are at the bottom in the middle. The remainder of the text is at the side of the drawing at the bottom. A square drum of which the parchment may be drawn tight or slackened by the lever a B. A drum for harmony. A clapper for harmony, that is, 3 clappers together. Just as one and the same drum makes a deep or acute sound according as the parchments are more or less tightened. So these parchments variously tightened on one and the same drum will make various sounds. Keys narrow and close together. Bicai far apart, these will be right for the trumpet shown above. A must enter in the place of the ordinary keys, which have in the openings of a flute. 1130. Timbrels to be played like the monochord, or the soft flute. Here there is to be a cylinder of cane after the manner of clappers with a musical round called a canon, which is sung in 4 parts, each singer singing the whole round. Therefore I here make a wheel with 4 teeth, so that each tooth takes by itself the part of a singer. Footnote, in the original there are some more sketches, to which the text, from line 6, refers. They are studies for a contrivance exactly like the cylinder in our musical boxes. 1131. Of decorations. White and sky blue cloths, woven in checks to make a decoration. Cloths with the threads drawn at a B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, to go round the decoration. Roman 19. Philosophical maxims, morals, polemics, and speculations. Vasari indulges in severe strictures on Leonardo's religious views. He speaks, among other things, of his capricci nel philosophar del cos naturali, and says on this point, per il ci fis nell'animo un concedo si eretico ci, e non si accostava a qualsi voglier religione, stimando per avventura assai più lo esser philosoph ci cristiano. See the first edition of Levite. But this accusation on the part of a writer in the days of the Inquisition is not a very serious one, and the less so, since, throughout the manuscripts, we find nothing to support it. Under the heading of philosophical maxims, I have collected all the passages which can give us a clear comprehension of Leonardo's ideas of the world at large. It is scarcely necessary to observe that there is absolutely nothing in them to lead to the inference that he was an atheist. His views of nature and its laws are no doubt very unlike those of his contemporaries, and have a much closer affinity to those which find general acceptance at the present day. On the other hand, it is obvious from Leonardo's will, see No. 1566, that, in the year before his death, he had professed to adhere to the fundamental doctrines of the Roman Catholic faith, and this evidently from his own personal desire and impulse. The incredible and demonstrably fictitious legend of Leonardo's death in the arms of Francis I is given, with others, by Vasari and further embellished by this odious comment. Mostrava tuttavia quanto avia officio Dio iglai uomini del mondo, non avendo operato nell'art cum si conveneva. This last accusation, it may be remarked, is above all evidence of the superficial character of the information which Vasari was in a position to give about Leonardo. It seems to imply that Leonardo was disdainful of diligent labor. With regard to the second, referring to Leonardo's morality and dealings with his fellow men, Vasari himself nullifies it by asserting the very contrary in several passages. A further refutation may be found in the following sentence from the letter in which Melzi, the young Milanese nobleman, announces the master's death to Leonardo's brothers. Credo siet certificati della morte di maestro Leonardo fratello vostro, mio quanto optimo padre, per la cui morte sarebbe impossibile ci io potis esprimere il dolor ci io ho preso. Ian mentor ci quest mia membra si sosterrano insieme, io possidero una perpetua infelicita, e meritament perche es viscerato et ardentissimo amore mi portava giornalmente. E dolto ad ognuno la perdita di tal uomo, quale non e più in podesta della natura, ec. It is true that, in April 1476, we find the names of Leonardo and Verrocchio entered in the Libro degli Ufficiali di Not e de Monastery as breaking the laws, but we immediately after find the note, absoluti cum condizione ut retamburenter. Tamburini was the name given to the warrant cases of the night police. The acquittal, therefore, did not exclude the possibility of a repetition of the charge. It was in fact repeated 2 months later, and on this occasion the master and his pupil were again fully acquitted. Verrocchio was at this time 40 and Leonardo 24. The documents referring to this affair are in the State Archives of Florence. They have been withheld from publication, but it seemed to me desirable to give the reader this brief account of the leading facts of the story, as the vague hints of it, which have recently been made public, may have given to the incident an aspect which it had not in reality, and which it does not deserve. The passages here classed under the head Morals reveal Leonardo to us as a man whose life and conduct were unfailingly governed by lofty principles and aims. He could scarcely have recorded his stern reprobation and unmeasured contempt for men who do nothing useful and strive only for riches, if his own life and ambitions had been such as they have so often been misrepresented. At a period like that, when superstition still exercised unlimited dominion over the minds not merely of the illiterate crowd, but of the cultivated and learned classes, it was very natural that Leonardo's views as to alchemy, ghosts, magicians, and the like should be met with stern reprobation whenever and wherever he may have expressed them. This accounts for the argumentative tone of all his utterances on such subjects, which I have collected in subdivision Roman 3 of this section. To these I have added some passages which throw light on Leonardo's personal views on the universe. They are, without exception, characterized by a broad spirit of naturalism, of which the principles are more strictly applied in his essays on astronomy, and still more on physical geography. To avoid repetition, only such notes on philosophy, morals, and polemics have been included in this section as occur as independent texts in the original MSS. Several moral reflections have already been given in Volume I, in section Allegorical Representations, Mottos, and Emblems. Others will be found in the following section. Nos. 9 to 12 Vol. I are also passages of an argumentative character. It did not seem requisite to repeat here these and similar passages, since their direct connection with the context is far closer in places where they have appeared already than it would be here. 1. Philosophical Maxims. Prayers to God, 1132, 1133. 1132. I obey thee, Lord, first for the love I ought, in all reason to bear thee. Secondly, for that thou canst shorten or prolong the lives of men. 1133. A prayer. Thou, O God, dost sell us all good things at the price of labor. The powers of nature, 1134, 1139. 1134. O admirable impartiality of thine, thou first mover! Thou hast not permitted that any force should fail of the order or quality of its necessary results. 1135. Necessity is the mistress and guide of nature. Necessity is the theme and the inventress, the eternal curb and law of nature. 1136. In many cases, one and the same thing is attracted by two strong forces, namely necessity and potency. Water falls in rain, the earth absorbs it from the necessity for moisture, and the sun evaporates it, not from necessity, but by its power. 1137. Weight, force, and casual impulse, together with resistance, are the four external powers in which all the visible actions of mortals have their being and their end. 1138. Our body is dependent on heaven and heaven on the spirit. 1139. The motive power is the cause of all life. Psychology, 1140, 1147. 1140. And you, O man, who will discern in this work of mine the wonderful works of nature, if you think it would be a criminal thing to destroy it, reflect how much more criminal it is to take the life of a man. And if this, his external form, appears to thee marvelously constructed, remember that it is nothing as compared with the soul that dwells in that structure. For that indeed, be it what it may, is a thing divine. Leave it then to dwell in his work at his good will and pleasure, and let not your rage or malice destroy a life, for indeed, he who does not value it, does not himself deserve it. Footnote 19. In Ms. Roman 2:15a is the note. Kai no stima la vita, non la merita. Footnote, this text is on the back of the drawings reproduced on PL, CVI. Compare number 798, 35 note on P111. Compare also number 837 and 838. 1141. The soul can never be corrupted with the corruption of the body, but is in the body as it were the air which causes the sound of the organ, where when a pipe bursts, the wind would cease to have any good effect. 1142. The part always has a tendency to reunite with its whole in order to escape from its imperfection. The spirit desires to remain with its body, because, without the organic instruments of that body, it can neither act nor feel anything. 1143. If anyone wishes to see how the soul dwells in its body, let him observe how this body uses its daily habitation. That is to say, if this is devoid of order and confused, the body will be kept in disorder and confusion by its soul. 1144. Why does the eye see a thing more clearly in dreams than with the imagination being awake? 1145. The senses are of the earth. Reason stands apart in contemplation. Every action needs to be prompted by a motive. To know and to will are two operations of the human mind. Discerning, judging, deliberating are acts of the human mind. 1147. All our knowledge has its origin in our perceptions. Science, its principles and rules. 1140, 1161. 1148. Science is the observation of things possible, whether present or past. Prescience is the knowledge of things which may come to pass, though but slowly. 1149. Experience, the interpreter between formative nature and the human race, teaches how that nature acts among mortals, and being constrained by necessity cannot act otherwise than as reason, which is its helm, requires her to act. 1150. Wisdom is the daughter of experience. 1151. Nature is full of infinite causes that have never occurred in experience. 1152. Truth was the only daughter of time. 1153. Experience never errs. It is only your judgments that err by promising themselves effects such as are not caused by your experiments. Experience does not err. Only your judgments err by expecting from her what is not in her power. Men wrongly complain of experience. With great abuse they accuse her of leading them astray, but they set experience aside, turning from it with complaints as to our ignorance causing us to be carried away by vain and foolish desires to promise ourselves, in her name, things that are not in her power, saying that she is fallacious. Men are unjust in complaining of innocent experience, constantly accusing her of error and of false evidence. 1154. Instrumental or mechanical science is of all the noblest and the most useful, seeing that by means of this all animated bodies that have movement perform all their actions. And these movements are based on the center of gravity, which is placed in the middle dividing unequal weights, and it has dearth and wealth of muscles, and also lever and counterlever. 1155. Of mechanics. Mechanics are the paradise of mathematical science, because here we come to the fruits of mathematics. Footnote, compare number 660, 1922, volume I, p. 332, 1156. Every instrument requires to be made by experience. 1157. The man who blames the supreme certainty of mathematics feeds on confusion, and can never silence the contradictions of sophistical sciences, which lead to an eternal quackery. 1158. There is no certainty in sciences where one of the mathematical sciences cannot be applied, or which are not in relation with these mathematics. Asterisk text beyond this point still needs some cleanup. 1159. Anyone who in discussion relies upon authority uses, not his understanding, but rather his memory. Good culture is born of a good disposition, and since the cause is more to be praised than the effect, I will rather praise a good disposition without culture than good culture without the disposition. 1160. Science is the captain, and practice the soldiers. 1161. Of the errors of those who depend on practice without science. Those who fall in love with practice without science are like a sailor who enters a ship without a helm or a compass, and who never can be certain whither he is going. 2. Morals. What is life? 1162, 1163. 1162. Now you see that the hope and the desire of returning home and to one's former state is like the moth to the light, and that the man who with constant longing awaits with joy each new springtime, each new summer, each new month, and new year, deeming that the things he longs for are ever too late in coming, does not perceive that he is longing for his own destruction. But this desire is the very quintessence, the spirit of the elements, which finding itself imprisoned with the soul is ever longing to return from the human body to its giver. And you must know that this same longing is that quintessence, inseparable from nature, and that man is the image of the world. 1163. O time, consumer of all things, O envious age, thou dost destroy all things and devour all things with the relentless teeth of years, little by little in a slow death. Helen, when she looked in her mirror, seeing the withered wrinkles made in her face by old age, wept and wondered why she had twice been carried away. O time, consumer of all things, and O envious age, by which all things are all devoured. Deaths. 1164. Every evil leaves behind a grief in our memory, except the supreme evil, that is death, which destroys this memory together with life. How to spend life. 1165-1170. 1165. Zero sleepers, what a thing is slumber! Sleep resembles death. Ah, why then dost thou not work in such wise as that after death thou mayst retain a resemblance to perfect life, when during life thou art in sleep so like to the hapless dead? Footnote. Compare number 676, volume I, p. 353. 1166. One pushes down the other. By these square blocks are meant the life and the studies of men. 1167. The knowledge of past times and of the places on the earth is both an ornament and nutriment to the human mind. 1168. To lie is so vile that even if it were in speaking well of godly things, it would take off something from God's grace. And truth is so excellent that if it praises but small things, they become noble. Beyond a doubt, truth bears the same relation to falsehood as light to darkness. And this truth is in itself so excellent that, even when it dwells on humble and lowly matters, it is still infinitely above uncertainty and lies, disguised in high and lofty discourses. Because in our minds, even if lying should be their fifth element, this does not prevent that the truth of things is the chief nutriment of superior intellects, though not of wandering wits. But you who live in dreams are better pleased by the sophistical reasons and frauds of wits in great and uncertain things, than by those reasons which are certain and natural and not so far above us. 1169. Avoid studies of which the result dies with the worker. 1170. Men are in error when they lament the flight of time, accusing it of being too swift and not perceiving that it is sufficient as it passes. But good memory, with which nature has endowed us, causes things long past to seem present. 1171. Learning acquired in youth arrests the evil of old age. And if you understand that old age has wisdom for its food, you will so conduct yourself in youth that your old age will not lack for nourishment. 1172. The acquisition of any knowledge is always of use to the intellect, because it may thus drive out useless things and retain the good. For nothing can be loved or hated unless it is first known. 1173. As a day well spent procures a happy sleep, so a life well employed procures a happy death. 1174. The water you touch in a river is the last of that which has passed, and the first of that which is coming. Thus it is with time present. Life, if well spent, is long. 1175. Just as food eaten without caring for it is turned into loathsome nourishment, so study without a taste for it spoils memory, by retaining nothing which it has taken in. 1176. Just as eating against one's will is injurious to health, so study without a liking for it spoils the memory, and it retains nothing it takes in. 1177. On Mount Etna the words freeze in your mouth, and you may make ice of them. Just as iron rusts unless it is used, and water putrefies or, in cold, turns to ice, so our intellect spoils unless it is kept in use. You do ill if you praise, and still worse if you reprove in a matter you do not understand. When fortune comes, seize her in front with a sure hand, because behind she is bald. 1178. It seems to me that men of coarse and clumsy habits and of small knowledge do not deserve such fine instruments, nor so great a variety of natural mechanism as men of speculation and of great knowledge, but merely a sack in which their food may be stowed, and whence it may issue, since they cannot be judged to be anything else than vehicles for food. For it seems to me they have nothing about them of the human species but the voice and the figure, and for all the rest are much below beasts. 1179. Some there are who are nothing else than a passage for food and augmentors of excrement and fillers of privies, because through them no other things in the world, nor any good effects are produced, since nothing but full privies results from them. On foolishness and ignorance, 1180, 1182. 1180. The greatest deception men suffer is from their own opinions. 1181. Folly is the shield of shame, as unreadiness is that of poverty glorified. 1182. Blind ignorance misleads us thus, and delights with the results of lascivious joys. because it does not know the true light, because it does not know what is the true light. Vain splendor takes from us the power of being. Behold, for its vain splendor we go into the fire, thus blind ignorance does mislead us. That is, blind ignorance so misleads us that. O wretched mortals, open your eyes. On riches, 1183, 1187. 1183. That is not riches, which may be lost. Virtue is our true good and the true reward of its possessor. That cannot be lost, that never deserts us, but when life leaves us. As to property and external riches, hold them with trembling. They often leave their possessor in contempt and mocked at for having lost them. 1184. Every man wishes to make money to give it to the doctors, destroyers of life. They then ought to be rich. Man has much power of discourse, which for the most part is vain and false. Animals have but little, but it is useful and true, and a small truth is better than a great lie. 1185. He who possesses most must be most afraid of loss. 1186. He who wishes to be rich in a day will be hanged in a year. 1187. That man is of supreme folly who always wants for fear of wanting, and his life flies away while he is still hoping to enjoy the good things which he has with extreme labor acquired. Rules of Life, 1188-1202. 1188. If you governed your body by the rules of virtue, you would not walk on all fours in this world. You grow in reputation like bread in the hands of a child. 1189. Savage he is who saves himself. 1190. We ought not to desire the impossible. Footnote: the writing of this note, which is exceedingly minute, is reproduced in facsimile on PL. Roman 41 number 5 above the first diagram. 1191. Ask counsel of him who rules himself well. Justice requires power, insight, and will, and it resembles the queen bee. He who does not punish evil commands it to be done. He who takes the snake by the tail will presently be bitten by it. The grave will fall in upon him who digs it. 1192. The man who does not restrain wantonness allies himself with beasts. You can have no dominion greater or less than that over yourself. He who thinks little errs much. It is easier to contend with evil at the first than at the last. No counsel is more loyal than that given on ships which are in peril. He may expect loss who acts on the advice of an inexperienced youth. 1193. Where there is most feeling, there is the greatest martyrdom, a great martyr. 1194. The memory of benefits is a frail defense against ingratitude. Reprove your friend in secret and praise him openly. Be not false about the past. 1195. A simile for patience. Patience serves us against insults precisely as clothes do against the cold. For if you multiply your garments as the cold increases, that cold cannot hurt you. In the same way, increase your patience under great offenses, and they cannot hurt your feelings. 1196. To speak well of a base man is much the same as speaking ill of a good man. 1197. Envy wounds with false accusations, that is with detraction, a thing which scares virtue. 1198. We are deceived by promises, and time disappoints us. Footnote 2. The rest of this passage may be rendered in various ways, but none of them give a satisfactory meaning. 1199. Fear arises sooner than anything else. 1200. Just as courage imperils life, fear protects it. Threats alone are the weapons of the threatened man. Wherever good fortune enters, envy lays siege to the place and attacks it, and when it departs, sorrow and repentance remain behind. He who walks straight rarely falls. It is bad if you praise, and worse if you reprove a thing, if you do not understand the matter well. It is ill to praise, and worse to reprimand in matters that you do not understand. 1201. Words which do not satisfy the ear of the hearer weary him or vex him, and the symptoms of this you will often see in such hearers in their frequent yawns. You therefore, who speak before men whose good will you desire, when you see such an excess of fatigue, abridge your speech, or change your discourse. And if you do otherwise, then instead of the favor you desire, you will get dislike and hostility. And if you would see in what a man takes pleasure, without hearing him speak, change the subject of your discourse in talking to him. And when you presently see him intent, without yawning or wrinkling his brow or other actions of various kinds, you may be certain that the matter of which you are speaking is such as is agreeable to him and see. 1202. The lover is moved by the beloved object as the senses are by sensible objects, and they unite and become one and the same thing. The work is the first thing born of this union. If the thing loved is base, the lover becomes base. When the thing taken into union is perfectly adapted to that which receives it, the result is delight and pleasure and satisfaction. When that which loves is united to the thing beloved, it can rest there. When the burden is laid down, it finds rest there. Politics 1203, 1204. 1203. There will be eternal fame also for the inhabitants of that town, constructed and enlarged by him. Footnote: these notes were possibly written in preparation for a letter. The meaning is obscure. All communities obey and are led by their magnates, and these magnates ally themselves with the lords and subjugate them in two ways, either by consanguinity or by fortune. By consanguinity, when their children are, as it were, hostages and a security and pledge of their suspected fidelity. By property, when you make each of these build a house or two inside your city which may yield some revenue, and he shall have 10 towns, 5,000 houses with 30,000 inhabitants, and you will disperse this great congregation of people, which stand like goats one behind the other, filling every place with fetid smells, and sowing seeds of pestilence and death. And the city will gain beauty worthy of its name, and to you it will be useful by its revenues, and the eternal fame of its aggrandizement. 1204. To preserve nature's chiefest boon, that is freedom, I can find means of offense and defense, when it is assailed by ambitious tyrants, and first I will speak of the situation of the walls, and also I shall show how communities can maintain their good and just lords. 3. Polemic speculation. Against speculators, 1205, 1206. 1205. Oh, speculators on things, boast not of knowing the things that nature ordinarily brings about, but rejoice if you know the end of those things which you yourself devise. 1206. Oh, speculators on perpetual motion, how many vain projects of the like character you have created. Go and be the companions of the searchers for gold. Footnote: another short passage in Ms. I, referring also to speculators, is given by Libri Hist, Des Sciences Math. Roman 3, 228. Sic voi speculatori non Roman 6 fidate deliatorai, chi anno sol call imagination, voluto farsi inter asterisk, predi tra la natura e l'uomo. Ma sol di quelli chi non coi sceni della natura, ma cogli effetti del sui speriens anno esser citati I loro ingegni. Against alchemists, 1207, 1208. 1207. The false interpreters of nature declare that quicksilver is the common seed of every metal, not remembering that nature varies the seed according to the variety of the things she desires to produce in the world. 1208. And many have made a trade of delusions and false miracles, deceiving the stupid multitude. Against friars. 1209. Pharisees, that is to say, friars. Footnote: compare number 837, asterisk 11. 5457, number 1296, p. 363 and 364, and number 1305, p. 370. Against writers of epitomes. 1210. Abbreviators do harm to knowledge and to love, seeing that the love of anything is the offspring of this knowledge, the love being the more fervent in proportion as the knowledge is more certain. And this certainty is born of a complete knowledge of all the parts, which, when combined, compose the totality of the thing which ought to be loved. Of what use, then, is he who abridges the details of those matters, of which he professes to give thorough information, while he leaves behind the chief part of the things of which the whole is composed? It is true that impatience, the mother of stupidity, praises brevity, as if such persons had not life long enough to serve them to acquire a complete knowledge of one single subject, such as the human body. And then they want to comprehend the mind of God in which the universe is included, weighing it minutely and mincing it into infinite parts, as if they had to dissect it. Oh, human stupidity, do you not perceive that, though you have been with yourself all your life, you are not yet aware of the thing you possess most of, that is of your folly. And then, with the crowd of sophists, you deceive yourselves and others, despising the mathematical sciences, in which truth dwells and the knowledge of the things included in them. And then, you occupy yourself with miracles, and write that you possess information of those things of which the human mind is incapable, and which cannot be proved by any instance from nature. And you fancy you have wrought miracles when you spoil a work of some speculative mind, and do not perceive that you are falling into the same error as that of a man who strips a tree of the ornament of its branches, covered with leaves mingled with the scented blossoms or fruit. Footnote 48. Giustino Marcus Junianus Justinus, a Roman historian of the 2nd century, who compiled an epitome from the general history written by Trogus Pompeius, who lived in the time of Augustus. The work of the latter writer no longer exists. As Justinus did, in abridging the histories written by Trogus Pompeius, who had written in an ornate style all the worthy deeds of his forefathers, full of the most admirable and ornamental passages, and so composed a bald work worthy only of those impatient spirits, who fancy they are losing as much time as that which they employ usefully in studying the works of nature and the deeds of men. But these may remain in company of beasts. Among their associates should be dogs and other animals full of rapine, and they may hunt with them after. And then follow helpless beasts, which in time of great snows come near to your houses asking alms as from their master. On spirits, 1211, 1213. 1211. O mathematicians, shed light on this error. The spirit has no voice, because where there is a voice there is a body, and where there is a body space is occupied, and this prevents the eye from seeing what is placed behind that space. Hence the surrounding air is filled by the body, that is by its image. 1212. There can be no voice where there is no motion or percussion of the air. There can be no percussion of the air where there is no instrument. There can be no instrument without a body. And this being so, a spirit can have neither voice, nor form, nor strength. And if it were to assume a body, it could not penetrate nor enter where the passages are closed. And if anyone should say that by air, compressed and compacted together, a spirit may take bodies of various forms, and by this means speak and move with strength to him, I reply that when there are neither nerves nor bones, there can be no force exercised in any kind of movement made by such imaginary spirits. Beware of the teaching of these speculators, because their reasoning is not confirmed by experience. 1213. Of all human opinions that is to be reputed the most foolish which deals with the belief in necromancy, the sister of alchemy, which gives birth to simple and natural things. But it is all the more worthy of reprehension than alchemy, because it brings forth nothing but what is like itself, that is, lies. This does not happen in alchemy, which deals with simple products of nature, and whose function cannot be exercised by nature itself, because it has no organic instruments with which it can work, as men do by means of their hands, who have produced, for instance, glass and sea. But this necromancy, the flag and flying banner, blown by the winds, is the guide of the stupid crowd, which is constantly witness to the dazzling and endless effects of this art. And there are books full, declaring that enchantments and spirits can work and speak without tongues, and without organic instruments without which it is impossible to speak, and can carry heaviest weights and raise storms and rain, and that men can be turned into cats and wolves and other beasts, although indeed it is those who affirm these things who first became beasts. And surely if this necromancy did exist, as is believed by small wits, there is nothing on the earth that would be of so much importance alike for the detriment and service of men, if it were true that there were in such an art a power to disturb the calm serenity of the air, converting it into darkness and making coruscations or winds, with terrific thunder and lightnings rushing through the darkness, and with violent storms overthrowing high buildings and rooting up forests, and thus to oppose armies, crushing and annihilating them, and, besides these frightful storms, may deprive the peasants of the reward of their labors. Now, what kind of warfare is there to hurt the enemy so much as to deprive him of the harvest? What naval warfare could be compared with this? I say, the man who has power to command the winds and to make ruinous gales by which any fleet may be submerged, Surely a man who could command such violent forces would be lord of the nations, and no human ingenuity could resist his crushing force. The hidden treasures and gems reposing in the body of the earth would all be made manifest to him. No lock nor fortress, though impregnable, would be able to save anyone against the will of the necromancer. He would have himself carried through the air from east to west and through all the opposite sides of the universe. But why should I enlarge further upon this? What is there that could not be done by such a craftsman? Almost nothing, except to escape death. Hereby I have explained in part the mischief and the usefulness contained in this art, if it is real. And if it is real, why has it not remained among men who desire it so much, having nothing to do with any deity? For I know that there are numberless people who would, to satisfy a whim, destroy God and all the universe. And if this necromancy, being, as it were, so necessary to men, has not been left among them, it can never have existed, nor will it ever exist according to the definition of the spirit, which is invisible in substance. For within the elements there are no incorporate things, because where there is no body, there is a vacuum. And no vacuum can exist in the elements, because it would be immediately filled up. Turn over. 12:14. Of spirits. We have said on the other side of this page that the definition of a spirit is a power conjoined to a body, because it cannot move of its own accord, nor can it have any kind of motion in space. And if you were to say that it moves itself, this cannot be within the elements. For if the spirit is an incorporeal quantity, this quantity is called a vacuum, and a vacuum does not exist in nature. And granting that one were formed, it would be immediately filled up by the rushing in of the element in which the vacuum had been generated. Therefore, from the definition of weight, which is this gravity is an accidental power, created by one element being drawn to or suspended in another, it follows that an element, not weighing anything compared with itself, has weight in the element above it and lighter than it. As we see that the parts of water have no gravity or levity compared with other water, but if you draw it up into the air, then it would acquire weight. And if you were to draw the air beneath the water, then the water which remains above this air would acquire weight, which weight could not sustain itself by itself, whence collapse is inevitable. And this happens in water. Wherever the vacuum may be in this water, it will fall in. And this would happen with a spirit amid the elements, where it would continuously generate a vacuum in whatever element it might find itself, whence it would be inevitable that it should be constantly flying towards the sky until it had quitted these elements. As to whether a spirit has a body amid the elements, we have proved that a spirit cannot exist of itself amid the elements without a body, nor can it move of itself by voluntary motion unless it be to rise upwards. But now we will say how such a spirit taking an aerial body would be inevitably melt into air, because if it remained united, it would be separated and fall to form a vacuum, as is said above. Therefore it is inevitable, if it is to be able to remain suspended in the air, that it should absorb a certain quantity of air. And if it were mingled with the air, two difficulties arise. That is to say, it must rarefy that portion of the air with which it mingles. And for this cause the rarefied air must fly up of itself and will not remain among the air that is heavier than itself. And besides this, the subtle spiritual essence disunites itself, and its nature is modified, by which that nature loses some of its first virtue. Added to these there is a third difficulty, and this is that such a body formed of air assumed by the spirits is exposed to the penetrating winds, which are incessantly sundering and dispersing the united portions of the air, revolving and whirling amidst the rest of the atmosphere. Therefore the spirit which is infused in this. 12:15. Air would be dismembered or rent, and broken up with the rending of the air into which it was incorporated. As to whether the spirit, having taken this body of air, can move of itself or not, it is impossible that the spirit infused into a certain quantity of air should move this air, and this is proved by the above passage where it is said, "The spirit rarefies that portion of the air in which it incorporates itself." Therefore this air will rise high above the other air, and there will be a motion of the air caused by its lightness, and not by a voluntary movement of the spirit. And if this air is encountered by the wind, according to the third of this, the air will be moved by the wind and not by the spirit incorporated in it. As to whether the spirit can speak or not, In order to prove whether the spirit can speak or not, it is necessary in the first place to define what a voice is and how it is generated. And we will say that the voice is, as it were, the movement of air in friction against a dense body, or a dense body in friction against the air, which is the same thing. And this friction of the dense and the rare condenses the rare and causes resistance. Again, the rare, when in swift motion, and the rare in slow motion condense each other when they come in contact and make a noise and very great uproar. And the sound or murmur made by the rare moving through the rare with only moderate swiftness, like a great flame generating noises in the air. And the tremendous uproar made by the rare mingling with the rare. And when that air which is both swift and rare rushes into that which is itself rare and in motion, it is like the flame of fire which issues from a big gun and striking against the air. And again, when a flame issues from the cloud, there is a concussion in the air as the bolt is generated. Therefore we may say that the spirit cannot produce a voice without movement of the air, and air in it there is none, nor can it emit what it has not. And if desires to move that air in which it is incorporated, it is necessary that the spirit should multiply itself, and that cannot multiply which has no quantity. And in the fourth place, it is said that no rare body can move, if it has not a stable spot, whence it may take its motion. Much more is it so when an element has to move within its own element, which does not move of itself, excepting by uniform evaporation at the center of the thing evaporated, as occurs in a sponge squeezed in the hand held under water. The water escapes in every direction with equal movement through the openings between the fingers of the hand in which it is squeezed. As to whether the spirit has an articulate voice, and whether the spirit can be heard, and what hearing is and seeing, the wave of the voice passes through the air as the images of objects pass to the eye. Nonentity. 1216. Every quantity is intellectually conceivable as infinitely divisible. Amid the vastness of the things among which we live, the existence of nothingness holds the first place. Its function extends over all things that have no existence, and its essence, as regards time, lies precisely between the past and the future, and has nothing in the present. This nothingness has the part equal to the whole, and the whole to the part, the divisible to the indivisible. And the product of the sum is the same whether we divide or multiply, and in addition as in subtraction. As is proved by arithmeticians by their 10th figure, which represents 0, and its power has not extension among the things of nature. What is called nothingness is to be found only in time and in speech. In time it stands between the past and future and has no existence in the present, and thus in speech it is one of the things of which we say, they are not, or they are impossible. With regard to time, nothingness lies between the past and the future and has nothing to do with the present, and as to its nature it is to be classed among things impossible. Hence, from what has been said, it has no existence, because where there is nothing there would necessarily be a vacuum. Reflections on Nature, 1217-1219. 1217. Example of the lightning and clouds. O mighty and once living instrument of formative nature! Incapable of availing thyself of thy vast strength, thou hast to abandon a life of stillness, and to obey the law which God and time gave to procreative nature. Ah, how many a time the shoals of terrified dolphins and the huge tunny fish were seen to flee before thy cruel fury, to escape, whilst thy fulminations raised in the sea a sudden tempest with buffeting and submersion of ships in the great waves, and filling the uncovered shores with the terrified and desperate fishes which fled from thee, and left by the sea, remained in spots where they became the abundant prey of the people in the neighborhood. Footnote: the character of the handwriting points to an early period of Leonardo's life. It has become very indistinct and is at present exceedingly difficult to decipher. Some passages remain doubtful. O time, swift robber of all created things, how many kings, how many nations hast thou undone, and how many changes of states and of various events have happened since the wondrous forms of this fish perished here in this cavernous and winding recess. Now destroyed by time, thou least patiently in this confined space, with bones stripped and bare, serving as a support and prop for the superimposed mountain. The watery element was left enclosed between the raised banks of the rivers, and the sea was seen between the uplifted earth and the surrounding air, which has to envelope and enclose the complicated machine of the earth, and whose mass, standing between the water and the element of fire, remained much restricted and deprived of its indispensable moisture. The rivers will be deprived of their waters. The fruitful earth will put forth no more her light verdure. The fields will no more be decked with waving corn. All the animals, finding no fresh grass for pasture, will die, and food will then be lacking to the lions and wolves and other beasts of prey, and to men who, after many efforts, will be compelled to abandon their life, and the human race will die out. In this way, the fertile and fruitful earth will remain deserted, arid and sterile from the water being shut up in its interior, and from the activity of nature, it will continue a little time to increase until the cold and subtle air being gone, it will be forced to end with the element of fire. And then its surface will be left burnt up to cinder, and this will be the end of all terrestrial nature. Why did nature not ordain that one animal should not live by the death of another? Nature, being inconstant and taking pleasure in creating and making constantly new lives and forms, because she knows that her terrestrial materials become thereby augmented, is more ready and more swift in her creating than time in his destruction. And so she has ordained that many animals shall be food for others. Nay, this not satisfying her desire, to the same end she frequently sends forth certain poisonous and pestilential vapors upon the vast increase and congregation of animals, and most of all upon men, who increase vastly because other animals do not feed upon them. And the causes being removed, the effects would not follow. This earth therefore seeks to lose its life, desiring only continual reproduction. And as, by the argument you bring forward and demonstrate, like effects always follow like causes, animals are the image of the world. Roman 20. Humorous writings. Just as Michelangelo's occasional poems reflect his private life as well as the general disposition of his mind, we may find in the writings collected in this section the transcript of Leonardo's fanciful nature, and we should probably not be far wrong in assuming that he himself had recited these fables in the company of his friends or at the court festivals of princes and patrons. Ira tanto piacevol nella conversazione, so relates Vasari ci turava a si gli animi del genti. And Paulus Jovius says in his short biography of the artist, Fuit ingenio valdicami, nitido, liberali, vultu autem lunge venestissimo, et cum elegantiae omnes deliscarumque maxime theatralium mirificus inventor ac arbiter esset, ad lyranc cedo canerit, cunctis per omnem edatum principibus maior placuit. There can be no doubt that the fables are the original offspring of Leonardo's brain, and not borrowed from any foreign source. Indeed, the schemes and plans for the composition of fables collected in Division V seem to afford an external proof of this, if the fables themselves did not render it self-evident. Several of them, for instance, no. L279 are so strikingly characteristic of Leonardo's views of natural science that we cannot do them justice till we are acquainted with his theories on such subjects. And this is equally true of the prophecies. I have prefixed to these quaint writings the studies on the life and habits of animals, which are singular from their peculiar aphoristic style, and I have transcribed them in exactly the order in which they are written in Ms. H. This is one of the very rare instances in which one subject is treated in a consecutive series of notes, all in one Ms., and Leonardo has also departed from his ordinary habits by occasionally not completing the text on the page it has begun. These brief notes of a somewhat mysterious bearing have been placed here, simply because they may possibly have been intended to serve as hints for fables or allegories. They can scarcely be regarded as preparatory for a natural history, rather they would seem to be extracts. On the one hand, the names of some of the animals seem to prove that Leonardo could not here be recording observations of his own. On the other hand, the notes on their habits and life appear to me to dwell precisely on what must have interested him most so far as it is possible to form any complete estimate of his nature and tastes. In No. 1293 lines 110, we have a sketch of a scheme for grouping the prophecies. I have not, however, availed myself of it as a clue to their arrangement here because, in the first place, the texts are not so numerous as to render the suggested classification useful to the reader, and also because in reading the long series, as they occur in the original, we may follow the author's mind. and here and there it is not difficult to see how one theme suggested another. I have, however, regarded Leonardo's scheme for the classification of the prophecies as available for that of the fables and jests, and have adhered to it as far as possible. Among the humorous writings, I might perhaps have included the rebuses, of which there are several in the collection of Leonardo's drawings at Windsor. It seems to me not likely that many or all of them could be solved at the present day, and the MSS throw no light on them. Nor should I be justified if I intended to include in the literary works the well-known caricatures of human faces attributed to Leonardo, of which, however, it may be incidentally observed, the greater number are in my opinion undoubtedly spurious. Two only have necessarily been given owing to their presence in text, which it was desired to reproduce. Volume I, page 326, and PL, CXI. It can scarcely be doubted that some satirical intention is conveyed by the drawing on PL. Elziv, text no. 688. My reason for not presenting Leonardo to the reader as a poet is the fact that the maxims and morals in verse which have been ascribed to him are not to be found in the manuscripts, and Prof. Uzieli has already proved that they cannot be by him. Hence, it would seem that only a few short verses can be attributed to him with any certainty. 1. Studies on the life and habits of animals. 1220. The love of virtue. The goldfinch is a bird of which it is related that, when it is carried into the presence of a sick person, if the sick man is going to die, the bird turns away its head and never looks at him. But if the sick man is to be saved, the bird never loses sight of him, but is the cause of curing him of all his sickness. Like unto this is the love of virtue. It never looks at any vile or base thing, but rather clings always to pure and virtuous things, and takes up its abode in a noble heart, as the birds do in green woods on flowery branches. And this love shows itself more in adversity than in prosperity, as light does, which shines most where the place is darkest. 1221. Envy. We read of the kite that, when it sees its young ones growing too big in the nest, out of envy it pecks their sides and keeps them without food. Cheerfulness. Cheerfulness is proper to the cock, which rejoices over every little thing and crows with varied and lively movements. Sadness. Sadness resembles the raven, which, when it sees its young ones born white, departs in great grief, and abandons them with doleful lamentations, and does not feed them until it sees in them some few black feathers. 1222. Peace. We read of the beaver that when it is pursued, knowing that it is for the virtue in its medicinal testicles, and not being able to escape, it stops. And to be at peace with its pursuers, it bites off its testicles with its sharp teeth, and leaves them to its enemies. Riot. It is said of the bear that when it goes to the haunts of bees to take their honey, the bees having begun to sting him, he leaves the honey and rushes to revenge himself. And as he seeks to be revenged on all those that sting him, he is revenged on none, in such wise that his rage is turned to madness, and he flings himself on the ground, vainly exasperating, by his hands and feet, the foes against which he is defending himself. 1223. Gratitude. The virtue of gratitude is said to be more in the birds called hoopoes, which, knowing the benefits of life and food, they have received from their father and their mother, when they see them grow old, make a nest for them and brood over them and feed them, and with their beaks pull out their old and shabby feathers, and then, with a certain herb, restore their sight so that they return to a prosperous state. Avarice. The toad feeds on earth and always remains lean, because it never eats enough. It is so afraid lest it should want for earth. 1224. Ingratitude. Pigeons are a symbol of ingratitude, for when they are old enough no longer to need to be fed, they begin to fight with their father, and this struggle does not end until the young one drives the father out and takes the hen and makes her his own. Cruelty. The basilisk is so utterly cruel that when it cannot kill animals by its baleful gaze, it turns upon herbs and plants, and fixing its gaze on them withers them up. 1225. Generosity. It is said of the eagle that it is never so hungry, but that it will leave a part of its prey for the birds that are round it, which, being unable to provide their own food, are necessarily dependent on the eagle, since it is thus that they obtain food. Discipline. When the wolf goes cunningly round some stable of cattle, and by accident puts his foot in a trap so that he makes a noise, he bites his foot off to punish himself for his folly. 1226. Flatterers or sirens. The siren sings so sweetly that she lulls the mariners to sleep. Then she climbs upon the ships and kills the sleeping mariners. Prudence. The ant, by her natural foresight, provides in the summer for the winter, killing the seeds she harvests that they may not germinate, and on them, in due time, she feeds. Folly. The wild bull having a horror of a red color, the hunters dress up the trunk of a tree with red, and the bull runs at this with great frenzy, thus fixing his horns, and forthwith the hunters kill him there. 1227. Justice. We may liken the virtue of justice to the king of the bees, which orders and arranges everything with judgment. For some bees are ordered to go to the flowers, others are ordered to labor, others to fight with the wasps, others to clear away all dirt, others to accompany and escort the king, and when he is old and has no wings they carry him. And if one of them fails in his duty, he is punished without reprieve. Truth. Although partridges steal each other's eggs, nevertheless the young born of these eggs always return to their true mother. 1228. Fidelity or loyalty. The cranes are so faithful and loyal to their king that at night, when he is sleeping, some of them go round the field to keep watch at a distance. Others remain near, each holding a stone in his foot, so that if sleep should overcome them, this stone would fall and make so much noise that they would wake up again. And there are others which sleep together round the king, and this they do every night, changing in turn so that their king may never find them wanting. Falsehood. The fox, when it sees a flock of herons or magpies or birds of that kind, suddenly flings himself on the ground with his mouth open to look as he were dead. And these birds want to peck at his tongue, and he bites off their heads. 1229. Lies. The mole has very small eyes and it always lives underground. And it lives as long as it is in the dark, but when it comes into the light it dies immediately, because it becomes known, and so it is with lies. Valor. The lion is never afraid, but rather fights with a bold spirit and savage onslaught against a multitude of hunters, always seeking to injure the first that injures him. Fear or cowardice. The hare is always frightened, and the leaves that fall from the trees in autumn always keep him in terror and generally put him to flight. 1230. Magnanimity. The falcon never preys but on large birds, and it will let itself die rather than feed on little ones or eat stinking meat. Vainglory. As regards this vice, we read that the peacock is more guilty of it than any other animal. For it is always contemplating the beauty of its tail, which it spreads in the form of a wheel, and by its cries attracts to itself the gaze of the creatures that surround it. And this is the last vice to be conquered. 1231. Constancy. Constancy may be symbolized by the phoenix which, knowing that by nature it must be resuscitated, has the constancy to endure the burning flames which consume it, and then it rises anew. Inconstancy. The swallow may serve for inconstancy, for it is always in movement, since it cannot endure the smallest discomfort. Continence. The camel is the most lustful animal there is, and will follow the female for 1,000 miles. But if you keep it constantly with its mother or sister, it will leave them alone, so temperate is its nature. 1232. Incontinence. The unicorn, through its intemperance and not knowing how to control itself, for the love it bears to fair maidens forgets its ferocity and wildness. And laying aside all fear, it will go up to a seated damsel and go to sleep in her lap, and thus the hunters take it. Humility. We see the most striking example of humility in the lamb, which will submit to any animal. And when they are given for food to imprisoned lions, they are as gentle to them as to their own mother, so that very often it has been seen that the lions forbear to kill them. 1233. Pride. The falcon, by reason of its haughtiness and pride, is fain to lord it and rule over all the other birds of prey, and longs to be sole and supreme. And very often the falcon has been seen to assault the eagle, the queen of birds. Abstinence. The wild ass, when it goes to the well to drink, and finds the water troubled, is never so thirsty but that it will abstain from drinking and wait till the water is clear again. Gluttony. The vulture is so addicted to gluttony that it will go 1,000 miles to eat a carrion. Therefore is it that it follows armies. 1234. Chastity. The turtle dove is never false to its mate, and if one dies the other preserves perpetual chastity and never again sits on a green bough, nor ever again drinks of clear water. Unchastity. The bat, owing to unbridled lust, observes no universal rule in pairing, but males with males and females with females pair promiscuously, as it may happen. Moderation. The ermine out of moderation never eats but once in the day. It will rather let itself be taken by the hunters than take refuge in a dirty lair, in order not to stain its purity. 1235. The eagle. The eagle when it is old flies so high that it scorches its feathers, and nature allowing that it should renew its youth, it falls into shallow water. And if its young ones cannot bear to gaze on the sun. Footnote 6. The meaning is obscure. It does not feed them with any bird that does not wish to die. Animals which much fear it do not approach its nest, although it does not hurt them. It always leaves part of its prey uneat. Lumurpa fame. This is found in Asia Major, and shines so brightly that it absorbs its own shadow, and when it dies it does not lose this light, and its feathers never fall out, but a feather pulled out shines no longer. 1236. The pelican. This bird has a great love for its young, and when it finds them in its nest dead from a serpent's bite, it pierces itself to the heart, and with its blood it bathes them till they return to life. The salamander. This has no digestive organs, and gets no food but from the fire, in which it constantly renews its scaly skin. The salamander, which renews its scaly skin in the fire for virtue. The chameleon. This lives on air, and there it is the prey of all the birds. So in order to be safer it flies above the clouds, and finds an air so rarefied that it cannot support the bird that follows it. At that height nothing can go unless it has a gift from heaven, and that is where the chameleon flies. 1237. The Aleppo, a fish. The fish Aleppo does not live out of water. The ostrich. This bird converts iron into nourishment, and hatches its eggs by its gaze, armies under commanders. The swan. The swan is white without any spot, and it sings sweetly as it dies, its life ending with that song. The stork. This bird, by drinking salt water, purges itself of distempers. If the male finds his mate unfaithful, he abandons her, and when it grows old, its young ones brood over it and feed it till it dies. H114a. 1238. The grasshopper. This silences the cuckoo with its song. It dies in oil and revives in vinegar. It sings in the greatest heats. The bat. The more light there is, the blinder this creature becomes. As those who gaze most at the sun become most dazzled for vice, that cannot remain where virtue appears. The partridge. This bird changes from the female into the male and forgets its former sex. And out of envy it steals the eggs from others and hatches them, but the young ones follow the true mother. The swallow. This bird gives sight to its blind young ones by means of celandine. H114b. 1239. The oyster for treachery. This creature, when the moon is full, opens itself wide, and when the crab looks in he throws in a piece of rock or seaweed, and the oyster cannot close again, whereby it serves for food to that crab. This is what happens to him who opens his mouth to tell his secret. He becomes the prey of the treacherous hearer. The bacillus cruelty. All snakes fly from this creature, but the weasel attacks it by means of rue and kills it. The asp. This carries instantaneous death in its fangs, and, that it may not hear the charmer, it stops its ears with its tail. 1240. The dragon. This creature entangles itself in the legs of the elephant which falls upon it, and so both die, and in its death it is avenged. The viper. She, in pairing, opens her mouth and at last clenches her teeth and kills her husband. Then the young ones, growing within her body, rend her open and kill their mother. The scorpion. Saliva, spit out when fasting, will kill a scorpion. This may be likened to abstinence from greediness, which removes and heals the ills which result from that gluttony, and opens the path of virtue. 1241. The crocodile, hypocrisy. This animal catches a man and straightway kills him. After he is dead, it weeps for him with a lamentable voice and many tears. Then, having done lamenting, it cruelly devours him. It is thus with the hypocrite, who, for the smallest matter, has his face bathed with tears, but shows the heart of a tiger and rejoices in his heart at the woes of others, while wearing a pitiful face. The toad. The toad flies from the light of the sun, and if it is held there by force, it puffs itself out so much as to hide its head below and shield itself from the rays. Thus does the foe of clear and radiant virtue, who can only be constrainedly brought to face it with puffed-up courage. 1242. The caterpillar for virtue in general. The caterpillar, which by means of assiduous care is able to weave round itself a new dwelling place with marvelous artifice and fine workmanship, comes out of it afterwards with painted and lovely wings, with which it rises towards heaven. The spider. The spider brings forth out of herself the delicate and ingenious web, which makes her a return by the prey it takes. Footnote: 2 notes are underneath this text. The first, Nessuna cosa e de temere più ci la saza fama, is a repetition of the first line of the text given in volume I number 695. The second, Fatica fuga choia fama in braxio quaes, occultata si, is written in red chalk and is evidently an incomplete sentence. 1243. The lion. This animal, with his thundering roar, rouses his young the third day after they are born, teaching them the use of all their dormant senses, and all the wild things which are in the wood flee away. This may be compared to the children of virtue who are roused by the sound of praise and grow up in honorable studies, by which they are more and more elevated, while all that is base flies at the sound, shunning those who are virtuous. Again, the lion covers over its foot tracks, so that the way it has gone may not be known to its enemies. Thus it beseems a captain to conceal the secrets of his mind, so that the enemy may not know his purpose. 1244. The tarantula. The bite of the tarantula fixes a man's mind on one idea. That is on the thing he was thinking of when he was bitten. The screech owl and the owl. These punish those who are scoffing at them by pecking out their eyes, for nature has so ordered it that they may thus be fed. 1245. The elephant. The huge elephant has by nature what is rarely found in man, that is honesty, prudence, justice, and the observance of religion. Inasmuch as when the moon is new, these beasts go down to the rivers, and there, solemnly cleansing themselves, they bathe and so, having saluted the planet, return to the woods. And when they are ill, being laid down, they fling up plants towards heaven as though they would offer sacrifice. They bury their tusks when they fall out from old age. Of these 2 tusks, they use one to dig up roots for food, but they save the point of the other for fighting with. When they are taken by hunters, and when worn out by fatigue, they dig up these buried tusks and ransom themselves. 1246. They are merciful and know the dangers, and if one finds a man alone and lost, he kindly puts him back in the road he has missed, if he finds the footprints of the man before the man himself. It dreads betrayal, so it stops and blows, pointing it out to the other elephants who form in a troop and go warily. These beasts always go in troops, and the oldest goes in front and the second in age remains the last, and thus they enclose the troop. Out of shame, they pair only at night and secretly, nor do they then rejoin the herd but first bathe in the river. The females do not fight as with other animals, and it is so merciful that it is most unwilling by nature ever to hurt those weaker than itself. And if it meets in the middle of its way a flock of sheep. 1247. It puts them aside with its trunk, so as not to trample them underfoot, and it never hurts anything unless when provoked. When one has fallen into a pit, the others fill up the pit with branches, earth, and stones, thus raising the bottom that he may easily get out. They greatly dread the noise of swine and fly in confusion, doing no less harm then, with their feet, to their own kind than to the enemy. They delight in rivers and are always wandering about near them, though on account of their great weight they cannot swim. They devour stones, and the trunks of trees are their favorite food. They have a horror of rats. Flies delight in their smell and settle on their back, and the beast scrapes its skin, making its folds even, and kills them. 1248. When they cross rivers, they send their young ones up against the stream of the water. Thus, being set towards the fall, they break the united current of the water so that the current does not carry them away. The dragon flings itself under the elephant's body, and with its tail it ties its legs. With its wings and with its arms it also clings round its ribs and cuts its throat with its teeth, and the elephant falls upon it, and the dragon is burst. Thus, in its death it is revenged on its foe. The dragon. These go in companies together, and they twine themselves after the manner of roots, and with their heads raised they cross lakes, and swim to where they find better pasture. And if they did not thus combine. 1249. They would be drowned, therefore they combine. The serpent. The serpent is a very large animal. When it sees a bird in the air, it draws in its breath so strongly that it draws the birds into its mouth too. Marcus Regulus, the consul of the Roman army, was attacked, with his army, by such an animal and almost defeated. And this animal, being killed by a catapult, measured 123 feet, that is 64.12 brachia, and its head was high above all the trees in a wood. The boa. This is a very large snake which entangles itself round the legs of the cow so that it cannot move, and then sucks it, in such wise that it almost dries it up. In the time of Claudius the emperor, there was killed on the Vatican Hill. 1250. One which had incited a boy, entire, that it had swallowed. The maclay, caught when asleep. This beast is born in Scandinavia. It has the shape of a great horse, excepting that the great length of its neck and of its ears make a difference. It feeds on grass, going backwards, for it has so long an upper lip that if it went forwards it would cover up the grass. Its legs are all in one piece. For this reason, when it wants to sleep, it leans against a tree, and the hunters, spying out the place where it is wont asleep, saw the tree almost through. And then, when it leans against it to sleep, in its sleep it falls, and thus the hunters take it. And every other mode of taking it is in vain, because it is incredibly swift in running. 1251. The bison which does injury in its flight. This beast is a native of Paeonia, and has a neck with a mane like a horse. In all its other parts it is like a bull, excepting that its horns are in a way bent inwards, so that it cannot butt. Hence it has no safety, but in flight, in which it flings out its excrement to a distance of 400 brachia in its course, and this burns like fire wherever it touches. Lions, pards, panthers, tigers. These keep their claws in the sheath, and never put them out unless they are on the back of their prey or their enemy. The lioness. When the lioness defends her young from the hand of the hunter, in order not to be frightened by the spears she keeps her eyes on the ground, to the end that she may not by her flight leave her young ones prisoners. 1252. The lion. This animal, which is so terrible, fears nothing more than the noise of empty carts, and likewise the crowing of cocks. And it is much terrified at the sight of one, and looks at its comb with a frightened aspect, and is strangely alarmed when its face is covered. The panther in Africa. This has the form of the lioness, but it is taller on its legs, and slimmer and long-bodied. And it is all white and marked with black spots after the manner of rosettes. And all animals delight to look upon these rosettes, and they would always be standing round it if it were not for the terror of its face. 1253. Therefore, knowing this, it hides its face, and the surrounding animals grow bold and come close, the better to enjoy the sight of so much beauty, when suddenly it seizes the nearest and at once devours it. Camels. The Bactrian have 2 humps, the Arabian one only. They are swift in battle and most useful to carry burdens. This animal is extremely observant of rule and measure, for it will not move if it has a greater weight than it is used to, and if it is taken too far it does the same, and suddenly stops, and so the merchants are obliged to lodge there. 1254. The tiger. This beast is a native of Hyrcania, and it is something like the panther from the various spots on its skin. It is an animal of terrible swiftness. The hunter, when he finds its young ones, carries them off hastily, placing mirrors in the place whence he takes them, and at once escapes on a swift horse. The panther, returning, finds the mirrors fixed on the ground, and looking into them believes it sees its young. Then, scratching with its paws, it discovers the cheat. Forthwith, By means of the scent of its young, it follows the hunter. And when this hunter sees the tigress, he drops one of the young ones and she takes it. And having carried it to the den, she immediately returns to the hunter and does. 1255. The same till he gets into his boat. Catapulpas. It is found in Ethiopia near to the source Nigracapo. It is not a very large animal, is sluggish in all its parts, and its head is so large that it carries it with difficulty, in such wise that it always droops towards the ground. Otherwise it would be a great pest to man, for anyone on whom it fixes its eyes dies immediately. Footnote. Leonardo undoubtedly derived these remarks as to the catapulpas from Pliny Hist. Nat. Roman 8. 21 al 32. Apud Hesperios Ethiopas fons est nigris different readings. Ut pleric existimaver nili caput. Juxta hunc fiera appellator catapulpas modica aliaquin, ceterisque membris iners, caput tantum pregrave eager ferens, alias internessio humani generis, omnibus qui oculos ejus viter, confestum morientibus. Alien Hist. And gives a far more minute description of the creature, but he says that it poisons beasts not by its gaze, but by its venomous breath. Athenaeus 221b mentions both. If Leonardo had known of these two passages, he would scarcely have omitted the poisonous breath. H. Muller-Strubbing. The basilisk. This is found in the province of Cyrenaica and is not more than 12 fingers long. It has on its head a white spot after the fashion of a diadem. It scares all serpents with its whistling. It resembles a snake, but does not move by wriggling but from the center forwards to the right. It is said that one. 1256. Of these being killed with a spear by one who was on horseback, and its venom flowing on the spear, not only the man but the horse also died. It spoils the wheat, and not only that which it touches, but where it breathes the grass dries and the stones are split. The weasel. This beast, finding the lair of the basilisk, kills it with the smell of its urine, and this smell, indeed, often kills the weasel itself. The cerastes. This has 4 movable little horns, so, when it wants to feed, it hides under leaves all of its body except these little horns which, as they move, seem to the birds to be some small worms at play. Then they immediately swoop down to pick them, and the cerastes suddenly twines round them and encircles and devours them. 1257. The amphispona. This has 2 heads, one in its proper place, the other at the tail, as if one place were not enough from which to fling its venom. The aculus. This lies on trees, and flings itself down like a dart, and pierces through the wild beast and kills them. The asp. The bite of this animal cannot be cured unless by immediately cutting out the bitten part. This pestilential animal has such a love for its mate that they always go in company. And if, by mishap, one of them is killed, the other, with incredible swiftness, follows him who has killed it. And it is so determined and eager for vengeance that it overcomes every difficulty, and passing by every troop it seeks to hurt none but its enemy. And it will travel any distance, and it is impossible to avoid it unless by crossing water and by very swift flight. It has its eyes turned inwards, and large ears, and it hears better than it sees. 1258. The ichneumon. This animal is the mortal enemy of the asp. It is a native of Egypt, and when it sees an asp near its place, it runs at once to the bed or mud of the Nile, and with this makes itself muddy all over. Then it dries itself in the sun, smears itself again with mud, and thus, drying one after the other, it makes itself 3 or 4 coatings like a coat of mail. Then it attacks the asp, and fights well with him, so that, taking its time, it catches him in the throat and destroys him. The crocodile. This is found in the Nile. It has 4 feet and lives on land and in water. No other terrestrial creature but this is found to have no tongue, and it only bites by moving its upper jaw. It grows to a length of 40 feet and has claws and is armed with a hide that will take any blow. By day it is on land and at night in the water. It feeds on fishes, and going to sleep on the bank of the Nile with its mouth open, a bird called. 1259. Trochilus, a very small bird, runs at once to its mouth and hops among its teeth and goes pecking out the remains of the food, and so inciting it with voluptuous delight, tempts it to open the whole of its mouth, and so it sleeps. This being observed by the ichneumon, it flings itself into its mouth and perforates its stomach and bowels, and finally kills it. The dolphin. Nature has given such knowledge to animals that besides the consciousness of their own advantages, they know the disadvantages of their foes. Thus the dolphin understands what strength lies in a cut from the fins placed on his chine, and how tender is the belly of the crocodile. Hence, in fighting with him, it thrusts at him from beneath and rips up his belly and so kills him. The crocodile is a terror to those that flee, and a base coward to those that pursue him. 1260. The hippopotamus. This beast, when it feels itself overfull, goes about seeking thorns, or where there may be the remains of canes that have been split, and it rubs against them till a vein is opened. Then, when the blood has flowed as much as he needs, he plasters himself with mud and heals the wound. In form, he is something like a horse with long haunches, a twisted tail and the teeth of a wild boar. His neck has a mane. The skin cannot be pierced, unless when he is bathing. He feeds on plants in the fields and goes into them backwards, so that it may seem as though he had come out. The ibis. This bird resembles a crane, and when it feels itself ill, it fills its craw with water, and with its beak makes an injection of it. The stag. These creatures, when they feel themselves bitten by the spider called father longlegs, eat crabs and free themselves of the venom. 1261. The lizard. This, when fighting with serpents, eats the sowthistle and is free. The swallow. This gives sight to its blind young ones with the juice of the celandine. The weasel. This, when chasing rats, first eats of rue. The wild boar. This beast cures its sickness by eating of ivy. The snake. This creature, when it wants to renew itself, casts its old skin, beginning with the head and changing in one day and one night. The panther. This beast, after its bowels have fallen out, will still fight with the dogs and hunters. 1262. The chameleon. This creature always takes the color of the thing on which it is resting, whence it is often devoured together with the leaves on which the elephant feeds. The raven. When it has killed the chameleon, it takes laurel as a purge. 1263. Moderation checks all the vices. The ermine will die rather than besmirch itself. Of foresight. The cock does not crow till it has thrice flapped its wings. The parrot, in moving among boughs, never puts its feet excepting where it has first put its beak. Vows are not made till hope is dead. Motion tends towards the center of gravity. 1264. Magnanimity. The falcon never seizes any but large birds, and will sooner die than eat meat of bad savor. 2. Fables. Fables on animals, 1265–1270. 1265. A fable. An oyster being turned out together with other fish in the house of a fisherman near the sea, he entreated a rat to take him to the sea. The rat, purposing to eat him, bit him open. But as he bit him, the oyster squeezed his head and closed, and the cat came and killed him. 1266. A fable. The thrushes rejoiced greatly at seeing a man take the owl and deprive her of liberty, tying her feet with strong bonds. But this owl was afterwards, by means of birdlime, the cause of the thrushes losing not only their liberty, but their life. This is said for those countries which rejoice in seeing their governors lose their liberty, when by that means they themselves lose all succor, and remain in bondage in the power of their enemies, losing their liberty and often their life. 1267. A fable. A dog, lying asleep on the fur of a sheep, one of his fleas, perceiving the odor of the greasy wool, judged that this must be a land of better living, and also more secure from the teeth and nails of the dog than where he fed on the dog. And without farther reflection, he left the dog and went into the thick wool. There he began with great labor to try to pass among the roots of the hairs, but after much sweating had to give up the task as vain, because these hairs were so close that they almost touched each other, and there was no space where fleas could taste the skin. Hence, after much labor and fatigue, he began to wish to return to his dog, who however had already departed, so he was constrained after long repentance and bitter tears to die of hunger. 1268. A fable. The vain and wandering butterfly, not content with being able to fly at its ease through the air, overcome by the tempting flame of the candle, decided to fly into it. But its sportive impulse was the cause of a sudden fall, for its delicate wings were burnt in the flame. And the hapless butterfly having dropped, all scorched, at the foot of the candlestick, after much lamentation and repentance, dried the tears from its swimming eyes, and raising its face exclaimed, O false light! How many must thou have miserably deceived in the past, like me? Or if I must indeed see light so near, ought I not to have known the sun from the false glare of dirty tallow? A fable. The monkey, finding a nest of small birds, went up to it greatly delighted. But they, being already fledged, he could only succeed in taking the smallest. Greatly delighted, he took it in his hand and went to his abode, and having begun to look at the little bird, he took to kissing it, and from excess of love, he kissed it so much and turned it about and squeezed it till he killed it. This is said for those who by not punishing their children let them come to mischief. 1269. A fable. A rat was besieged in his little dwelling by a weasel, which with unwearied vigilance awaited his surrender, while watching his imminent peril through a little hole. Meanwhile, the cat came by and suddenly seized the weasel and forthwith devoured it. Then the rat offered up a sacrifice to Jove of some of his store of nuts, humbly thanking his providence, and came out of his hole to enjoy his lately lost liberty. But he was instantly deprived of it, together with his life, by the cruel claws and teeth of the lurking cat. 1270. A fable. The ant found a grain of millet. The seed, feeling itself taken prisoner, cried out to her, If you will do me the kindness to allow me accomplish my function of reproduction, I will give you 100 such as I am. And so it was. A spider found a bunch of grapes, which for its sweetness was much resorted to by bees and divers kinds of flies. It seemed to her that she had found a most convenient spot to spread her snare, and having settled herself on it with her delicate web, and entered into her new habitation, there, every day placing herself in the openings made by the spaces between the grapes, she fell like a thief on the wretched creatures which were not aware of her. But after a few days had passed, the vintager came and cut away the bunch of grapes and put it with others, with which it was trodden. And thus the grapes were a snare and pitfall both for the treacherous spider and the betrayed flies. An ass having gone to sleep on the ice over a deep lake, his heat dissolved the ice, and the ass awoke under water to his great grief, and was forthwith drowned. A falcon, unable to endure with patience the disappearance of a duck, which, flying before him, had plunged under water, wished to follow it under water, and having soaked his feathers, had to remain in the water, while the duck, rising to the air, mocked at the falcon as he drowned. The spider, wishing to take flies in her treacherous net, was cruelly killed in it by the hornet. An eagle, wanting to mock at the owl, was caught by the wings in birdlime, and was taken and killed by a man. Fables on lifeless objects, 1271, 1274. 1271. The water, finding that its element was the lordly ocean, was seized with a desire to rise above the air, and being encouraged by the element of fire and rising as a very subtle vapor, it seemed as though it were really as thin as air. But having risen very high, it reached the air that was still more rare and cold, where the fire forsook it, and the minute particles, being brought together, united and became heavy. Whence its haughtiness deserting it, it betook itself to flight, and it fell from the sky, and was drunk up by the dry earth, where, being imprisoned for a long time, it did penance for its sin. Ca 172b, 516b. 1272. A fable. The razor, having one day come forth from the handle which serves as its sheath, and having placed himself in the sun, saw the sun reflected in his body, which filled him with great pride. And turning it over in his thoughts, he began to say to himself, And shall I return again to that shop from which I have just come? Certainly not. Such splendid beauty shall not, please God, be turned to such base uses. What folly it would be that could lead me to shave the lathered beards of rustic peasants and perform such menial service. Is this body destined for such work? Certainly not. I will hide myself in some retired spot, and there pass my life in tranquil repose. And having thus remained hidden for some months, one day he came out into the air, and issuing from his sheath, saw himself turned to the similitude of a rusty saw, while his surface no longer reflected the resplendent sun. With useless repentance, he vainly deplored the irreparable mischief, saying to himself, Oh, how far better was it to employ at the barber's my lost edge of such exquisite keenness! Where is that lustrous surface? It has been consumed by this vexatious and unsightly rust. The same thing happens to those minds which instead of exercise give themselves up to sloth. They are like the razor here spoken of, and lose the keenness of their edge, while the rust of ignorance spoils their form. A fable. A stone of some size recently uncovered by the water lay on a certain spot somewhat raised, and just where a delightful grove ended by a stony road. Here it was surrounded by plants decorated by various flowers of divers colors. And as it saw the great quantity of stones collected together in the roadway below, it began to wish it could let itself fall down there, saying to itself, "What have I to do here with these plants? I want to live in the company of those, my sisters." And letting itself fall, its rapid course ended among these longed-for companions. When it had been there some time, it began to find itself constantly toiling under the wheels of the carts, the iron-shoed feet of horses and of travelers. This one rolled it over, that one trod upon it. Sometimes it lifted itself a little, and then it was covered with mud or the dung of some animal, and it was in vain that it looked at the spot whence it had come as a place of solitude and tranquil place. Thus it happens to those who choose to leave a life of solitary contemplation, and come to live in cities among people full of infinite evil. 1273. Some flames had already lasted in the furnace of a glass-blower, when they saw a candle approaching in a beautiful and glittering candlestick. With ardent longing, they strove to reach it. And one of them, quitting its natural course, writhed up to an unburnt brand on which it fed and passed at the opposite end out by a narrow chink to the candle which was near. It flung itself upon it, and with fierce jealousy and greediness it devoured it, having reduced it almost to death, and, wishing to procure the prolongation of its life, it tried to return to the furnace whence it had come. But in vain, for it was compelled to die, the wood perishing together with the candle, being at last converted, with lamentation and repentance, into foul smoke, while leaving all its sisters in brilliant and enduring life and beauty. 1274. A small patch of snow finding itself clinging to the top of a rock which was lying on the topmost height of a very high mountain, and being left to its own imaginings, it began to reflect in this way, saying to itself, "Now, shall not I be thought vain and proud for having placed myself such a small patch of snow in so lofty a spot, and for allowing that so large a quantity of snow as I have seen here around me should take a place lower than mine? Certainly my small dimensions by no means merit this elevation. How easily may I, in proof of my insignificance, experience the same fate as that which the sun brought about yesterday to my companions, who were all, in a few hours, destroyed by the sun. And this happened from their having placed themselves higher than became them. I will flee from the wrath of the sun, and humble myself and find a place befitting my small importance." Thus, flinging itself down, it began to descend, hurrying from its high home on to the other snow. But the more it sought a low place, the more its bulk increased, so that when at last its course was ended on a hill, it found itself no less in size than the hill which supported it, and it was the last of the snow which was destroyed that summer by the sun. This is said for those who, humbling themselves, become exalted. Fables on Plants, 1275–1279. 1275. The cedar, being desirous of producing a fine and noble fruit at its summit, set to work to form it with all the strength of its sap. But this fruit, when grown, was the cause of the tall and upright tree-top being bent over. The peach, being envious of the vast quantity of fruit which she saw borne on the nut tree, her neighbor, determined to do the same, and loaded herself with her own in such a way that the weight of the fruit pulled her up by the roots and broke her down to the ground. The nut tree stood always by a roadside, displaying the wealth of its fruit to the passers-by, and every one cast stones at it. The fig tree, having no fruit, no one looked at it. Then, wishing to produce fruits that it might be praised by men, it was bent and broken down by them. The fig tree, standing by the side of the elm and seeing that its boughs were bare of fruit, yet that it had the audacity to keep the sun from its own unripe figs with its branches, said to it, "O elm, art thou not ashamed to stand in front of me? But wait till my offspring are fully grown and you will see where you are." But when her offspring were mature, a troop of soldiers coming by fell upon the fig tree, and her figs were all torn off her, and her boughs cut away and broken. Then, when she was thus maimed in all her limbs, the elm asked her, saying, "O fig tree, which was best, to be without offspring, or to be brought by them into so miserable a plight. 1276. The plant complains of the old and dry stick, which stands by its side, and of the dry stakes that surround it. One keeps it upright, the other keeps it from low company. 1277. A fable. A nut, having been carried by a crow to the top of a tall campanile, and released by falling into a chink from the mortal grip of its beak, it prayed the wall by the grace bestowed on it by God in allowing it to be so high and thick, and to own such fine bells and of so noble a tone, that it would succor it, and that, as it had not been able to fall under the verdurous boughs of its venerable father, and lie in the fat earth covered up by his fallen leaves, it would not abandon it. Because, finding itself in the beak of the cruel crow, it had there made a vow that if it escaped from her, it would end its life in a little hole. At these words the wall, moved to compassion, was content to shelter it in the spot where it had fallen. And after a short time, the nut began to split open and put forth roots between the rifts of the stones and push them apart, and to throw out shoots from its hollow shell. And, to be brief, these rose above the building, and the twisted roots, growing thicker, began to thrust the walls apart and tear out the ancient stones from their old places. Then the wall, too late and in vain, bewailed the cause of its destruction, and in a short time it wrought the ruin of a great part of it. 1278. A fable. The privet, feeling its tender boughs loaded with young fruit, pricked by the sharp claws and beak of the insolent blackbird, complained to the blackbird with piteous remonstrance, entreating her that since she stole its delicious fruits, she should not deprive it of the leaves with which it preserved them from the burning rays of the sun, and that she should not divest it of its tender bark by scratching it with her sharp claws. To which the blackbird replied with angry upbraiding, "Oh, be silent, uncultured shrub! Do you not know that nature made you produce these fruits for my nourishment? Do you not see that you are in the world to serve me as food? Do you not know, base creature, that next winter you will be food and prey for the fire?" To which words the tree listened patiently, and not without tears. After a short time, the blackbird was taken in a net, and boughs were cut to make a cage, in which to imprison her. Branches were cut, among others from the pliant privet, to serve for the small rods of the cage, and seeing herself to be the cause of the blackbird's loss of liberty, it rejoiced and spoke as follows: "O blackbird, I am here, and not yet burnt by fire as you said. I shall see you in prison before you see me burnt." A fable. The laurel and the myrtle, seeing the pear tree cut down, cried out with a loud voice, "O pear tree, whither are you going? Where is the pride you had when you were covered with ripe fruits? Now you will no longer shade us with your mass of leaves." Then the pear tree replied, "I am going with the husbandman who has cut me down, and who will take me to the workshop of a good sculptor, who by his art will make me take the form of Jove the god. And I shall be dedicated in a temple and adored by men in the place of Jove, while you are bound always to remain maimed and stripped of your boughs, which will be placed round me to do me honor." A fable. The chestnut, seeing a man upon the fig tree, bending its boughs down and pulling off the ripe fruits, which he put into his open mouth, destroying and crushing them with his hard teeth, it tossed its long boughs, and with a noisy rustle exclaimed, "O fig! How much less are you protected by nature than I see how in me my sweet offspring are set in close array. First clothed in soft wrappers over which is the hard but softly lined husk. And not content with taking this care of me, and having given them so strong a shelter, on this she has placed sharp and close-set spines, so that the hand of man cannot hurt me." Then the fig tree and her offspring began to laugh, and having laughed she said, "I know man to be of such ingenuity that with rods and stones and stakes flung up among your branches he will bury view of your fruits. And when they are fallen, he will trample them with his feet or with stones, so that your offspring will come out of their armor, crushed and maimed, while I am touched carefully by their hands, and not like you with sticks and stones." 1279. The hapless willow, finding that she could not enjoy the pleasure of seeing her slender branches grow or attain to the height she wished, or point to the sky, by reason of the vine and whatever other trees that grew near, but was always maimed and lopped and spoiled, brought all her spirits together, and gave and devoted itself entirely to imagination, standing plunged in long meditation and seeking, in all the world of plants, with which of them she might ally herself, and which could not need the help of her wits. Having stood for some time in this prolific imagination, With a sudden flash, the gourd presented itself to her thoughts, and tossing all her branches with extreme delight, it seemed to her that she had found the companion suited to her purpose, because the gourd is more apt to bind others than to need binding. Having come to this conclusion, she awaited eagerly some friendly bird who should be the mediator of her wishes. Presently seeing near her the magpie, she said to him, "O gentle bird, by the memory of the refuge which you found this morning among my branches, when the hungry, cruel, and rapacious falcon wanted to devour you, and by that repose which you have always found in me when your wings craved rest, and by the pleasure you have enjoyed among my boughs, when playing with your companions or making love, I entreat you find the gourd and obtain from her some of her seeds, and tell her that those that are born of them I will treat exactly as though they were my own flesh and blood. And in this way use all the words you can think of, which are of the same persuasive purport, though indeed, since you are a master of language, I need not teach you. And if you will do me this service, I shall be happy to have your nest in the fork of my boughs, and all your family without payment of any rent." Then the magpie, having made and confirmed certain new stipulations with the willow, and principally that she should never admit upon her any snake or polecat, cocked his tail and put down his head, and flung himself from the bough, throwing his weight upon his wings. And these, beating the fleeting air, now here, now there, bearing about inquisitively, while his tail served as a rudder to steer him, he came to a gourd. Then with a handsome bow and a few polite words, he obtained the required seeds, and carried them to the willow, who received him with a cheerful face. And when he had scraped away with his foot a small quantity of the earth near the willow, describing a circle, with his beak he planted the grains, which in a short time began to grow, and by their growth and the branches to take up all the boughs of the willow, while their broad leaves deprived it of the beauty of the sun and sky. And not content with so much evil, the gourds next began, by their rude hold, to drag the ends of the tender shoots down towards the earth, with strange twisting and distortion. Then, being much annoyed, it shook itself in vain to throw off the gourd. After raving for some days in such plans vainly, because the firm union forbade it, seeing the wind come by, it commended itself to him. The wind flew hard and opened the old and hollow stem of the willow in two down to the roots, so that it fell into two parts. In vain did it bewail itself, recognizing that it was born to no good end. 3. Jests and Tales. See A 117a, 361a. 1280. A jest. A priest, making the rounds of his parish on Easter Eve, and sprinkling holy water in the houses as is customary, came to a painter's room, where he sprinkled the water on some of his pictures. The painter turned round, somewhat angered, and asked him why this sprinkling had been bestowed on his pictures. Then said the priest that it was the custom and his duty to do so, and that he was doing good, and that he who did good might look for good in return, and indeed for better, since God had promised that every good deed that was done on earth should be rewarded 100-fold from above. Then the painter, waiting till he went out, went to an upper window and flung a large pail of water on the priest's back, saying, "Here is the reward 100-fold from above, which you said would come from the good you had done me with your holy water, by which you have damaged my pictures." 1281. When wine is drunk by a drunkard, that wine is revenged on the drinker. 1282. Wine, the divine juice of the grape, finding itself in a golden and richly wrought cup on the table of Mahomet, was puffed up with pride at so much honor, when suddenly it was struck by a contrary reflection, saying to itself, "What am I about, that I should rejoice, and not perceive that I am now near to my death, and shall leave my golden abode in this cup, to enter into the foul and fetid caverns of the human body, and to be transmuted from a fragrant and delicious liquor into a foul and base one? Nay, and as though so much evil as this were not enough, I must for a long time lie in hideous receptacles, together with other fetid and corrupt matter cast out from human intestines." And it cried to heaven, imploring vengeance for so much insult, and that an end might henceforth be put to such contempt, and that, since that country produced the finest and best grapes in the whole world, at least they should not be turned into wine. Then Jove made that wine drunk by Mahomet to rise in spirit to his brain, and that in so deleterious a manner that it made him mad, and gave birth to so many follies that, when he had recovered himself, he made a law that no Asiatic should drink wine, and henceforth the vine and its fruit were left free. As soon as wine has entered the stomach, it begins to ferment and swell. Then the spirit of that man begins to abandon his body, rising as it were skywards, and the brain finds itself parting from the body. Then it begins to degrade him and make him rave like a madman, and then he does irreparable evil, killing his friends. 1283. An artisan often going to visit a great gentleman without any definite purpose. The gentleman asked him what he did this for. The other said that he came there to have a pleasure which his lordship could not have, since to him it was a satisfaction to see men greater than himself, as is the way with the populace, while the gentleman could only see men of less consequence than himself, and so lords and great men were deprived of that pleasure. 1284. Franciscan begging friars are wont, at certain times, to keep fasts, when they do not eat meat in their convents. But on journeys, as they live on charity, they have license to eat whatever is set before them. Now a couple of these friars on their travels stopped at an inn in company with a certain merchant and sat down with him at the same table, where, from the poverty of the inn, nothing was served to them but a small roast chicken. The merchant, seeing this to be but little even for himself, turned to the friars and said, "If my memory serves me, you do not eat any kind of flesh in your convents at this season." At these words, the friars were compelled by their rule to admit, without cavil, that this was the truth. So the merchant had his wish, and eat the chicken, and the friars did the best they could. After dinner, the messmates departed, all three together, and after traveling some distance, they came to a river of some width and depth. All three being on foot the friars by reason of their poverty, and the other from avarice it was necessary, by the custom of company, that one of the friars, being barefoot, should carry the merchant on his shoulders. So having given his wooden shoes into his keeping, he took up his man. But it so happened that when the friar had got to the middle of the river, he again remembered a rule of his order, and stopping short, he looked up, like Saint Christopher, to the burden on his back and said, "Tell me, have you any money about you?" "You know I have," answered the other. "How do you suppose that a merchant like me should go about otherwise?" "Alack!" cried the friar, "our rules forbid us to carry any money on our persons." And forthwith he dropped him into the water, which the merchant perceived was a facetious way of being revenged on the indignity he had done them. So, with a smiling face, and blushing somewhat with shame, he peaceably endured the revenge. 1285. A jest. A man wishing to prove, by the authority of Pythagoras, that he had formerly been in the world, while another would not let him finish his argument, the first speaker said to the second, "It is by this token that I was formerly here, I remember that you were a miller." The other one, feeling himself stung by these words, agreed that it was true, and that by the same token he remembered that the speaker had been the ass that carried the flour. A jest. It was asked of a painter why, since he made such beautiful figures, which were but dead things, his children were so ugly. To which the painter replied that he made his pictures by day and his children by night. 1286. A man saw a large sword which another one wore at his side. Said he, "Poor fellow, for a long time I have seen you tied to that weapon. Why do you not release yourself as your hands are untied and set yourself free?" To which the other replied, "This is none of yours, on the contrary it is an old story." The former speaker, feeling stung, replied, "I know that you are acquainted with so few things in this world that I thought anything I could tell you would be new to you." 1287. A man gave up his intimacy with one of his friends because he often spoke ill of his other friends. The neglected friend one day lamenting to this former friend, after much complaining, entreated him to say what might be the cause that had made him forget so much friendship. To which he answered, "I will no longer be intimate with you because I love you, and I do not choose that you, by speaking ill of me, your friend, to others, should produce in others, as in me, a bad impression of yourself, by speaking evil to them of me, your friend. Therefore, being no longer intimate together, it will seem as though we had become enemies. And in speaking evil of me, as is your wont, you will not be blamed so much as if we continued intimate." 1288. A man was arguing and boasting that he knew many and various tricks. Another among the bystanders said, "I know how to play a trick which will make whomsoever I like pull off his breeches." The first man, the boaster, said, "You won't make me pull off mine, and I bet you a pair of hose on it." He who proposed the game, having accepted the offer, produced breeches and drew them across the face of him who bet the pair of hose and won the bet. A man said to an acquaintance, "Your eyes are changed to a strange color." The other replied, "It often happens, but you have not noticed it." "When does it happen?" said the former. "Every time that my eyes see your ugly face, from the shock of so unpleasing a sight, they suddenly turn pale and change to a strange color." A man said to another, "Your eyes are changed to a strange color." The other replied, "It is because my eyes behold your strange, ugly face." A man said that in his country were the strangest things in the world. Another answered, "You, who were born there, confirm this as true by the strangeness of your ugly face." Footnote: the joke turns, it appears, on two meanings of trar, and is not easily translated. 1289. An old man was publicly casting contempt on a young one, and boldly showing that he did not fear him, on which the young man replied that his advanced age served him better as a shield than either his tongue or his strength. 1290. A jest. A sick man finding himself in articulo mortis heard a knock at the door, and asking one of his servants who was knocking, the servant went out, and answered that it was a woman calling herself Madonna Bona. Then the sick man, lifting his arms to heaven, thanked God with a loud voice, and told the servants that they were to let her come in at once, so that he might see one good woman before he died, since in all his life he had never yet seen one. 1291. A jest. A man was desired to rise from bed because the sun was already risen. To which he replied, "If I had as far to go and as much to do as he has, I should be risen by now. But having but a little way to go, I shall not rise yet." 1292. A man, seeing a woman ready to hold up the target for a jousting match, exclaimed, looking at the shield and considering his spear, "Alack, this is too small a workman for so great a business." 4. Prophecies. 1293. The division of the prophecies. First, of things relating to animals. Secondly, of irrational creatures. Thirdly, of plants. Fourthly, of ceremonies. Fifthly, of manners. Sixthly, of cases or edicts or quarrels. Seventhly, of cases that are impossible in nature, as, for instance, of those things which, the more is taken from them, the more they grow. And reserve the great matters till the end, and the small matters give at the beginning. And first show the evils and then the punishment of philosophical things. Of ants. These creatures will form many communities, which will hide themselves and their young ones and victuals in dark caverns, and they will feed themselves and their families in dark places for many months without any light, artificial or natural. Footnote: lines 1-51 are in the original written in one column, beginning with the text of line 11. At the end of the column is the program for the arrangement of the prophecies, placed here at the head. Lines 56-79 form a second column, lines 80-97 a third one. See the reproduction of the text on the facsimile pie. CXVI. Another suggestion for the arrangement of the prophecies is to be found among the notes 55-57 on page 357. Of bees. And many others will be deprived of their store and their food, and will be cruelly submerged and drowned by folks devoid of reason. O justice of God, why dost thou not wake and behold thy creatures thus ill-used? Of sheep, cows, goats, and the like. Endless multitudes of these will have their little children taken from them, ripped open and flayed, and most barbarously quartered. Of nuts, and olives, and acorns, and chestnuts, and such like. Many offspring shall be snatched by cruel thrashing from the very arms of their mothers, and flung on the ground, and crushed. Of children bound in bundles. O cities of the sea, in you I see your citizens both females and males tightly bound, arms and legs, with strong withs by folks who will not understand your language. And you will only be able to assuage your sorrows and lost liberty by means of tearful complaints and sighing and lamentation among yourselves. For those who will bind you will not understand you, nor will you understand them. Of cats that eat rats. In you, O cities of Africa, your children will be seen quartered in their own houses by most cruel and rapacious beasts of your own country. Of asses that are beaten. O nature, wherefore art thou so partial, being to some of thy children a tender and benign mother, and to others a most cruel and pitiless stepmother? I see children of thine given up to slavery to others, without any sort of advantage, and instead of remuneration for the good they do, they are paid with the severest suffering, and spend their whole life in benefiting those who ill-treat them. Men shall sleep and eat and dwell among trees, in the forests and open country. Men will seem to see new destructions in the sky. The flames that fall from it will seem to rise in it and to fly from it with terror. They will hear every kind of animals speak in human language. They will instantaneously run in person in various parts of the world without motion. They will see the greatest splendor in the midst of darkness. Oh, marvel of the human race! What madness has led you thus? You will speak with animals of every species, and they with you in human speech. You will see yourself fall from great heights without any harm, and torrents will accompany you, and will mingle with their rapid course. Many who hold the faith of the sun only build temples in the name of the mother. A great portion of bodies that have been alive will pass into the bodies of other animals, which is as much as to say that the deserted tenements will pass piecemeal into the inhabited ones, furnishing them with good things and carrying with them their evils. That is to say, the life of man is formed from things eaten, and these carry with them that part of man which dies. 1294. Of funeral rites, and processions and lights, and bells and followers. The greatest honors will be paid to men, and much pomp, without their knowledge. Footnote, a facsimile of this text is on pi. CXVI below on the right, but the writing is larger than the other notes on the same sheet and of a somewhat different style. The ink is also of a different hue, as may be seen on the original sheet at Milan. Asterisk 84 and following, compare number 846. 1295. Of the avaricious. There will be many who will eagerly and with great care and solicitude follow up a thing, which, if they only knew its malignity, would always terrify them. Of those men who, the older they grow, the more avaricious they become, whereas, having but little time to stay, they should become more liberal. We see those who are regarded as being most experienced and judicious, when they least need a thing, seek and cherish it with most avidity. Of the ditch. Many will be busied in taking away from a thing, which will grow in proportion as it is diminished. Of a weight placed on a feather pillow. And it will be seen in many bodies that by raising the head they swell visibly, and by laying the raised head down again, their size will immediately be diminished. Of catching lice. And many will be hunters of animals, which, the fewer there are, the more will be taken. And conversely, the more there are, the fewer will be taken. Of drawing water in 2 buckets with a single rope. And many will be busily occupied, though the more of the thing they draw up, the more will escape at the other end. Of the tongues of pigs, and calves in sausage skins. Oh, how foul a thing, that we should see the tongue of one animal in the guts of another. Of sieves made of the hair of animals. We shall see the food of animals pass through their skin every way excepting through their mouths, and penetrate from the outside downwards to the ground. Of lanterns. The cruel horns of powerful bulls will screen the lights of night against the wild fury of the winds. Of feather beds. Flying creatures will give their very feathers to support men. Of animals which walk on trees wearing wooden shoes. The mire will be so great that men will walk on the trees of their country. Of the soles of shoes, which are made from the ox. And in many parts of the country men will be seen walking on the skins of large beasts. Of sailing in ships. There will be great winds, by reason of which things of the east will become things of the west, and those of the south, being involved in the course of the winds, will follow them to distant lands. Of worshipping the pictures of saints. Men will speak to men who hear not. Having their eyes open, they will not see. They will speak to these, and they will not be answered. They will implore favors of those who have ears and hear not. They will make light for the blind. Of sawyers. There will be many men who will move one against another, holding in their hands a cutting tool. But these will not do each other any injury beyond tiring each other. For, when one pushes forward, the other will draw back. But woe to him who comes between them, for he will end by being cut in pieces. Of silk spinning. Dismal cries will be heard loud, shrieking with anguish, and the hoarse and smothered tones of those who will be despoiled, and at last left naked and motionless. And this by reason of the mover, which makes everything turn round. Of putting bread into the mouth of the oven and taking it out again. In every city, land, castle, and house, men shall be seen, who for want of food will take it out of the mouths of others, who will not be able to resist in any way. Of tilled land. The earth will be seen turned upside down and facing the opposite hemispheres, uncovering the lurking holes of the fiercest animals. Of sowing seed. Then many of the men who will remain alive will throw the victuals they have preserved out of their houses, a free prey to the birds and beasts of the earth, without taking any care of them at all. Of the rains, which, by making the rivers muddy, wash away the land. Something will fall from the sky which will transport a large part of Africa, which lies under that sky towards Europe, and that of Europe towards Africa, and that of the Scythian countries will meet with tremendous revolutions 0. Of wood that burns. The trees and shrubs and the great forests will be converted into cinder. Of kilns for bricks and lime. Finally, the earth will turn red from a conflagration of many days, and the stones will be turned to cinders. Of boiled fish. The natives of the waters will die in the boiling flood. Of the olives which fall from the olive trees, shedding oil which makes light. And things will fall with great force from above, which will give us nourishment and light. Many will perish of dashing their heads in pieces, and the eyes of many will jump out of their heads by reason of fearful creatures come out of the darkness. That which was at first bound, cast out and rent by many and various beaters will be respected and honored, and its precepts will be listened to with reverence and love. Bodies without souls will, by their contents, give us precepts by which to die well. Men will hide themselves under the bark of trees, and, screaming, they will make themselves martyrs, by striking their own limbs. We shall see the horns of certain beasts fitted to iron tools, which will take the lives of many of their kind. There will come a time when no difference can be discerned between colors. On the contrary, everything will be black alike. One who by himself is mild enough and void of all offense will become terrible and fierce by being in bad company, and will most cruelly take the life of many men, and would kill many more if they were not hindered by bodies having no soul, that have come out of caverns, that is, breastplates of iron. Many dead things will move furiously, and will take and bind the living, and will ensnare them for the enemies who seek their death and destruction. Of metals. That shall be brought forth out of dark and obscure caves, which will put the whole human race in great anxiety, peril, and death. To many that seek them, after many sorrows they will give delight, and to those who are not in their company, death with want and misfortune. This will lead to the commission of endless crimes. This will increase and persuade bad men to assassinations, robberies, and treachery, and by reason of it each will be suspicious of his partner. This will deprive free cities of their happy condition. This will take away the lives of many. This will make men torment each other with many artifices, deceptions, and treasons. O monstrous creature! How much better would it be for men that everything should return to hell? For this, the vast forest will be devastated of their trees. For this, endless animals will lose their lives. Of fire. One shall be born from small beginnings which will rapidly become vast. This will respect no created thing, rather will it, by its power, transform almost everything from its own nature into another. Of ships which sink. Huge bodies will be seen, devoid of life, carrying, in fierce haste, a multitude of men to the destruction of their lives. Of oxen which are eaten. The masters of estates will eat their own laborers. Of beating beds to renew them. Men will be seen so deeply ungrateful that they will turn upon that which has harbored them, for nothing at all. They will so load it with blows that a great part of its inside will come out of its place, and will be turned over and over in its body. Of things which are eaten, and which first are killed. Those who nourish them will be killed by them, and afflicted by merciless deaths. Of the reflection of walls of cities in the water of their ditches. The high walls of great cities will be seen upside down in their ditches. Of water which flows turbid and mixed with soil and dust, and of mist which is mixed with the air, and of fire which is mixed with its own, and each with each. All the elements will be seen mixed together in a great whirling mass, now borne towards the center of the world, now towards the sky, and now furiously rushing from the south towards the frozen north, and sometimes from the east towards the west, and then again from this hemisphere to the other. The world may be divided into two hemispheres at any point. All men will suddenly be transferred into opposite hemispheres. The division of the east from the west may be made at any point. All living creatures will be moved from the east to the west, and in the same way from north to south, and vice versa. Of the motion of water which carries wood, which is dead. Bodies devoid of life will move by themselves and carry with them endless generations of the dead, taking the wealth from the bystanders. Of eggs which being eaten cannot form chickens. Oh, how many will they be that never come to the birth? Of fishes which are eaten unborn. Endless generations will be lost by the death of the pregnant. Of the lamentation on Good Friday. Throughout Europe, there will be a lamentation of great nations over the death of one man who died in the East. Of dreaming. Men will walk and not stir, they will talk to those who are not present, and hear those who do not speak. Of a man's shadow which moves with him. Shapes and figures of men and animals will be seen following these animals and men wherever they flee. And exactly as the one moves, the other moves. But what seems so wonderful is the variety of height they assume. Of our shadow cast by the sun, and our reflection in the water at one and the same time. Many a time will one man be seen as three, and all three move together, and often the most real one quits him. Of wooden chests which contain great treasures. Within walnuts and trees and other plants vast treasures will be found, which lie hidden there and well guarded. Of putting out the light when going to bed. Many persons puffing out a breath with too much haste will thereby lose their sight and soon after all consciousness. Of the bells of mules, which are close to their ears. In many parts of Europe, instruments of various sizes will be heard making divers harmonies, with great labor to those who hear them most closely. Of asses, the severest labor will be repaid with hunger and thirst, and discomfort, and blows and goadings and curses and great abuse. Of soldiers on horseback, many men will be seen carried by large animals, swift of pace, to the loss of their lives and immediate death. In the air and on earth animals will be seen of divers colors, furiously carrying men to the destruction of their lives. Of the stars of spurs. By the aid of the stars men will be seen, who will be as swift as any swift animal. Of a stick which is dead. The motions of a dead thing will make many living ones flee, with pain and lamentation and cries. Of tinder. With a stone and with iron things will be made visible, which before were not seen. 1296. Of going in ships. We shall see the trees of the great forests of Taurus and of Sinai and of the Apennines and others rush by means of the air, from east to west and from north to south, and carry, by means of the air, great multitudes of men. Oh, how many vows! Oh, how many deaths! Oh, how many partings of friends and relations! Oh, how many will those be who will never again see their own country nor their native land, and who will die unburied, with their bones strewn in various parts of the world. Of moving on All Saints' Day. Many will forsake their own dwellings, and carry with them all their belongings, and will go to live in other parts. Of All Souls' Day. How many will they be who will bewail their deceased forefathers, carrying lights to them? Of friars who, spending nothing but words, receive great gifts and bestow paradise. Invisible money will procure the triumph of many who will spend it. Of bows made of the horns of oxen. Many will there be who will die a painful death by means of the horns of cattle. Of writing letters from one country to another. Men will speak with each other from the most remote countries and reply. Of hemispheres, which are infinite, and which are divided by an infinite number of lines, so that every man always has one of these lines between his feet. Men standing in opposite hemispheres will converse and deride each other and embrace each other, and understand each other's language. Of priests who say Mass. There will be many men who, when they go to their labor, will put on the richest clothes, and these will be made after the fashion of aprons. Of friars who are confessors. And unhappy women will, of their own free will, reveal to men all their sins and shameful and most secret deeds. Of churches and the habitations of friars. Many will there be who will give up work and labor and poverty of life and goods, and will go to live among wealth in splendid buildings, declaring that this is the way to make themselves acceptable to God. Of selling paradise. An infinite number of men will sell publicly and unhindered things of the very highest price, without leave from the master of it, while it never was theirs nor in their power. And human justice will not prevent it. Of the dead which are carried to be buried, the simple folks will carry vast quantities of lights to light up the road for those who have entirely lost the power of sight. Of dowries for maidens. And whereas, at first, maidens could not be protected against the violence of men, neither by the watchfulness of parents nor by strong walls, the time will come when the fathers and parents of those girls will pay a large price to a man who wants to marry them, even if they are rich, noble, and most handsome. Certainly this seems as though nature wished to eradicate the human race as being useless to the world, and as spoiling all created things. Of the cruelty of man. Animals will be seen on the earth who will always be fighting against each other, with the greatest loss and frequent deaths on each side. And there will be no end to their malignity. By their strong limbs we shall see a great portion of the trees of the vast forests laid low throughout the universe. And when they are filled with food, the satisfaction of their desires will be to deal death and grief and labor, and wars and fury to every living thing. And from their immoderate pride, they will desire to rise towards heaven, but the too great weight of their limbs will keep them down. Nothing will remain on earth, or under the earth, or in the waters which will not be persecuted, disturbed, and spoiled, and those of one country removed into another. And their bodies will become the sepulture and means of transit of all they have killed. O earth, why dost thou not open and engulf them in the fissures of thy vast abyss and caverns, and no longer display in the sight of heaven such a cruel and horrible monster? 1297. Prophecies. There will be many which will increase in their destruction. The ball of snow rolling over snow. There will be many who, forgetting their existence and their name, will lie as dead on the spoils of other dead creatures. Sleeping on the feathers of birds. The east will be seen to rush to the west and the south to the north in confusion round and about the universe, with great noise and trembling or fury. In the east wind, which rushes to the west, the solar rays will kindle fire on the earth, by which a thing that is under the sky will be set on fire, and, being reflected by some obstacle, it will bend downwards. The concave mirror kindles a fire, with which we heat the oven, and this has its foundation beneath its roof. A great part of the sea will fly towards heaven, and for a long time will not return. That is, in clouds. There remains the motion, which divides the mover from the thing moved. Those who give light for divine service will be destroyed. Asterisk, the bees which make the wax for candles. Dead things will come from underground, and by their fierce movements will send numberless human beings out of the world. Iron, which comes from underground, is dead, but the weapons are made of it which kill so many men. The greatest mountains, even those which are remote from the seashore, will drive the sea from its place. This is by rivers which carry the earth they wash away from the mountains and bear it to the seashore. And where the earth comes, the sea must retire. The water dropped from the clouds still in motion on the flanks of mountains will lie still for a long period of time without any motion whatever. And this will happen in many and divers lands. Snow, which falls in flakes and is water. The great rocks of the mountains will throw out fire, so that they will burn the timber of many vast forests and many beasts both wild and tame. The flint in the tinderbox, which makes a fire that consumes all the loads of wood of which the forests are despoiled, and with this the flesh of beasts is cooked. Oh, how many great buildings will be ruined by reason of fire! The fire of great guns. Oxen will be to a great extent the cause of the destruction of cities, and in the same way horses and buffaloes. By drawing guns. 1298. The lion tribe will be seen tearing open the earth with their clawed paws, and in the caves, thus made, burying themselves together with the other animals that are beneath them. Animals will come forth from the earth in gloomy vesture, which will attack the human species with astonishing assaults, and which by their ferocious bites will make confusion of blood among those they devour. Again the air will be filled with a mischievous winged race, which will assail men and beasts, and feed upon them, with much noise filling themselves with scarlet blood. 1299. Blood will be seen issuing from the torn flesh of men, and trickling down the surface. Men will have such cruel maladies that they will tear their flesh with their own nails. The itch. Plants will be seen left without leaves, and the rivers standing still in their channels. The waters of the sea will rise above the high peaks of the mountains towards heaven and fall again on to the dwellings of men. That is, in clouds. The largest trees of the forest will be seen carried by the fury of the winds from east to west. That is across the sea. Men will cast away their own victuals. That is, in sowing. I 226a. 1300. Human beings will be seen who will not understand each other's speech. That is, a German with a Turk. Fathers will be seen giving their daughters into the power of man and giving up all their former care in guarding them. When girls are married, men will come out their graves turned into flying creatures, and they will attack other men, taking their food from their very hand or table. As flies. Many will there be who, flaying their mother, will tear the skin from her back, husbandmen tilling the earth. Happy will they be who lend ear to the words of the dead, who read good works and obey them. 1031. Feathers will raise men, as they do birds, towards heaven, that is, by the letters which are written with quills. The works of men's hands will occasion their death, swords and spears. Men out of fear will cling to the thing they most fear. That is, they will be miserable, lest they should fall into misery. Things that are separate shall be united and acquire such virtue that they will restore to man his lost memory. That is papyrus, which are made of separate strips and have preserved the memory of the things and acts of men. The bones of the dead will be seen to govern the fortunes of him who moves them, by dice. Cattle with their horns protect the flame from its death, in a lantern. The forests will bring forth young, which will be the cause of their death, the handle of the hatchet. 1302. Men will deal bitter blows to that which is the cause of their life, in thrashing grain. The skins of animals will rouse men from their silence with great outcries and curses, balls for playing games. Very often a thing that is itself broken is the occasion of much union. That is the comb made of split cane which unites the threads of silk. The wind passing through the skins of animals will make men dance. That is the bagpipe, which makes people dance. 1303. Of walnut trees that are beat. Those which have done best will be most beaten, and their offspring taken and flayed or peeled, and their bones broken or crushed. Of sculpture. Alas, what do I see? The Savior crucified anew. Of the mouth of man, which is a sepulchre. Great noise will issue from the sepulchres of those who died evil and violent deaths. Of the skins of animals, which have the sense of feeling what is in the things written. The more you converse with skins covered with sentiments, the more wisdom will you acquire. Of priests who bear the host in their body. Then almost all the tabernacles in which dwells the Corpus Domini will be plainly seen walking about of themselves on the various roads of the world. 1304. And those who feed on grass will turn night into day *, tallow. And many creatures of land and water will go up among the stars, that is, planets. The dead will be seen carrying the living, in carts and ships in various places. Food shall be taken out of the mouth of many *, the oven's mouth. And those which will have their food in their mouth will be deprived of it by the hands of others, the oven. 1305. Of crucifixes which are sold. I see Christ sold and crucified afresh, and his saints suffering martyrdom. Of physicians who live by sickness. Men will come into so wretched a plight that they will be glad that others will derive profit from their sufferings or from the loss of their real wealth, that is health. Of the religion of friars, who live by the saints who have been dead a great while. Those who are dead will, after 1,000 years, be those who will give a livelihood to many who are living. Of stones converted into lime, with which prison walls are made. Many things that have been before that time destroyed by fire will deprive many men of liberty. I 219a. 1306. Of children who are suckled. Many Franciscans, Dominicans, and Benedictines will eat that which at other times was eaten by others, who for some months to come will not be able to speak. Of cockles and sea snails, which are thrown up by the sea and which rot inside their shells. How many will there be who, after they are dead, will putrefy inside their own houses, filling all the surrounding air with a fetid smell? 1307. Of mules which have on them rich burdens of silver and gold. Much treasure and great riches will be laid upon four-footed beasts, which will convey them to divers places. 1308. Of the shadow cast by a man at night with a light. Huge figures will appear in human shape, and the nearer you get to them, the more will their immense size diminish. Footnote page 1307. It seems to me probable that this note, which occurs in the notebook used in 1502, when Leonardo, in the service of Cesare Borgia, visited Urbino, was suggested by the famous pillage of the riches of the palace of Guidobaldo, whose treasures Cesare Borgia at once had carried to Cesena, see Gregorovius, Geschichte der Stadt Rom im Mittelalter. Roman 13, 5, 4. 1309. Of snakes carried by storks. Serpents of great length will be seen at a great height in the air, fighting with birds. Of great guns, which come out of a pit and a mold. Creatures will come from underground, which with their terrific noise will stun all who are near, and with their breath will kill men and destroy cities and castles. 1310. Of grain and other seeds. Men will fling out of their houses those victuals which were intended to sustain their life. Of trees which nourish grafted shoots. Fathers and mothers will be seen to take much more delight in their stepchildren than in their own children. Of the censor. Some will go about in white garments with arrogant gestures, threatening others with metal and fire, which will do no harm at all to them. 1311. Of drying fodder. Innumerable lives will be destroyed, and innumerable vacant spaces will be made on the earth. Of the life of men, who every year change their bodily substance. Men, when dead, will pass through their own bowels. 1312. Shoemakers. Men will take pleasure in seeing their own work destroyed and injured. 1313. Of kids. The time of Herod will come again, for the little innocent children will be taken from their nurses, and will die of terrible wounds inflicted by cruel men. 5. Drafts and schemes for the humorous writings. Schemes for fables, etc. 1314 1323. 1314. A fable. The crab standing under the rock to catch the fish which crept under it. It came to pass that the rock fell with a ruinous downfall of stones, and by their fall the crab was crushed. The same. The spider, being among the grapes, caught the flies which were feeding on those grapes. Then came the vintage, and the spider was cut down with the grapes. The vine that has grown old on an old tree falls with the ruin of that tree, and through that bad companionship must perish with it. The torrent carried so much earth and stones into its bed, that it was then constrained to change its course. The net that was wont to take the fish was seized, and carried away by the rush of fish. The ball of snow when, as it rolls, it descends from the snowy mountains, increases in size as it falls. The willow, which by its long shoots hopes as it grows, to outstrip every other plant, from having associated itself with the vine which is pruned every year was always crippled. 1315. Fable of the tongue bitten by the teeth. The cedar, puffed up with pride of its beauty, separated itself from the trees around it, and in so doing it turned away towards the wind, which, not being broken in its fury, flung it uprooted on the earth. The traveler's joy, not content in its hedge, began to fling its branches out over the high road and cling to the opposite hedge, and for this it was broken away by the passers-by. 1316. The goldfinch gives victuals to its caged young, death rather than loss of liberty. Footnote: above this text is another note, also referring to liberty, see number 694. 1317. Of bags. Goats will convey the wine to the city. L139b. 1318. All those things which in winter are hidden under the snow will be uncovered and laid bare in summer. For falsehood, which cannot remain hidden. 1319. A fable. The lily set itself down by the shores of the Ticino, and the current carried away bank and the lily with it. 1320. A jest. Why Hungarian ducats have a double cross on them. 1321. A simile. A vase of unbaked clay, when broken, may be remolded but not a baked one. 1322. Seeing the paper all stained with the deep blackness of ink, he deeply regrets it, And this proves to the paper that the words composed upon it were the cause of its being preserved. 1323. The pen must necessarily have the penknife for a companion, and it is a useful companionship, for one is not good for much without the other. Schemes for prophecies, 1324-1329. 1324. The knife, which is an artificial weapon, deprives man of his nails, his natural weapons. The mirror conducts itself haughtily holding mirrored in itself the queen. When she departs, the mirror remains there. 1325. Flax is dedicated to death, and to the corruption of mortals. To death, by being used for snares and nets for birds, animals, and fish. To corruption, by the flaxen sheets in which the dead are wrapped when they are buried, and who become corrupt in these winding sheets, and again, this flax does not separate its fiber till it has begun to steep and putrefy, and this is the flour with which garlands and decorations for funerals should be made. 1326. Of peasants who work in shirts. Shadows will come from the east which will blacken with great color darkness, the sky that covers Italy. Of the barbers. All men will take refuge in Africa. 1327. The cloth which is held in the hand in the current of a running stream, in the waters of which the cloth leaves all its foulness and dirt, is meant to signify this and see. By the thorn with inoculated good fruit is signified those natures which of themselves were not disposed towards virtue, but by the aid of their preceptors they have the reputation of it. 1328. A common thing. A wretched person will be flattered, and these flatterers are always the deceivers, robbers and murderers of the wretched person. The image of the sun where it falls appears as a thing which covers the person who attempts to cover it. Money and gold. Out of cavernous pits a thing shall come forth which will make all the nations of the world toil and sweat with the greatest torments, anxiety and labor, that they may gain its aid. Of the dread of poverty. The malicious and terrible will cause so much terror of itself in men that they will rush together, with a rapid motion, like madmen, thinking they are escaping her boundless force. Of advice. The man who may be most necessary to him who needs him will be repaid with ingratitude, that is greatly contemned. 1329. Of bees. They live together in communities, they are destroyed that we may take the honey from them. Many and very great nations will be destroyed in their own dwellings. 1330. Why dogs take pleasure in smelling at each other. This animal has a horror of the poor, because they eat poor food, and it loves the rich, because they have good living and especially meat. And the excrement of animals always retains some virtue of its origin, as is shown by the feces. Now dogs have so keen a smell that they can discern by their nose the virtue remaining in these feces, and if they find them in the streets, smell them, and if they smell in them the virtue of meat or of other things, they take them, and if not, they leave them. And to return to the question, I say that if by means of this smell they know that dog to be well fed, they respect him, because they judge that he has a powerful and rich master. And if they discover no such smell with the virtue of meat, they judge that dog to be of small account and to have a poor and humble master, and therefore they bite that dog as they would his master. 1331. The circular plans of carrying earth are very useful, inasmuch as men never stop in their work, and it is done in many ways. By one of these ways men carry the earth on their shoulders, by another in chests and others on wheelbarrows. The man who carries it on his shoulders first fills the tub on the ground, and he loses time in hoisting it on to his shoulders. He with the chests loses no time. Footnote. The subject of this text has apparently no connection with the other texts of this section. Irony, 1332. 1332. If Petrarch was so fond of bay, it was because it is of a good taste in sausages and with tunny. I cannot put any value on their foolery. Footnote. Comte Poirot has published these lines in the Archivio store. Lombarda Roman 8, Roman 4, he reads the concluding line thus: I no passo di loro gia sic co far tesoro. This is known to be by a contemporary poet, as Senator Morley informs me. Trix, 1330-1335. 1333. We are two brothers, each of us has a brother. Here the way of saying it makes it appear that the two brothers have become four. 1334. Tricks of dividing. Take in each hand an equal number. Put 4 from the right hand into the left. Cast away the remainder. Cast away an equal number from the left hand. Add 5, and now you will find 13 in this hand. That is, I made you put 4 from the right hand into the left and cast away the remainder. Now your right hand has 4 more. Then I make you throw away as many from the right as you threw away from the left. So, throwing from each hand a quantity of which the remainder may be equal, you now have 4 and 4, which make 8, and that the trick may not be detected, I made you put 5 more, which made 13. Tricks of dividing. Take any number less than 12 that you please, then take of mine enough to make up the number 12, and that which remains to me is the number which you at first had. Because when I said, take any number less than 12 as you please, I took 12 into my hand, and of that 12 you took such a number as made up your number of 12. And what you added to your number, you took from mine. That is, if you had 8 to go as far as to 12, you took of my 12, 4. Hence this 4 transferred from me to you reduced my 12 to a remainder of 8, and your 8 became 12, so that my 8 is equal to your 8, before it was made 12. Footnote, G. Govi says in the Saggio p. 22. Si dilet asterisk Leonardo di Giuaci di prestigi e molti, ni discris, ci si leggono poi riportati dal passiello nel suo libro. De viribus quantitatis, e ci, si non tutti, sono certo in gran part invenzioni del Vinci. 1335. If you want to teach someone a subject you do not know yourself, let him measure the length of an object unknown to you, and he will learn the measure you did not know before. Master Giovanni de Lodi. Roman 21. Letters, personal records, dated notes. When we consider how superficial and imperfect are the accounts of Leonardo's life written some time after his death by Vasari and others, any notes or letters which can throw more light on his personal circumstances cannot fail to be in the highest degree interesting. The texts here given as nos. 1351, 1353, set his residence in Rome in quite a new aspect. Nay, the picture which irresistibly dwells in our minds after reading these details of his life in the Vatican forms a striking contrast to the contemporary life of Raphael at Rome. I have placed foremost of these documents the very remarkable letters to the Defterdar of Syria. In these Leonardo speaks of himself as having stayed among the mountains of Armenia, and as the biographies of the master tell nothing of any such distant journeys, it would seem most obvious to treat this passage as fiction, and so spare ourselves the onus of proof and discussion. But on close examination, no one can doubt that these documents, with the accompanying sketches, are the work of Leonardo's own hand. Not merely is the character of the handwriting his, but the spelling and the language are his also. In one respect only does the writing betray any marked deviation from the rest of the notes, especially those treating on scientific questions. Namely, in these observations he seems to have taken particular pains to give the most distinct and best form of expression to all he had to say. We find erasures and emendations in almost every line. He proceeded, as we shall see, in the same way in the sketches for letters to Giuliano de' Medici, and what can be more natural, I may ask, than to find the draft of a letter thus altered and improved when it is to contain an account of a definite subject, and when personal interests are in the scale. The finished copies as sent off are not known to exist. If we had these instead of the rough drafts, we might unhesitatingly have declared that some unknown Italian engineer must have been, at that time, engaged in Armenia in the service of the Egyptian Sultan, and that Leonardo had copied his documents. Under this hypothesis, however, we should have to state that this unknown writer must have been so far one in mind with Leonardo as to use the same style of language and even the same lines of thought. This explanation might, as I say, have been possible if only we had the finished letters. But why should these rough drafts of letters be regarded as anything else than what they actually and obviously are? If Leonardo had been a man of our own time, we might perhaps have attempted to account for the facts by saying that Leonardo, without having been in the East himself, might have undertaken to write a romance of which the scene was laid in Armenia, and at the desire of his publisher had made sketches of landscape to illustrate the text. I feel bound to mention this singular hypothesis as it has actually been put forward. See number 1336 note 5. And it would certainly seem as though there were no other possible way of evading the conclusion to which these letters point, and their bearing on the life of the master, absurd as the alternative is. But if, on a question of such importance, we are justified in suggesting theories that have no foundation in probability, I could suggest another which, as compared with that of a fiction by Leonardo, would be neither more nor less plausible. It is, moreover, the only other hypothesis, perhaps, which can be devised to account for these passages, if it were possible to prove that the interpretation that the documents themselves suggest must be rejected a priori. Viz. May not Leonardo have written them with the intention of mystifying those who, after his death, should try to decipher these manuscripts with a view to publishing them? But if, in fact, no objection that will stand the test of criticism can be brought against the simple and direct interpretation of the words as they stand, we are bound to regard Leonardo's travels in the East as an established fact. There is, I believe, nothing in what we know of his biography to negative such a fact, especially as the details of his life for some few years are wholly unknown. Nor need we be at a loss for evidence which may serve to explain at any rate to some extent the strangeness of his undertaking such a journey. We have no information as to Leonardo's history between 1482 and 1486. It cannot be proved that he was either in Milan or in Florence. On the other hand, the tenor of this letter does not require us to assume a longer absence than a year or two. For, even if his appointment, officio, as engineer in Syria had been a permanent one, it might have become untenable by the death perhaps of the Defterdar, his patron, or by his removal from office, and Leonardo on his return home may have kept silence on the subject of an episode which probably had ended in failure and disappointment. From the text of number 1379, we can hardly doubt that Leonardo intended to make an excursion secretly from Rome to Naples, although so far as has hitherto been known, his biographers never allude to it. In another place, number 1077, he says that he had worked as an engineer in Friuli. Are we to doubt this statement too, merely because no biographer has hitherto given us any information on the matter? In the geographical notes, Leonardo frequently speaks of the East, and though such passages afford no direct proof of his having been there, they show beyond a doubt that, next to the Nile, the Euphrates, the Tigris, and the Taurus Mountains had a special interest in his eyes. As a still further proof of the futility of the argument that there is nothing in his drawings to show that he had traveled in the East, we find on PL. CXX, a study of Oriental heads of Armenian type, though, of course, this may have been made in Italy. If the style of these letters were less sober, and the expressions less strictly to the point throughout, it might be possible to regard them as a romantic fiction instead of a narrative of fact. Nay, we have only to compare them with such obviously fanciful passages as number 1354, Nose, 676-73, and the Fables and Prophecies. It is unnecessary to discuss the subject any further here. Such explanations as the letter needs are given in the footnotes. The drafts of letters to Ludovico il Moro are very remarkable. Leonardo and this prince were certainly far less closely connected than has hitherto been supposed. It is impossible that Leonardo can have remained so long in the service of this prince, because the salary was good, as is commonly stated. On the contrary, it would seem that what kept him there, in spite of his sore need of the money owed him by the prince, was the hope of some day being able to carry out the project of casting the Gran Cavallo. Drafts of letters and reports referring to Armenia, 1336, 1337, 1336. To the Devatdar of Syria, lieutenant of the sacred Sultan of Babylon. The recent disaster in our northern parts, which I am certain will terrify not you alone, but the whole world, which. Footnote, lines 152 are reproduced in facsimile on PL, CXVI. 1 Diodario. This word is not to be found in any Italian dictionary, and for a long time I vainly sought an explanation of it. The youthful reminiscences of my wife afforded the desired clue. The chief town of each Turkish vilayet or province such as Brausa, for instance, in Asia Minor, is the residence of a Defterdar, who presides over the financial affairs of the province. Defterdar Hain was, in former times, the name given to the Ministry of Finance at Constantinople. The Minister of Finance to the Porte is now known as the Mali Nasri, and the Defterdars are his subordinates. A Defterdar, at the present day, is merely the head of the finance department in each provincial district. With regard to my suggestion that Leonardo's Diodario might be identical with the Defterdar of former times, the late M.C. de Fremery, Arabic professor, and member de l'Institut de France, wrote to me as follows. Vater conjecture est parfaitement, fondi Diodario est equivalent de devatar o plus, exactement devatar titter d'une importante dignite en Egypt, sous les Mamluks. The word, however, is not of Turkish, but of Perso-Arabi derivation. Literally defter Arabic, meaning folio, for dar, Persian, bookkeeper or holder is the English equivalent, and the idea is that of a deputy in command. During the Mamluk supremacy over Syria, which corresponded in date with Leonardo's time, the office of Defterdar was the third in importance in the state. Sultano di Babylonia. The name of Babylon was commonly applied to Cairo in the Middle Ages. For instance, Bredenbach, Itinerarium Hierosolima p. 218 says, "At last we reached Babylon. But this is not that Babylon which stood on the further shore of the river Chober, but that which is called the Egyptian Babylon. It is close by Cairo, and the twain are but one and not two towns. One half is called Cairo and the other Babylon, whence they are called together Cairo-Babylon. Originally the town is said to have been named Memphis and then Babylon, but now it is called Cairo." Compare No. 1085-6. Egypt was governed from 1382 till 1517 by the Borjite or T-Turkeshan dynasty of the Mamluk sultans. One of the most famous of these, Sultan Kite Bey, ruled from 1468-1496, during whose reign the Gama, or mosque, of Kite Bey and tomb of Kite Bey near the Okela Kite Bey were erected in Cairo, which preserve his name to this day. Under the rule of this great and wise prince, many foreigners, particularly Italians, found occupation in Egypt, as may be seen in the Viaggio di Josephat Barbero, among other travelers. Next to Leonardo, so I learn from Prof. Jack. Burkhard of Bale, Kite Bey's most helpful engineer, was a German who in about 1487 superintended the construction of the mole at Alexandria. Felix Fabry knew him and mentions him in his Historia Suvorum, written in 1488. Shall be related to you in due order, showing first the effect and then the cause. Footnote 4. The text here breaks off. The following lines are a fresh beginning of a letter, evidently addressed to the same person, but, as it would seem, written at a later date than the previous text. The numerous corrections and amendments amply prove that it is not a copy from any account of a journey by some unknown person, but, on the contrary, that Leonardo was particularly anxious to choose such words and phrases as might best express his own ideas. Finding myself in this part of Armenia, footnote 5, Party d'Armenia. See number 945, note, the extent of Armenia in Leonardo's time is only approximately known. In the XVTH century, the Persians governed the eastern and the Arabs the southern portions. Arabic author says, for instance, Abulfeda includes Cilicia and a part of Cappadocia in Armenia, and Greater Armenia was the tract of that country known later as Turkomania, while Armenia Minor was the territory between Cappadocia and the Euphrates. It was not till 1522, or even 1574, that the whole country came under the dominion of the Ottoman Turks, in the reign of Selim I. The Mamluk sultans of Egypt seem to have taken a particular interest in this, the most northern province of their empire, which was even then in danger of being conquered by the Turks. In the autumn of 1477, Sultan Kite Bey made a journey of inspection, visiting Antioch and the valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates with a numerous and brilliant escort. This tour is briefly alluded to by Mujgerdin p. 561, and by Weil, Geskich der Abbasidin v. p. 358. An anonymous member of the suite wrote a diary of the expedition in Arabic, which has been published by R. V. Lanzon, Viaggio in Palestina Isoria di Caid, Ba Roman 18 Sultano della Roman 2 Dinastia Mamluka, Fatto nel 1477. Testo Arabo. Torino 1878, without notes or commentary. Compare the critique on this edition by J. Gildemeister in Zeitschrift des Deutschen Palästina Variants, Volume IL p. 246-249. Lanzon's edition seems to be no more than an abridged copy of the original. I owe to Professor Scheffer, member de l'Institut, the information that he is in possession of a manuscript in which the text is fuller and more correctly given. The Mamluk dynasty was, as is well known, of Circassian origin, and a large proportion of the Egyptian army was recruited in Circassia even so late as in the XVTH century. That was a period of political storms in Syria and Asia Minor, and it is easy to suppose that the Sultan's minister, to whom Leonardo addresses his report as his superior, had a special interest in the welfare of those frontier provinces. Only to mention a few historical events of Sultan Kayt Bey's reign, we find that in 1488 he assisted the Circassians to resist the encroachments of Elidelit, an Asiatic prince who had allied himself with the Osmanli to threaten the province. The consequence was a war in Cilicia by sea and land, which broke out in the following year between the contending powers. Only a few years earlier, the same province had been the scene of the so-called Caramanian War, in which the united Venetian, Neapolitan, and Sclavonic fleets had been engaged. See Coriolano Scipico, Della Guerra dei Veneziani nel Asia dal 1469-1474. Venezia 1796, p. 54, and we learn incidentally that a certain Leonardo Boldo, governor of Scutari under Sultan Mahmud, as his name would indicate, one of the numerous renegades of Italian birth, played an important part in the negotiations for peace. Tu me mandasti. The address to a personage so high in office is singular and suggests personal intimacy. Leonardo seems to have been a favorite with the Diodario. Compare lines 54 and 55. I have endeavored to show, and I believe that I am also in a position to prove with regard to these texts, that they are drafts of letters actually written by Leonardo. At the same time, I must not omit to mention that shortly after I had discovered to carry into effect with due love and care the task for which you sent me, and to make a beginning in a place which seemed to me to be most to our purpose, I entered into. Is the following from previous page, *3 il nuovo accidente accaduto, or as Leonardo first wrote and then erased, e accaduto un nuovo accidente. From the sequel, this must refer to an earthquake, and indeed these were frequent at that period, particularly in Asia Minor, where they caused immense mischief. See No. 1101 note. The city of Kalindrafi, near to our frontiers. This city is situated at the base of that part of the Taurus Mountains, which is divided from the Euphrates and looks towards the peaks of the great Mount Taurus to the west. These peaks are of such a height that they seem to touch the sky, and in all the world there is no part of the earth higher than its summit and the rays of. These texts in the Codex Atlanticus and Publi shed a paper on the subject in the Zeitschrift für Bildende Kunst, volume Roman 16. Prof. Govi put forward this hypothesis to account for their origin. Quanto alle notisi sul Monte Toro, sull'Armenia e sul Asia Minor ci si contengono negli altri frammenti, essi vennero pres da qualche geografo o viaggiator contemporaneo. Dall'indus imperfetto ci accompagna quei frammenti, si potreb dedur ci Leonardo volis faren un libro, ci poi non ven compiuto. A ogni modo, non è possibile di trovar in questi brani nessun indizio di un viaggio di Leonardo in Orient, ni della sua conversione alla religione di Maometto, cum qualcuno pretenderebbe. Leonardo amava con passion gli studi geografici. E nel suo scritti essencontran spesso itinerart, indicazioni o descrizioni di luoghi, schizzi di carte e abbasi topografici di vari regioni, non è quindi strano ci egli, abel narrator camera, si fos proposto di scriver una specie di romanzo, in forma epistolare svolgendone pentrexio nell'Asia Minor, intorno alla quale I libri d'allora, e forse qualche viaggiator amico suo. Gli avevano somministrato alcuni elementi più o meno fantastici, si transunti della Real Accademia dei Lincei voi, vi Sir, 3. It is hardly necessary to point out that Prof. Govi omits to name the sources from which Leonardo could be supposed to have drawn his information, and I may leave it to the reader to pronounce judgment on the anomaly which is involved in the hypothesis that we have here a fragment of a romance, cast in the form of a correspondence. At the same time, I cannot but admit that the solution of the difficulties proposed by Prof. Govi is, under the circumstances, certainly the easiest way of dealing with the question. But we should then be equally justified in supposing some more of Leonardo's letters to be fragments of such romances, particularly those of which the addresses can no longer be named. Still, as regards these drafts of letters to the Diodario, if we accept the romance theory, as proposed by Prof. Govey, we are also compelled to assume that Leonardo purposed from the first to illustrate his tale, for it needs only a glance at the sketches on pi. CXVI to C6 to perceive that they are connected with the texts, and of course the rest of Leonardo's numerous notes on matters pertaining to the East, the greater part of which are here published for the first time, may also be somehow connected with this strange romance. 7 Città di Cailindra. The position of this city is so exactly determined, between the valley of the Euphrates and the Taurus Range, that it ought to be possible to identify it. But it can hardly be the same as the seaport of Cilicia with a somewhat similar name, Selindaris, Calindria, now the Turkish Gulnar. In 2 Catalonian portulans in the Bibliothèque Natio, Nail in Paris, one dating from the XV century, by Wilhelm von Soler, the other by Olives de Mallorca, in L584. I find this place called Calandra. But Leonardo's Cailindra must certainly have lain more to the northwest, probably somewhere in Kurdistan. The fact that the geographical position is so carefully determined by Leonardo seems to prove that it was a place of no great importance and little known. It is singular that the words first written in 1:8 were divisa dal Lago, Lake Van, altered afterwards to Dalate Frates, Nostri Confini, and in 1:6 Proposito Nostro. These refer to the frontier and to the affairs of the Mamluk Sultan. Lines 65 and 66 throw some light on the purpose of Leonardo's mission. 8 I Corni del Gramotoro. Compare the sketches pi, CXVI. So long as it is impossible to identify the situation of Cailindra, it is most difficult to decide with any certainty which peak of the Taurus is here meant. And I greatly regret that I had no foreknowledge of this puzzling topographical question when, in 1876, I was pursuing archaeological inquiries in the provinces of Aleppo and Cilicia, and had to travel for some time in view of the imposing snow peaks of Bulgar Dagh and Ala Tepesi. 910. The opinion here expressed as to the height of the mountain would be unmeaning, unless it had been written before Leonardo moved to Milan, where Monte Rosa is so conspicuous and the sun always fall upon it on its east side, 4 hours before daytime, and being of the whitest stone. Footnote Roman 2, Pietra Bianchissima. The Taurus Mountains consist in great part of limestone. It shines resplendently and fulfills the function to these Armenians which a bright moonlight would in the midst of the darkness, and by its great height it outreaches the utmost level of the clouds by a space of 4 miles in a straight line. This peak is seen in many places towards the west, illuminated by the sun after its setting the third part of the night. This it is, which with you footnote 14, oppresso di voi. Leonardo had at first written noi as though his meaning had been, this peak appeared to us to be a comet when you and I observed it in North Syria, at Aleppo, at Aintes. The description of the curious reflection in the evening, resembling the alpine glow, is certainly not an invented fiction, for in the next lines an explanation of the phenomenon is offered, or at least attempted. We formerly in calm weather had supposed to be a comet, and appears to us in the darkness of night, to change its form, being sometimes divided in 2 or 3 parts, and sometimes long and sometimes short. And this is caused by the clouds on the horizon of the sky, which interpose between part of this mountain and the sun, and by cutting off some of the solar rays, the light on the mountain is intercepted by various intervals of clouds, and therefore varies in the form of its brightness. The divisions of the book footnote 19. The next 33 lines are evidently the contents of a connected report or book, but not of one which he had at hand, more probably, indeed, of one he purposed writing. The praise and confession of the faith footnote 20, persuasion de fide of the Christian or the Mohammedan faith, we must suppose the latter, at the beginning of a document addressed to so high a Mohammedan official. Predica probably stands as an abbreviation for predicazione, Lat. Predicatio in the sense of praise or glorification. Very probably it may mean some such initial doxology as we find in Mohammedan works. Comp. 140. The sudden inundation, to its end. The destruction of the city. The death of the people and their despair. The preacher's search, his release and benevolence. Footnote 28. The phraseology of this is too general for any conjecture as to its meaning to be worth hazarding. Description of the cause of this fall of the mountain. Footnote 30. Ruina del Monte. Of course by an earthquake. In a catalogue of earthquakes, entitled Ketchf Osselsail *B and Osf Ezelziel *H, and written by Jelal Eddin. The mischief it did. Is the following from previous pages. Footnotes. Object in the landscape. 4 or Ananzi seems to mean 4 hours before the sun's rays penetrate to the bottom of the valleys. I did put this footnote as 28, but not 26, because I cannot find reference to 26 in text **26. 28. The phraseology of this is too general for any conjecture as to its meaning to be worth hazarding. Fall of snow. The finding of the prophet. His prophesy. The inundation of the lower portion of eastern Armenia, the draining of which was effected by the cutting through the Taurus Mountains. How the new prophet showed. Footnote 40, Nova Profta 133 Profta. Mohammed. Leonardo here refers to the Quran. In the name of the most merciful God, when the earth shall be shaken by an earthquake, and the earth shall cast forth her burdens, and a man shall say, What aileth her? On that day the earth shall declare her tidings, for that thy Lord will inspire her. On that day men shall go forward in distinct classes, that they may behold their works. And whoever shall have wrought good of the weight of an ant, shall behold the same. And whoever shall have wrought evil of the weight of an ant, shall behold the same. The Quran, translated by G. Sale, chapter 99, p. 452, that this destruction would happen as he had foretold. Description of the Taurus Mountains and the river Euphrates. Why the mountain shines at the top, from half to a third of the night, and looks like a comet to the inhabitants of the west after the sunset, and before day to those of the east. Why this comet appears of variable forms, so that it is now round and now long, and now again divided into 2 or 3 parts, and now in one piece, and when it is to be seen again. Of the shape of the Taurus Mountains. Footnote *5394 *. The facsimile of this passage is given on PL. CXV. I am not to be accused, O Devatdar, of idleness, as your chidings seem to hint. But your excessive love for me, which gave rise to the benefits you have conferred on me, is that which has also compelled me to the utmost painstaking in seeking out and diligently investigating the cause of so great and stupendous an effect. And this could not be done without time. Now, in order to satisfy you fully as to the cause of so great an effect, it is requisite that I should explain to you the form of the place, and then I will proceed to the effect, by which I believe you will be amply satisfied. Is the following footnote from previous page, *Ciuthi, the following statement occurs. In the year 889, 1484 AD, there were 6 shocks of earthquake at Aleppo. They were excessively violent and threw the inhabitants into consternation. I owe this communication to the kindness of Prof. Ch. Scheffer, member de El Institut, to whom this unpublished Arabic ms belongs. The foregoing entries refer to 2 earthquakes in Cairo, in 1476 and 1481. The following ones indicate a time at which Leonardo was, certainly, living in Milan. Where does this footnote belong? *36. Tagliata di Monte Toro. The Euphrates flows through the Taurus Range near the influx of the Kurashai. It rushes through a rift in the wildest cliffs from 2,000 to 3,000 feet high and runs on for 90 miles in 300 falls or rapids till it reaches Telik, near which at a spot called Glakesh, or the Heart's Leap, it measures only 35 paces across. Compare the map on PL, C6, and the explanation faux *it on P391. Where does this footnote belong? *54. The foregoing sketch of a letter, lines 518, appears to have remained a fragment when Leonardo received pressing orders which caused. Footnote 59. This passage was evidently intended as an improvement on that immediately preceding it. The purport of both is essentially the same, but the first is pitched in a key of ill-disguised annoyance which is absent from the second. I do not see how these 2 versions can be reconciled with the romance theory held by Prof. Govey. Do not be aggrieved, O Devatdar, by my delay in responding to your pressing request, for those things which you require of me are of such a nature that they cannot be well expressed without some lapse of time. Particularly because, in order to explain the cause of so great an effect, it is necessary to describe with accuracy the nature of the place. And by this means, I can afterwards easily satisfy your above-mentioned request. Footnote 62. This passage was evidently intended as an improvement on that immediately preceding it. The purport of both is essentially the same, but the first is pitched in a key of ill-disguised annoyance which is absent from the second. I do not see how these two versions can be reconciled with the romance theory held by Prof. Govey. I will pass over any description of the form of Asia Minor, or as to what seas or lands form the limits of its outline and extent, because I know that by your own diligence and carefulness in your studies, you have not remained in ignorance of these matters. And I will go on to describe the true form of the Taurus mountain, which is the cause of this stupendous and harmful marvel, and which will serve to advance us in our purpose. This Taurus is that mountain which, with many others, is said to be the ridge of Mount Caucasus. But wishing to be very clear about it, I desired to speak to some of the inhabitants of the shores of the Caspian Sea, who give evidence that this must be the true Caucasus, and that though their mountains bear the same name, yet these are higher. And to confirm this in the Scythian tongue, Caucasus means a very high peak, and in fact we have no information of there being, in the east or in the west, any mountains so high. And the proof of this is that the inhabitants of the countries to the west see the rays of the sun illuminating a great part of its summit for as much as a quarter of the longest night. And in the same way, in those countries which lie to the east. Of the structure and size of Mount Taurus. Footnote 73. The statements are of course founded on those of the inhabitants spoken of in 167. The shadow of this ridge of the Taurus is of such a height that when, in the middle of June, the sun is at its meridian, it's him to write immediately and fully on the subject, mentioned in line 43. 7375. Footnote 75. The statements are of course founded on those of the inhabitants spoken of in 167. Shadow extends as far as the borders of Sarmatia, 12 days off, and in the middle of December it extends as far as the Hyperborean Mountains, which are at a month's journey to the north. And the side which faces the wind is always free from clouds and mists, because the wind which is parted in beating on the rock closes again on the further side of that rock, and in its motion carries with it the clouds from all quarters and leaves them where it strikes. And it is always full of thunderbolts from the great quantity of clouds which accumulate there, whence the rock is all riven and full of huge debris. Footnote 77. Sudden storms are equally common on the heights of Ararat. It is hardly necessary to observe that Ararat cannot be meant here. Its summit is formed like the crater of Vesuvius. The peaks sketched on PL, CXVI are probably views of the same mountain, taken from different sides. Near the solitary peak, PL, CXVI, these three names are written Goba, Arnagasar, Karyuta, names most likely of different peaks. PL, CXVI, and CXV are in the original on a single sheet folded down the middle, 30 centimeters high and 43.12 wide. On the reverse of one half of the sheet are notes on peso and bilancia, weight and balance. On the other are the prophecies printed under nose. 1293 and 1294. It is evident from the arrangement that these were written subsequently, on the space which had been left blank. These pages are facsimiled on PL, CXVI. In PL, CXVI, the size is smaller than in the original. The map of Armenia, PL, CXVI, is on PL, C6 slightly enlarged. On this map we find the following names, beginning from the right hand at the top. Pariard's Mo for Pariader's Mons arm. Parcher, now Barchel or Calais Dog. Trebizond is on its slope. Aquilone North, Antitaurus / Seismo, probably meant for Thespitis equals Lake Van, arm. Digov Vanai, Tosp, and the mountain range to the south. Gordes Mo, mountains of Gordia, the birthplace of the Tigris, Orient East. Tigris, and then to the left, Euphrates. Then, above to the left, Argia Mo, now Erdchigas, an extinct volcano, 12,000 feet high. Selino Mo, no doubt Sultan Dog in Pisidia. Selino is the Greek town of *Q vat C Aryan I, 29, I now the ruins of Diner, Orient East. Africo Leibsko, for Leipzig southwest. In the middle of the Euphrates River on this small map, we see a shaded portion surrounded by mountains, perhaps to indicate the inundation mentioned in L35. The affluent to the Euphrates shown as coming with many windings from the high land of Argia on the west is the Tachmasu, which joins the main river at Malady. I have not been able to discover any map of Armenia of the XVTH or X5th century in which the course of the Euphrates is laid down with anything like the correctness displayed in this sketch. The best I have seen is the Catalonian porcelain of Olives de Mallorca, executed in 1584, and it is far behind Leonardo's. This mountain, at its base, is inhabited by a very rich population and is full of most beautiful springs and rivers, and is fertile and abounding in all good produce, particularly in those parts which face to the south. But after mounting about 3 miles, we begin to find forests of great fir trees and beech and other similar trees. After this, for a space of 3 more miles, there are meadows and vast pastures, and all the rest, as far as the beginning of the Taurus, is eternal snows which never disappear at any time, and extend to a height of about 14 miles in all. From this beginning of the Taurus up to the height of a mile, the clouds never pass away. Thus we have 15 miles, that is, a height of about 5 miles in a straight line, and the summit of the peaks of the Taurus are as much, or about that. There, halfway up, we begin to find a scorching air and never feel a breath of wind, but nothing can live long there. There nothing is brought forth save a few birds of prey which breed in the high fissures of Taurus and descend below the clouds to seek their prey. Above the wooded hills all is bare rock, that is, from the clouds upwards, and the rock is the purest white, and it is impossible to walk to the high summit on account of the rough and perilous ascent. 1337. Having often made you, by my letters, acquainted with the things which have happened, I think I ought not to be silent as to the events of the last few days, which, having many times rejoiced with you by letters over your prosperous fortunes, I know now that, as a friend you will be sad with me over the miserable state in which I find myself. And this is, that during the last few days I have been in so much trouble, fear, peril, and loss, besides the miseries of the people here, that we have been envious of the dead. And certainly I do not believe that since the elements by their separation reduced the vast chaos to order, they have ever combined their force and fury to do so much mischief to man. As far as regards us here, what we have seen and gone through is such that I could not imagine that things could ever rise to such an amount of mischief, as we experienced in the space of 10 hours. In the first place, we were assailed and attacked by the violence and fury of the winds. To this was added the falling of great mountains of snow, which filled up all this valley, thus destroying a great part of our city. Footnote 11. Della nostra città, Leonardo first wrote De questa città. From this, we may infer that he had at some time lived in the place in question, wherever it might be. And not content with this, the tempest sent a sudden flood of water to submerge all the low part of the city. Added to which there came a sudden rain, or rather a ruinous torrent and flood of water, sand, mud, and stones, entangled with roots, and stems and fragments of various trees, and every kind of thing flying through the air fell upon us. Finally a great fire broke out, not brought by the wind, but carried as it would seem by 10,000 devils, which completely burnt up all this neighborhood, and it has not yet ceased. And those few who remain unhurt are in such dejection and such terror that they hardly have courage to speak to each other, as if they were stunned. Having abandoned all our business, we stay here together in the ruins of some churches, men and women mingled together, small and great. Footnote 17. Cert ruine dicis. Either of Armenian churches or of mosques, which it was not unusual to speak of as churches. Mascae e femini insieme unite implies an infringement of the usually strict rule of the separation of the sexes, just like herds of goats. The neighbors out of pity succored us with victuals, and they had previously been our enemies. And if. Footnote 18, I vicini nostri nimici. The town must then have stood quite close to the frontier of the country. Compare 1336. L. 7. Vicini ai nostri confini. Dr. M. Jordan has already published lines 413, C. des Malherbuch, Leipzig, 1873, p. 90. His reading differs from mine, under the title of Description of a Landscape near Lake Como. We do in fact find, among other loose sheets in the Codex Atlanticus, certain texts referring to valleys of the Alps, see Nos. 1030, 1031 and note p. 237, and in the arrangement of the loose sheets, of which the Codex Atlanticus has been formed, these happen to be placed close to this text. The compiler stuck both on the same folio sheet, and if this is not the reason for Dr. Jordan's choosing such a title description and see, I cannot imagine what it can have been. It is, at any rate, a merely hypothetical statement. The designation of the population of the country round a city as the enemy, nemesis, is hardly appropriate to Italy in the time of Leonardo. It had not been for certain people who succored us with victuals, all would have died of hunger. Now you see the state we are in. And all these evils are as nothing compared with those which are promised to us shortly. I know that as a friend you will grieve for my misfortunes, as I, in former letters, have shown my joy at your prosperity. Footnote 1337. On comparing this commencement of a letter L1-2 with that in L3 and 4 of No. 1336, it is quite evident that both refer to the same event. Compare also number 1337 L10, L2, and 17 with No. 1336 L23, 24, and 32. But the text number 1336, including the fragment L34, was obviously written later than the draft here reproduced. The Diodario is not directly addressed the person addressed, indeed, is not known, and it seems to me highly probable that it was written to some other patron and friend whose name and position are not mentioned. Notes about events observed abroad, 1338-1339. 1338. Book 43, of the movement of air enclosed in water. I have seen motions of the air so furious that they have carried, mixed up in their course, the largest trees of the forest and whole roofs of great palaces, and I have seen the same fury bore a hole with a whirling movement digging out a gravel pit, and carrying gravel, sand, and water more than half a mile through the air. Footnote: the first 16 lines of this passage, which treat of the subject as indicated on the title line, have no place in this connection, and have been omitted. Footnote 2, Ho veduto movimenti, and see nothing of the kind happened in Italy during Leonardo's lifetime, and it is therefore extremely probable that this refers to the natural phenomena which are so fully described in the foregoing passage. Compare to number 1021. There can be no doubt that the descriptions of the deluge in the Libro di Pitera, volume I, number 607-611, and that of the fall of a mountain, number 610, L 1730, were written from the vivid impressions derived from personal experience. Compare also PL. Roman 34XL. 1339. Like a whirling wind which rushes down a sandy and hollow valley, and which, in its hasty course, drives to its center everything that opposes its furious course. No otherwise does the northern blast whirl round in its tempestuous progress. Footnote: it may be inferred from the character of the writing, which is in the style of the note in facsimile volume I, p. 297, that this passage was written between 1470 and 1480. As the figure 6 at the end of the text indicates, it was continued on another page, but I have searched in vain for it. The reverse of this leaf is colored red for drawing in silver point, but has not been used for that purpose but for writing on and at about the same date. The passages are given as no's: 1217, 1218, 1219, 1162, and number 994, see note page 218. The text given above is obviously not a fragment of a letter, but a record of some personal experience. Number 1379 also seems to refer to Leonardo's journeys in southern Italy. Nor does the tempestuous sea bellow so loud, when the northern blast dashes it, with its foaming waves between Scylla and Charybdis. Nor Stromboli, nor Mount Etna, when their sulphurous flames, having been forcibly confined, rend, and burst open the mountain, fulminating stones and earth through the air together with the flames they vomit. Nor when the inflamed caverns of Mount Etna. Footnote 13. Mongibolo is a name commonly given in Sicily to Mount Etna, from Jebel, Arab = mountain. Fr. Ferrara, Discrezioni del Etna con la storia della Ruzzani, Palermo, 1818, p. 88, tells us, on the authority of the Cronaca del Monastero Benedettino di Licordia, of an eruption of the volcano with a great flow of lava on Sept 21, 1447. The next records of the mountain are from the years 1533 and 1536. A. Percy, Neither does mention any eruptions of Etna during the years, to which this note must probably refer Mémoires des tremblements de terre de la péninsule italique, volume Roman 22, des Mémoires couronnés et Mémoires des savants étrangers. Académie royale de Belgique. A literal interpretation of the passage would not, however, indicate an allusion to any great eruption, particularly in the connection with Stromboli, where the periodical outbreaks in very short intervals are very striking to any observer, especially at night time, when passing the island on the way from Naples to Messina. Rejecting the ill-restrained element, vomit it forth, back to its own region, driving furiously before it every obstacle that comes in the way of its impetuous rage. Unable to resist my eager desire and wanting to see the great, of the various and strange shapes made by formative nature, and having wandered some distance among gloomy rocks, I came to the entrance of a great cavern, in front of which I stood some time, astonished and unaware of such a thing. Bending my back into an arch, I rested my left hand on my knee and held my right hand over my downcast and contracted eyebrows, often bending first one way and then the other, to see whether I could discover anything inside, and this being forbidden by the deep darkness within, and after having remained there some time, two contrary emotions arose in me, fear and desire, fear of the threatening dark cavern, desire to see whether there were any marvelous thing within it. Drafts of letters to Ludovico il Moro, 1340–1345. 1340. Most illustrious lord, having now sufficiently considered the specimens of all those who proclaim themselves skilled contrivers of instruments of war, and that the invention and operation of the said instruments are nothing different to those in common use, I shall endeavor, without prejudice to anyone else, to explain myself to your excellency, showing your lordship my secrets, and then offering them to your best pleasure and approbation to work with effect at opportune moments, as well as all those things which, in part, shall be briefly noted below. Footnote: the numerous corrections, the alterations in the figures, L18, and the absence of any signature prove that this is merely the rough draft of a letter to Ludovico il Moro. It is one of the very few manuscripts which are written from left to right. See the facsimile of the beginning as here reproduced. This is probably the final sketch of a document the clean of which copy was written in the usual manner. Leonardo no doubt very rarely wrote so, and this is probably the reason of the conspicuous dissimilarity in the handwriting, when he did. Compare PL, Roman 38. It is noteworthy too that here the orthography and abbreviations are also exceptional, but such superficial peculiarities are not enough to stamp the document as altogether spurious. It is neither a forgery nor the production of any artist but Leonardo himself. As to this point, the contents leave us no doubt as to its authenticity, particularly L32, see number 719, where this passage is repeated. But whether the fragment, as we here see it, was written from Leonardo's dictationa theory favored by the orthography, the erasures and corrections, or whether it may be a copy made for or by Melzi or Mazenta, is comparatively unimportant. There are in the Codex Atlanticus a few other documents not written by Leonardo himself, but the notes in his own hand, found on the reverse pages of these leaves, amply prove that they were certainly in Leonardo's possession. This mark of ownership is wanting to the text in question, but the compilers of the Codex Atlanticus, at any rate, accepted it as a genuine document. With regard to the probable date of this projected letter, see volume Roman 2, p. 1. I have a sort of extremely light and strong bridges, adapted to be most easily carried, and with them you may pursue, and at any time flee from the enemy. And others, secure and indestructible by fire and battle, easy and convenient to lift and place. Also methods of burning and destroying those of the enemy. 2. I know how, when a place is besieged, to take the water out of the trenches and make endless variety of bridges, and covered ways and ladders, and other machines pertaining to such expeditions. 3. Item. If by reason of the height of the banks or the strength of the place and its position, it is impossible, when besieging a place, to avail oneself of the plan of bombardment, I have methods for destroying every rock or other fortress, even if it were founded on a rock and sea. 4. Again, I have kinds of mortars, most convenient and easy to carry, and with these can fling small stones almost resembling a storm. and with the smoke of these causing great terror to the enemy, to his great detriment and confusion. 9. And when the fight should be at sea, I have kinds of many machines most efficient for offense and defense, and vessels which will resist the attack of the largest guns and powder and fumes. 5. Item. I have means by secret and tortuous minds and ways, made without noise to reach a designated, even if it were needed to pass under a trench or a river. 6. Item. I will make covered chariots, safe and unattackable, which, entering among the enemy with their artillery, there is no body of men so great but they would break them. And behind these, infantry could follow quite unhurt and without any hindrance. 7. Item. In case of need I will make big guns, mortars, and light ordnance of fine and useful forms, out of the common type. 8. Where the operation of bombardment should fail, I would contrive catapults, mangonels, trabocchi, and other machines of marvelous efficacy and not in common use. And in short, according to the variety of cases, I can contrive various and endless means of offense and defense. 10. In time of peace, I believe I can give perfect satisfaction, and to the equal of any other in architecture and the composition of buildings public and private, and in guiding water from one place to another. Item. I can carry out sculpture in marble, bronze, or clay, and also in painting whatever may be done, and as well as any other, be he whom he may. Again, the bronze horse may be taken in hand, which is to be to the immortal glory and eternal honor of the prince your father of happy memory, and of the illustrious house of Sforza. And if any one of the above-named things seem to anyone to be impossible or not feasible, I am most ready to make the experiment in your park, or in whatever place may please your excellency, to whom I commend myself with the utmost humility and see. 1341. To my illustrious lord, Lodovico, Duke of Bari, Leonardo da Vinci of Florence Leonardo. Footnote, evidently a note of the superscription of a letter to the Duke, and written, like the foregoing, from left to right. The manuscript containing it is of the year 1493. Lodovico was not proclaimed and styled Duke of Milan till September 1494. The Dukedom of Bari belonged to the Sforza family till 1499. 1342. You would like to see a model which will prove useful to you and to me. Also, it will be of use to those who will be the cause of our usefulness. Footnote 1342, 1343. These two notes occur in the same not very voluminous ms as the former one, and it is possible that they are fragments of the same letter. By the modello, the equestrian statue is probably meant, particularly as the model of this statue was publicly exhibited in this very year, 1493, on T&E occasion of the marriage of the Emperor Maximilian with Bianca Maria Sforza. 1343. There are here, my lord, many gentlemen who will undertake this expense among them, if they are allowed to enjoy the use of admission to the waters, the mills, and the passage of vessels, and when it is sold to them, the price will be repaid to them by the canal of Mardassana. 1344. I am greatly vexed to be in necessity, but I still more regret that this should be the cause of the hindrance of my wish, which is always disposed to obey your excellency. Perhaps your excellency did not give further orders to Messer Gualtieri, believing that I had money enough. I am greatly annoyed that you should have found me in necessity, and that my having to earn my living should have hindered me. It vexes me greatly that having to earn my living has forced me to interrupt the work and to attend to small matters, instead of following up the work which your lordship entrusted to me. But I hope in a short time to have earned so much that I may carry it out quietly to the satisfaction of your excellency, to whom I commend myself. And if your lordship thought that I had money, your lordship was deceived. I had to feed 6 men for 56 months, and have had 50 ducats. 1345. And if any other commission is given me by any, of the reward of my service, because I am not to be, things assigned because meanwhile they have, to them, which they well may settle rather than I, not my art which I wish to change, and, given some clothing if I dare a sum. Footnote, the paper on which this is written is torn down the middle. About half of each line remains. My lord, I knowing your excellency's mind to be occupied, to remind your lordship of my small matters, and the arts put to silence that my silence might be the cause of making your lordship scorn, my life in your service. I hold myself ever in readiness to obey. Of the horse I will say nothing, because I know the times to your lordship how I had still to receive 2 years' salary with the 2 skilled workmen who are constantly in my pay, and at my cost that at last I found myself advance the said sum about 15 lyre. Works of fame by which I could show to those who shall see it that I have been everywhere, but I do not know where I could bestow my work. I, having been working to gain my living, I not having been informed what it is, I find myself. Footnote 19. In April 1498, Leonardo was engaged in painting the Saletta Nigra of the Castello at Milan. C.G. Mongery, L'Art in Milano, 1872, p. 417. Remember the commission to paint the rooms. I conveyed to your lordship, only requesting you. Draft of letter to be sent to Piacenza, 1346, 1347, 1346. Magnificent commissioners of buildings, I, understanding that your magnificencies have made up your minds to make certain great works in bronze, will remind you of certain things. First, that you should not be so hasty or so quick to give the commission, lest by this haste it should become impossible to select a good model and a good master. And some man of small merit may be chosen, who by his insufficiency may cause you to. Footnote, * 1346. 1347. Piacenza belonged to Milan. The lord spoken of in this letter is no doubt Lodovico il Maro. One may infer from the concluding sentence, number 1346, L33. 34 and no. 1347, that Leonardo, who no doubt compiled this letter, did not forward it to Piacenza himself, but gave it to some influential patron, under whose name and signature a copy of it was sent to the commission. Be abused by your descendants, judging that this age was but ill supplied with men of good counsel and with good masters, seeing that other cities, and chiefly the city of the Florentines, has been as it were in these very days, endowed with beautiful and grand works in bronze, among which are the doors of their baptistery. And this town of Florence, like Piacenza, is a place of intercourse, through which many foreigners pass, who, seeing that the works are fine and of good quality, carry away a good impression, and will say that that city is well filled with worthy inhabitants, seeing the works which bear witness to their opinion, and on the other hand, I say seeing so much metal expended and so badly wrought, it were less shame to the city if the doors had been of plain wood. Because the material, costing so little, would not seem to merit any great outlay of skill. Now the principal parts which are sought for in cities are their cathedrals, and of these the first things which strike the eye are the doors, by which one passes into these churches. Beware, gentlemen of the commission, lest too great speed in your determination, and so much haste to expedite the entrusting of so great a work as that which I hear you have ordered, be the cause that that which was intended for the honor of God and of men should be turned to great dishonor of your judgments, and of your city, which, being a place of mark, is the resort and gathering place of innumerable foreigners. And this dishonor would result if by your lack of diligence you were to put your trust in some vaunter, who by his tricks or by favor shown to him here should obtain such work from you, by which lasting and very great shame would result to him and to you. Thus, I cannot help being angry when I consider what men those are who have conferred with you, as wishing to undertake this great work without thinking of their sufficiency for it, not to say more. This one is a potter, that one a maker of cuirasses, this one is a bell founder, another a bell ringer, and one is even a bombardier. And among them one in his lordship's service, who boasted that he was the gossip of Messer Ambrogio Ferrer. Footnote 26. Messer Ambrogio Ferrer was farmer of the customs under the Duke. Piacenza at that time belonged to Milan. Who has some power and who has made him some promises, and if this were not enough, he would mount on horseback and go to his lord and obtain such letters that you could never refuse him the work. But consider where masters of real talent and fit for such work are brought when they have to compete with such men as these. Open your eyes and look carefully lest your money should be spent in buying your own disgrace. I can declare to you that from that place you will procure none but average works of inferior and coarse masters. There is no capable man, and you may believe me, except Leonardo the Florentine, who is making the equestrian statue in bronze of the Duke Francesco, and who has no need to bring himself into notice, because he has work for all his lifetime, and I doubt whether being so great a work, he will ever finish it. The miserable painstakers, with what hope may they expect a reward of their merit? 1347. There is one whom his lordship invited from Florence to do this work, and who is a worthy master, but with so very much business, he will never finish it. And you may imagine that a difference there is to be seen between a beautiful object and an ugly one. Quote Pliny. Letter to the Cardinal Ippolito di Est. 1348. Most illustrious and most reverend Lord, the Lord Ippolito, Cardinal of Est at Ferrer. Most illustrious and most reverend Lord, I arrived from Milan but a few days since, and finding that my elder brother refuses to. Footnote, this letter addressed to the Cardinal Ippolito d'Este is here given from Marchese G. Campori's publication, Nuovi documenti per la vita di Leonardo da Vinci, ed i memory del R.R. Deputazioni di Storia Patria per la Provinci Modnesi e Parmenesi, Volume Roman 3. It is the only text throughout this work which I have not myself examined and copied from the original. The learned discover of this letter the only letter from Leonardo hitherto known as having been sent adds these interesting remarks. Codsto Cardinal nato ad Ercolinel 1470, Arcivescovo di Strigonia asset anni, poi dagra, aveva conseguito nel 1497 la pinged ambita cattedra di Milano. La dove aver conosciuto il Vinci. Sebin il poco amore ch professava alle arti lascae creder chi la protest di servitude di Leonardo, più chi a gratitudine per favori rice viudi, e per opera lui allegate. Exenino speranza per un favor chi si aspetta. Notabile e ancora in questo prezioso documento la ripetita signatura del grand artista. Chi si scrive Vincio e Vincius. Non da Vinci cum si tine comunament, sebin l'una e l'altra passano, valor a significar cosi, il casato cum il peace. Restando a saper si il nome del peace di Vinci fos, assunto e cognum della famiglia di Leonardo nel qual supposto più propriamente avrebbe chiamarsi Leonardo Vinci. O Vincio, Latinament Vincius, cum egli stesso amo segnarsi in questa lettera, e cum scrissero perché contemporanei di lui. Il Cassio, il Cesariano, Geoffrey Torrey, il Gorico, il Bandello, Raphael Maffei, il Paciello. Per ultimo non lasero d'avertire, cum la lettera del Vinci, e assai ben conservata, di nitida e larga scrittura in forma pienamente correspondent a quella dei suoi manoscritti, vergata all'uso comune de sinistra destra. Anzic contrariamente cum fusio costume. Ma indubbiamente autentica e fornita della menzione, e del sagello, ci fresca ancora conserva l'impronta di una testa, di profilo de un pixelo antico cameo. Compare number 1368, note. Carry into effect a will, made 3 years ago when my father died as also, and no less, because I would not fail in a matter I esteem most important I cannot forbear to crave of your most reverend highness, a letter of recommendation and favor to Sir Raffaello Hieronimo. At present, one of the illustrious members of the Signoria before whom my cause is being argued. And more particularly, it has been laid by His Excellency, the Gonfaloniere into the hands of the said Sir Raffaello, that his worship may have to decide and end it before the festival of All Saints. And therefore, my lord, I entreat you, as urgently as I know how and am able, that your highness will write a letter to the said Sir Raffaello in that admirable and pressing manner which your highness can use, recommending to him Leonardo Vincio, your most humble servant as I am, and shall always be, requesting him and pressing him not only to do me justice, but to do so with dispatch. And I have not the least doubt, from many things that I hear, that Sir Raffaello, being most affectionately devoted to your highness, the matter will issue ad votum. And this I shall attribute to your most reverend highness letter, to whom I once more humbly commend myself. Et bene velat. Florence Exvia 7 Bris 1507, EVRD. Your humble servant Leonardus Vincius, Pictor. Draft of letter to the governor of Milan. 1349. I am afraid lest the small return I have made for the great benefits I have received from your excellency have not made you somewhat angry with me, and that this is why to so many letters which I have written to your lordship I have never had an answer. I now send Sally to explain to your lordship that I am almost at an end of the litigation I had with my brother, that I hope to find myself with you this Easter, and to carry with me 2 pictures of 2 Madonnas of different sizes. These were done for our most Christian king, or for whomsoever your lordship may please. I should be very glad to know on my return thence where I may have to reside, for I would not give any more trouble to your lordship. Also, as I have worked for the most Christian king, whether my salary is to continue or not. I wrote to the president as to that water which the king granted me, and which I was not put in possession of, because at that time there was a dearth in the canal by reason of the great droughts, and because Footnote, compare Nos. 1009 and 1010. Leonardo has noted the payment of the pension from the king in 1505. Its outlets were not regulated, but he certainly promised me that when this was done I should be put in possession. Thus I pray your lordship that you will take so much trouble, now that these outlets are regulated, as to remind the president of my matter. That is, to give me possession of this water, because on my return I hope to make their instruments and other things which will greatly please our most Christian king. Nothing else occurs to me. I am always yours to command. Footnote 1349. Charles d'Amboise, Marechal de Chaumont, was governor of Milan under Louis Roman XII. Leonardo was in personal communication with him so early as in 1503. He was absent from Milan in the autumn of 1506, and from October L5L0 when he besieged Pope Julius Roman II. In Bologna till his death, which took place at Correggio, February 11, 1511. Francesco Vinci, Leonardo's uncle, died as Amoretti tells us in the winter of L5L011, or according to Uzielli in 1506. And Leonardo remained in Florence for business connected with his estate. The letter written with reference to this affair, number 1348, is undoubtedly earlier than the letters Nos. 1349 and 1350. Amoretti tells us, Memory Storage Ch. Roman II, that the following note existed on the same leaf in Ms. C. A. I have not, however, succeeded in finding it. The passage runs thus: Jo sono quasi al fine del mio letizio chi io o con my fratecli. Ancora ricordo, avixia la facenda chi, o cum Ser Giuliana mio fratello capo degli altri fratelli ricordandoli cum si offersti consire la cos noster, fra noi fratelli del commune della eredita de museo. E quelli costringa alla expedition. Qual conteneva la lettera chi lui mi mando. CA 364b, 1138b. Drafts of letters to the Superintendent of Canals and to Fr. Melzi. 1350. Magnificent President, I am sending thither Sally, my pupil, who is the bearer of this, and from him you will hear by word of mouth the cause of my. Magnificent President, I. Magnificent President, having oft times remembered the proposals made many times to me by your Excellency, I take the liberty of writing to remind your lordship of the promise made to me at my last departure. That is the possession of the 12 inches of water granted to me by the most Christian king. Your lordship knows that I did not enter into possession, because at that time when it was given to me, there was a dearth of water in the canal, as well by reason of the great drought as also because the outlets were not regulated. But your Excellency promised me that as soon as this was done, I should have my rights. Afterwards, hearing that the canal was complete, I wrote several times to your lordship, and to Messer Girolamo de Cusano, who has in his keeping the deed of this gift, and so also I wrote to Correggio, and never had a reply. I now send thither Sally, my pupil, the bearer of this, to whom your lordship may tell by word of mouth all that happened in the matter about which I petition your Excellency. I expect to go thither this Easter, since I am nearly at the end of my lawsuit, and I will take with me 2 pictures of Our Lady which I have begun, and at the present time have brought them on to a very good end. Nothing else occurs to me. My lord, the love which your Excellency has always shown me, and the benefits that I have constantly received from you, I have hitherto. I am fearful lest the small return I have made for the great benefits I have received from your Excellency may not have made you somewhat annoyed with me. And this is why, to many letters which I have written to your Excellency, I have never had an answer. I now send to you Sally to explain to your Excellency that I am almost at the end of my litigation with my brothers, and that I hope to be with you this Easter and carry with me 2 pictures on which are 2 Madonnas of different sizes, which I began for the most Christian king, or for whomsoever you please. I should be very glad to know where, on my return from this place, I shall have to reside, because I do not wish to give more trouble to your lordship. And then, having worked for the most Christian king, whether my salary is to be continued or not. I write to the president as to the water that the king granted me, of which I had not been put in possession by reason of the dearth in the canal, caused by the great drought, and because its outlets were not regulated. But he promised me certainly that as soon as the regulation was made, I should be put in possession of it. I therefore pray you that, if you should meet the said president, you would be good enough, now that the outlets are regulated, to remind the said president to cause me to be put in possession of that water, since I understand it is in great measure in his power. Nothing else occurs to me, always yours to command. Good day to you, Messer Francesco. Why, in God's name, of all the letters I have written to you, have you never answered one? Now wait till I come, by God, and I shall make you write so much that perhaps you will become sick of it. Dear Messer Francesco, I am sending thither Sally to learn from His Magnificence, the President, to what end the regulation of the water has come since, at my departure, this regulation of the outlets of the canal had been ordered, because His Magnificence, the President, promised me that as soon as this was done I should be satisfied. It is now some time since I heard that the canal was in order, as also its outlets, and I immediately wrote to the President and to you, and then I repeated it, and never had an answer. So you will have the goodness to answer me as to that which happened, and as I am not to hurry the matter, would you take the trouble, for the love of me, to urge the President a little, and also Messer Girolamo Cusano, to whom you will commend me and offer my duty to His Magnificence. 1350, 2836. Draft of a letter to Francesco Melzi, born L. 493, a youth therefore of about 17 in 1510. Leonardo addresses his young friend as Messer, as being the son of a noble house. Melzi practiced art under Leonardo as a dilettante and not as a pupil, like Cesare de Sesto and others, see Lermoleaf, Die Galerian and c. p. 476. Drafts of a letter to Giuliano de' Medici, 1350–1352. 1351. Most illustrious Lord, I greatly rejoice, most illustrious Lord, at your. I was so greatly rejoiced, most illustrious Lord, by the desired restoration of your health, that it almost had the effect that my own health recovered my own illness, left me of your excellency's almost restored health. But I am extremely vexed that I have not been able completely to satisfy the wishes of your excellency, by reason of the wickedness of that deceiver, for whom I left nothing undone which could be done for him by me and by which I might be of use to him. And in the first place, his allowances were paid to him before the time, which I believe he would willingly deny, if I had not the writing signed by myself and the interpreter. And I, seeing that he did not work for me unless he had no work to do for others, which he was very careful in soliciting, invited him to dine with me, and to work afterwards near me, because, besides the saving of expense, he. 1351, 1353, Footnote. It is clear from the contents of this notes that they refer to Leonardo's residence in Rome in 1513–1515. Nor can there be any doubt that they were addressed to Leonardo's patron at the time, Giuliano de' Medici, third son of Lorenzo, the Magnificent and brother of Pope Leo X, born 1478. In 1512, he became the head of the Florentine Republic. The Pope invited him to Rome, where he settled. In 1513, he was named patrician with much splendid ceremonial. The medal struck in honor of the event bears the words Mag. Ivlian, Medix. Leonardo too uses the style Magnifico in his letter. Compare also number 1377. Gelano Caponi, Storia della Repubblica di Firenze, volume Roman 3, p. 139, thus describes the character of Giuliano de' Medici, who died in 1516. Era il miglior della famiglia, di vita placida, grand spenditor, tenendo intorno a s asterisk e uomini ingegnosi, ed ogni nuova cosa volva prover. C2 Gregorovius, Geschichte der Stati Rom, Roman 8 Book 14, Roman 3 2. Die Lufschel asterisk Osser f asterisk Urslicher gr asterisk Os, wazu ein der Papst hat erheben wollen zerfielen. Julian war der edelst aller Damaligen Medici, ein Mensch von innerlicher Richtung, unbefriedigt durch des Leben, mitten im Sonnenglanz der Herrlichkeit Leos X, ein Dunkel Gestalt, die wie ein Schatten vor asterisk Überzog. Giuliano lived in the Vatican, and it may be safely inferred from number 1352 L2 and number 1353 L4 that Leonardo did the same. From the following unpublished notice in the Vatican archives, which M. Hugues, M** Unce, librarian of the École des Beaux-Arts, Paris, has done me the favor to communicate to me, we get a more accurate view of Leonardo's relation to the often named Giorgio Tedesco. Nota del provision, sic, a depager per me in nome del nostro il. S. Bernardo Bini e Chomp *80 Roma, e prima della il, ma sua consort ogni mise di 800. A L *2 da Vinci, per sua provision di Roman 33, e pi *U di Roman 7 aldetto per la provision di Giorgio Tedesco, ci sono in tutto di 40. From this we learn that 7 ducats formed the German's monthly wages, but according to number 1353 L7, he pretended that 8 ducats had been agreed upon. Would acquire the Italian language. He always promised, but would never do so. And this I did also, because that Giovanni, the German who makes the mirrors, was there always in the workshop, and wanted to see and to know all that was being done there, and made it known outside, strongly criticizing it, and because he dined with those of the Pope's guard, and then they went out with guns killing birds among the ruins, and this went on from after dinner till the evening. And when I sent Lorenzo to urge him to work, he said that he would not have so many masters over him, and that his work was for your Excellency's wardrobe. And thus 2 months passed, and so it went on. And one day, finding Gian Niccolo of the wardrobe, and asking whether the German had finished the work for your magnificence, he told me this was not true, but only that he had given him 2 guns to clean. Afterwards, when I had urged him farther, he left the workshop and began to work in his room, and lost much time in making another pair of pincers and files and other tools with screws. And there he worked at mills for twisting silk, which he hid when any one of my people went in, and with 1,000 oaths and mutterings, so that none of them would go there any more. I was so greatly rejoiced, most illustrious Lord, by the desired restoration of your health, that my own illness almost left me. But I am greatly vexed at not having been able to completely satisfy your Excellency's wishes by reason of the wickedness of that German deceiver, for whom I left nothing undone by which I could have hoped to please him. And secondly, I invited him to lodge and board with me, by which means I should constantly see the work he was doing, and with greater ease correct his errors, while besides this, he would learn the Italian tongue, by means of which he could with more ease talk without an interpreter. His moneys were always given him in advance of the time when due. Afterwards he wanted to have the models finished in wood, just as they were to be in iron, and wished to carry them away to his own country. But this I refused him, telling him that I would give him, in drawing, the breadth, length, height, and form of what he had to do, and so we remained in ill will. The next thing was that he made himself another workshop and pincers and tools in his room where he slept, and there he worked for others. Afterwards he went to dine with the Swiss of the guard, where there are idle fellows, in which he beat them all, and most times they went 2 or 3 together with guns, to shoot birds among the ruins, and this went on till evening. At last I found how this Master Giovanni, the mirror maker, was he who had done it all, for 2 reasons. The first, because he had said that my coming here had deprived him of the countenance and favor of your lordship which always. The other is that he said that his ironworker's rooms suited him for working at his mirrors, and of this he gave proof. For besides making him my enemy, he made him sell all he had and leave his workshop to him, where he works with a number of workmen making numerous mirrors to send to the fairs. 1352. I was so greatly rejoiced, most illustrious Lord, by the wished for recovery of your health, that my own ills have almost left me, and I say God be praised for it. But it vexes me greatly that I have not been able completely to satisfy your Excellency's wishes by reason of the wickedness of that German deceiver, for whom I left nothing undone by which I could hope to please him. And secondly, I invited him to lodge and board with me, by which means I should see constantly the work he was doing, for which purpose I would have a table fixed at the foot of one of these windows, where he could work with the file and finish the things made below. And so I should constantly see the work he might do, and it could be corrected with greater ease. Draft of letter written at Rome. 1353. This other hindered me in anatomy, blaming it before the Pope, and likewise at the hospital, and he has filled this whole belvedere with workshops for mirrors, and he did the same thing in Maestro Giorgio's room. He said that he had been promised 8 ducats every month, beginning with the first day, when he set out, or at latest when he spoke with you, and that you agreed. Seeing that he seldom stayed in the workshop, and that he ate a great deal, I sent him word that, if he liked, I could deal with him separately for each thing that he might make, and would give him what we might agree to be a fair valuation. He took counsel with his neighbor and gave up his room, selling everything, and went to find. Miscellaneous Records, 1354, 1355. 1354. Dear Benedetto de Perdardie, when the proud giant fell because of the bloody and miry state of the ground, it was as though a mountain had fallen so that the country shook as with an earthquake, and terror fell on Pluto in hell. From the violence of the shock, he lay as stunned on the level ground. Suddenly the people, seeing him as one killed by a thunderbolt, turned back, like ants running wildly over the body of the fallen oak, so these rushing over his ample limbs? Them with. 1354. Footnote. A puzzling passage, meant, as it would seem, for a jest. Compare the description of giants in Dante, Inf. Roman 21 and Roman 22. Perhaps Leonardo had the giant Antaeus in his mind. Of him, the myth relates that he was a son of G, that he fed on lions, that he hunted in Libya and killed the inhabitants. He enjoyed the peculiarity of renewing his strength whenever he fell and came in contact with his mother Earth, but that Hercules lifted him up and so conquered and strangled him. Lucan gives a full account of the struggle. Pharsalia Roman 4, 617. The reading of this passage, which is very indistinctly written, is in many places doubtful. Frequent wounds, by which, the giant being roused and feeling himself almost covered by the multitude, he suddenly perceives the smarting of the stabs, and sent forth a roar which sounded like a terrific clap of thunder. And placing his hands on the ground, he raised his terrible face. And having lifted one hand to his head, he found it full of men, and rabble sticking to it like the minute creatures which not unfrequently are found there. Wherefore, with a shake of his head, he sends the men flying through the air, just as hail does when driven by the fury of the winds. Many of these men were found to be dead, stamping with his feet. And clinging to his hair, and striving to hide in it, they behaved like sailors in a storm, who run up the ropes to lessen the force of the wind. News of things from the east. Be it known to you that in the month of June there appeared a giant, who came from the Libyan desert, mad with rage like ants, struck down by the rude. This great giant was born in Mount Atlas and was a hero, and had to fight against the Egyptians and Arabs, Medes and Persians. He lived in the sea on whales, grampuses, and ships. Mars, fearing for his life, took refuge under the of Jove. And at the great fall, it seemed as though the whole province quaked. 1355. This spirit returns to the brain whence it had departed, with a loud voice, and with these words it moved. And if any man, though, he may have wisdom or goodness. Footnote, this passage, very difficult to decipher, is on the reverse of a drawing at Windsor, PL, CXA, which possibly has some connection with it. The drawing is slightly reduced in this reproduction, the original being 25 cm, high by 19 cm, wide. O blessed and happy spirit, whence comest thou? Well have I known this man, much against my will. This one is a receptacle of villainy, he is a perfect heap of the utmost ingratitude combined with every vice. But of what use is it to fatigue myself with vain words? Nothing is to be found in them but every form of sin. And if there should be found among them any that possesses any good, they will not be treated differently to myself by other men. And in fine, I come to the conclusion that it is bad if they are hostile, and worse if they are friendly. Miscellaneous drafts of letters and personal records, 1356, 1368. 1356. All the ills that are or ever were, if they could be set to work by him, would not satisfy the desires of his iniquitous soul. And I could not in any length of time describe his nature to you, but I conclude. 1357. I know one who, having promised me much, less than my due, being disappointed of his presumptuous desires, has tried to deprive me of all my friends. And as he has found them wise and not pliable to his will, he has menaced me that, having found means of denouncing me, he would deprive me of my benefactors. Hence I have informed your lordship of this, to the end that this man who wishes to sow the usual scandals may find no soil fit for sowing the thoughts and deeds of his evil nature, so that he, trying to make your lordship, the instrument of his iniquitous and malicious nature, may be disappointed of his desire. 1358. And in this case, I know that I shall make few enemies, seeing that no one will believe what I can say of him, for they are but. Footnote: below this text we read Giustino, and in another passage on the same page Justin is quoted, number 1210, 148. The two have, however, no real connection. Few whom his vices have disgusted, and he only dislikes those men whose natures are contrary to those vices. And many hate their fathers, and break off friendship with those who reprove their vices, and he will not permit any examples against them, nor any advice. If you meet with anyone who is virtuous, do not drive him from you. Do him honor, so that he may not have to flee from you and be reduced to hiding in hermitages, or caves, or other solitary places to escape from your treachery. If there is such an one among you, do him honor, for these are our saints upon earth. These are they who deserve statues from us, and images. But remember that their images are not to be eaten by you, as is still done in some parts of India. Footnote 15. In explanation of this passage, I have received the following communication from Dr. G. W. Leitner of Lahore. So far as Indian customs are known to us, this practice spoken of by Leonardo as still existing in some parts of India is perfectly unknown, and it is equally opposed to the spirit of Hinduism, Mohammedanism, and Sikhism. In central Tibet, the ashes of the dead, when burnt, are mixed with dough, and small figures usually of Buddha are stamped out of them, and some are laid in the grave, while others are distributed among the relations. The custom spoken of by Leonardo may have prevailed there, but I never heard of it. Possibly Leonardo refers here to customs of nations of America, where, when the images have according to them performed some miracle, the priests cut them in pieces, being of wood, and give them to all the people of the country, not without payment. And each one grates his portion very fine, and puts it upon the first food he eats, and thus believes that by faith he has eaten his saint, who then preserves him from all perils. What do you think here, man, of your own species? Are you so wise as you believe yourselves to be? Are these things to be done by men? 1359. As I told you in past days, you know that I am without any, Francesco d'Antonio, Bernardo di Maestro Jacopo. 1360. Tell me how the things happened. 1361. J. Lorzo / 2, in Biadali / 3, in Ferry de / 4 in Lorzo / 5 in No, Abil / 6, in Akakadu / 7 per la Sella / 8 Colt de Lor / 9 V Cavalot / I 0 El Uyeg / eel / Itwe Lures / 13. Biada / 14 in Ferry / 15 a bus / 16 in Viag / 17 allures / footnote. This seems to be the beginning of a letter, but only the first words of the lines have been preserved, the leaf being torn down the middle. No translation is possible. 1362. And so may it please our great author that I may demonstrate the nature of man and his customs in the way I describe his figure. Footnote: a preparatory note for the passage given as number 798, *11, 4142. 1363. This writing distinctly about the kite seems to be my destiny, because among the first recollections of my infancy, it seemed to me that, as I was in my cradle, a kite came to me and opened my mouth with its tail, and struck me several times with its tail inside my lips. CA 248A, 737A. 1364. When I did well, as a boy you used to put me in prison. Now if I do it being grown up, you will do worse to me. 1365. Tell me if anything was ever done. 1366. Tell me if ever I did a thing which me. 1367. Do not reveal, if liberty is precious to you. My face is the prison of love. 1368. Maestro Leonardo of Florence. Footnote: so Leonardo writes his name on a sheet with sundry short notes, evidently to try a pen. Compare the signature with those in Nos. 1341, 1348, and 1374, see also No. 1346, L33. The form Leonardo does not occur in the autographs, the portrait of the master in the Royal Library at Turin, which is reproduced slightly diminished on PL. I has in the original 2 lines of writing underneath. One in red chalk of 2 or 3 words is partly effaced. Leonardo it, LM or Li. The second written in pencil is as follows: Fatto di lui stesso assai vecchio. In both of these, the writing is very like the master's, but is certainly only an imitation. Notes bearing dates: 1369, 1378. 1369. The day of Santa Maria della Neve, August 2, 1473. Footnote: W and I 1368, 1369. This date is on a drawing of a rocky landscape. See Chronique des Arts 1881 No. 23, Leonard da Vinci A.T.L. Eat o Righyla 5 A 1473, letter by H. de Jameler. The next following date in the MSS is 1478, see No. 663. 1370. On the 2nd of April 1489, book entitled Of the Human Figure. Footnote: while the letters in the Ms. notes of 1473 and 1478 are very ornate, this note and the texts on anatomy on the same sheet, for instance number 805, are in the same simple hand as we see on PL, CXVI, and C6. No. 1370 is the only dated note of the years between 1480 and 1489, and the characters are in all essential points identical with those that we see in the latest manuscripts written in France. Compare the facsimiles on PL, CXV, and P254, so that it is hardly possible to determine exactly the date of a manuscript from the style of the handwriting. If it does not betray the peculiarities of style as displayed in the few notes dated previous to L480, compare the facsimile of the manuscripts 1479 on PL, Elza, No. 2, number 664, note, volume IP 346. This shows already a marked simplicity as compared with the calligraphy of I-478. The text number 720 belongs to the year 1490, number 1510 to the year 1492, number 1459, number 1384, and number 1460 to the year 1493, number 1463 No. 1517, number 1024, 1025, and 1461 to the year 1494. Nos. 1523 and 1524 to the year 1497. CA 103A, 325A. 1371. On the ist of August 1499, I wrote here of motion and of weight. Footnote: 1371. Scrisi qui. Leonardo does not say where, still we may assume that it was not in Milan. Amoretti writes, Memory Storage, chapter Roman 19. Sembra pertanto ci non nel 1499, ma nel 1500, dopo il ritorno e la prigionia del duca, je de qui partito Leonardo per andare a Firenze. Ed e quindi probabile, ci I messi di governo nuovo e inserto abbia passati col amico su Francesco Melzi a Vaprio, ov meglio ci altro studiar podi la natura, e soprattutto loque, e elata specialmente, ci gia era stato elogio del su hydrostatic research. At that time Melzi was only 6 years of age. The next date is 1502, to this year belong No. 1034, 1040, 1042, 1048, and 1053. The note number 1525 belongs to the year 1503. 1372. On the 9th of July 1504, Wednesday at 7 o'clock, died Sir Piero da Vinci, notary at the Palazzo del Podest *A, my father, at 7 o'clock, being 80 years old, leaving behind 10 sons and 2 daughters. Footnote: this statement of Sir Piero's age contradicts that of the Riasunto della Portata di Antonio da Vinci, Leonardo's grandfather, who speaks of Sir Piero as being 30 years old in 1457, and that of the Riasunto della Portata di Sir Piero e Francesco, sons of Antonia da Vinci, where Sir Piero is mentioned as being 40 in 1469. These documents were published by G. Uzielli, Research intorno a da Vinci, Firenze, 1872, pp. 144 and 146. Leonardo was, as is well known, a natural son. His mother, La Catarina, was married in 1457 to a Catabriga di Piero del Vacca da Vinci. She died in 1519. Leonardo never mentions her in the manuscripts. In the year of Leonardo's birth, Ser Piero married Albiera di Giovanni Amadosai, and after her death at the age of 38 he again married Francesca, daughter of Sir Giovanni Lanfredi, then only 15. Their children were Leonardo's half-brothers, Antonio, b. 1476, Sir Giuliano, b. 1479, Lorenzo, b. 1484, a girl, Violante, b. 1485, and another boy, Domenico, b. 1486. Domenico's descendants still exist as a family. Ser Piero married for the third time Lucrezia di Guglielmo Cortegini, by whom he had 6 children: Margherita, b. 1491, Benedetto, b. 1492, Pandolfo, b. 1494, Guglielmo, b. 1496, Bartolomeo, b. 1497, and Giovanni, date of birth unknown. Perino da Vinci, the sculptor, about 1520–1554, was the son of Bartolomeo, the 5th of these children. The dates of their deaths are not known, but we may infer from the above passage that they were all still living in 1505. 1373. On Wednesday at 7 o'clock died Ser Piero da Vinci on the 9th of July, 1504. Footnote: this and the previous text, it may be remarked, are the only mention made by Leonardo of his father. Nos. 1526, 1527 and No. 1463 are of the year 1504. 1374. Begun by me, Leonardo da Vinci, on the LTTH of July 1505. Footnote: thus he writes on the first page of the Ms. The title is on the foregoing cover sheet as follows: Libro titolato Distrafformation, co CIO *E Dun Corpo NVN, in un altro sanza diminution e accercimento di materia. 1375. Begun at Milan on the LTTH of September 1508. Footnote: number 1528 and number 1529 belong to the same year. The text volume I, number 4 belongs to the following year 1509, 1508 Old Style, so also does No. 1009 Nos. 1022, 1057 and 1464 belong to 1511. 1376. On the 9th of January, 1513. Footnote: No. 1465 belongs to the same year. Number 1065 has the next date 1514. 1377. The Magnifico Giuliano de' Medici left Rome on the 9th of January 1515, just at daybreak, to take a wife in Savoy. And on the same day fell the death of the King of France. Footnote: Giuliano de' Medici, brother to Pope Leo X. See note to Nos. 1351–1353. In February 1515, he was married to Filiberta, daughter of Filippo, Duke of Savoy, and aunt to Francis I, Louis X's successor on the throne of France. Louis Roman XII died on Jan. 1st and not on Jan. 9th as is here stated. This edition is written in paler ink and evidently at a later date. 1378. On the 24th of June, St. John's Day, 1518 at Amboise in the palace of. Footnote: Castello del Sili. The meaning of this word is obscure, it is perhaps not written at full length. Roman 22. Miscellaneous notes. The incidental memoranda scattered here and there, throughout the MSS, can have been for the most part intelligible to the writer only. In many cases, their meaning and connection are all the more obscure, because we are in ignorance about the persons with whom Leonardo used to converse, nor can we say what part he may have played in the various events of his time. Vasari and other early biographers give us a very superficial and far from accurate picture of Leonardo's private life. Though his own memoranda, referring for the most part to incidents of no permanent interest, do not go far towards supplying this deficiency, they are nevertheless of some importance and interest as helping us to solve the numerous mysteries in which the history of Leonardo's long life remains involved. We may at any rate assume, from Leonardo's having committed to paper notes on more or less trivial matters on his pupils, on his housekeeping, on various known and unknown personages, and 100 other triphies that, at the time, they must have been in some way important to him. I have endeavored to make these miscellaneous notes as complete as possible, for in many cases an incidental memorandum will help to explain the meaning of some other note of a similar kind. The first portion of these notes, Nos. L379, L457, as well as those referring to his pupils and to other artists and artificers who lived in his house, 1458, 1468, are arranged in chronological order. A considerable proportion of these notes belong to the period between 1490 and 1500, when Leonardo was living at Milan under the patronage of Lodovico il Moro, a time concerning which we have otherwise only very scanty information. If Leonardo did really, as has always been supposed, spend also the greater part of the preceding decade in Milan, it seems hardly likely that we should not find a single note indicative of the fact, or referring to any event of that period, on the numerous loose leaves in his writing that exist. Leonardo's life in Milan between 1489 and 1500 must have been comparatively uneventful. The MSS and memoranda of those years seem to prove that it was a tranquil period of intellectual and artistic labor rather than of bustling court life. Whatever may have been the fate of the MSS, and notebooks of the foregoing years, whether they were destroyed by Leonardo himself or have been lost, it is certainly strange that nothing whatever exists to inform us as to his life and doings in Milan earlier than the consecutive series of manuscripts, which begin in the year 1489. There is nothing surprising in the fact that the notes regarding his pupils are few and meager. Excepting for the record of money transactions, only very exceptional circumstances would have prompted him to make any written observations on the persons with whom he was in daily intercourse, among whom, of course, were his pupils. Of them all none is so frequently mentioned as Salai, but the character of the notes does not, as it seems to me, justify us in supposing that he was anything more than a sort of factotum of Leonardo's. See 1519, note. Leonardo's quotations from books and his lists of titles supply nothing more than a hint as to his occasional literary studies or recreations. It was evidently no part of his ambition to be deeply read, see NRS 10, 11, 1159, and he more than once expressly states, in various passages which will be found in the foregoing sections, that he did not recognize the authority of the ancients on scientific questions, which in his day was held paramount. Archimedes is the sole exception, and Leonardo frankly owns his admiration for the illustrious Greek to whose genius his own was so much akin, see number 1476. All his notes on various authors, excepting those which have already been inserted in the previous section, have been arranged alphabetically for the sake of convenience, 1469, 1508. The passages next in order contain accounts and inventories principally of household property. The publication of these often very trivial entries is only justifiable as proving that the wealth, the splendid mode of life and lavish expenditure which have been attributed to Leonardo are altogether mythical. Unless we put forward the very improbable hypothesis that these notes as to money in hand, outlay, and receipts refer throughout to an exceptional state of his affairs, viz., when he was short of money. The memoranda collected at the end, number 1505, 1565, are, in the original, in the usual writing, from left to right. Besides, the style of the handwriting is at variance with what we should expect it to be if really Leonardo himself had written these notes. Most of them are to be found in juxtaposition with undoubtedly authentic writing of his. But this may be easily explained if we take into account the fact that Leonardo frequently wrote on loose sheets. He may therefore have occasionally used paper on which others had made short memoranda, for the most part, as it would seem, for his use. At the end of all, I have given Leonardo's will from the copy of it preserved in the Melzi Library. It has already been printed by Amoretti and by Uzielli. It is not known what has become of the original document. Memoranda before 1500, 1379, L413. 1379. Find Longhai and tell him that you wait for him at Rome and will go with him to Naples. Make you pay the donation. Footnote 2. Libro di Vitellone, see number 1506, note. And take the book by Vitellone and the measurements of the public buildings. Have 2 covered boxes made to be carried on mules, but bed covers will be best. This makes 3, of which you will leave 1 at Vinci. Obtain the from Giovanni Lombardo the linen draper of Verona, buy handkerchiefs and towels. And shoes, 4 pairs of hose, a jerkin of, and skins, to make new ones, the lake of Alessandro, footnote, 7 and fall. It would seem from the text that Leonardo intended to have instructions in painting on paper. It is hardly necessary to point out that the art of illuminating was quite separate from that of painting. Sell what you cannot take with you. Get from Jean de Paris the method of painting in tempera and the way of making white footnote, the mysterious-looking words, quite distinctly written in line 1, Ingal, Amor a Ilapan, and on line 2. Inoiganad al are obviously in cipher, and the solution is a simple one. By reading them backwards we find for Ingal, Logni probably Longi, evidently the name of a person, for Amor a Roma, for Ilapan a Napoli. Leonardo has done the same in 2 passages treating on some secrets of his art nose. 641 and 729, the only other places in which we find this cipher employed. We may therefore conclude that it was for the sake of secrecy that he used it. There can be no doubt, from the tenor of this passage, that Leonardo projected a secret excursion to Naples. Nothing has hitherto been known of this journey, but the significance of the passage will be easily understood by a reference to the following notes, from which we may infer that Leonardo really had at the time plans for traveling further than Naples. From lines 3, 4, and 7, it is evident that he purposed, after selling everything that was not easily portable, to leave a chest in the care of his relations at Vinci. His luggage was to be packed into 2 trunks especially adapted for transport by mules. The exact meaning of many sentences in the following notes must necessarily remain obscure. These brief remarks on small and irrelevant affairs and so forth are, however, of no historical value. The notes referring to the preparations for his journey are more intelligible. Salt and how to make tinted paper, sheets of paper folded up, and his box of colors, learn to work flesh colors in tempera, learn to dissolve gum lac, linseed, white of the garlic of Piacenza, take de ponderibus, take the works of Leonardo of Cremona, remove the small furnace, seed of lilies and of, sell the boards of the support, make him who stole it give you the. Learn leveling and how much soil a man can dig out in a day. C19b. 1380. This was done by Leone in the piazza of the castle with a chain and an arrow. Footnote. This note must have been made in Milan, as we know from the date of the MS. B50b. 1381. Names of engineers. Callias of Rhodes, Epimachus the Athenian, Diogenes, a philosopher, of Rhodes, Chalcedonius of Thrace, Phebar of Tyre, Callimachus the architect, a master of fires. Footnote. Callias, architect of Aratus, mentioned by Vitruvius X 1605. Epimachus of Athens invented a battering engine for Demetrius Poliorcetes, Vitruvius X 1604. Callimachus, the inventor of the Corinthian capital Vitter. Roman 4, I9, and of the method of boring marble Paus. I-26-7 was also famous for his casts in bronze Plin, Roman 34, 8-19. He invented a lamp for the temple of Athene Polias on the Acropolis of Athens, Paus. I-26-7, the other names here mentioned cannot be identified. Ash Roman 2, 13b. 1382. Ask Maestro Ludovico for the conduits of water. Footnote, Condati de qua, possibly a book, a Ms. or a map. F1, Uff. 1383. At Pistoia, Fioravante di Domenico at Florence is my most beloved friend, as though he were my. From previous page, Roman 2, de ponderibus. A large number of Leonardo's notes bear this superscription. Compare number 1436, 3. SKM Roman 3, 1b. 1384. On the 16th day of July. Caterina came on 16th day of July, 1493. Messer Mariolose Morel the Florentin has a big horse with a fine neck and a beautiful head. The white stallion belonging to the falconer has fine hind quarters. It is behind the Commissina gate. The big horse of Sermonino, of Signor Giulio, footnote, compare nose, 1522 and 1517. Caterina seems to have been his housekeeper. SKM Roman 3, 30a. 1385. Of the instrument. Anyone who spends 1 ducat may take the instrument, and he will not pay more than half a ducat as a premium to the inventor of the instrument and 1 grosso to the workman every year. I do not want sub-officials. Footnote refers perhaps to the regulation of the water in the canals. SKM Roman 3, 55a. 1386. Maestro Giuliano da Marliano has a fine herbal. He lives opposite to Strami the carpenters. Footnote. Compare number 616, note. 4 Legnimiere Milanese dialect equals Legnagiulo. SKM Roman 3, 94a. 1387. Cristofano di Castigliani, who lives at the Pieta, has a fine head. CA 328, A 980a. 1388. Work of the Stable of Galeazzo, by the road of Brera, benefice of Stang. Footnote 5, Stanghe C number 1509. Benefice of Porta Nuova, benefice of Monza, Indocco's mistake, give first the benefices, then the works, then ingratitude, indignity, and lamentations. H 347b. 1389. Chiliart captain of 1,000. Prefects captains. A legion, 6,063 men. H 214b. 1390. A nun lives at La Colomba at Cremona. She works good straw plate, and a friar of St. Francis. H 246a. 1391. Needle Nicolau thread, Ferrando Lacopo Andrea canvas, stone colors, brushes, palette, sponge, the panel of the Duke. SKMII 27a. 1392. Messer Gian Domenico Mezzabarba and Messer Giovanni Franciso Mezzabarba, by the side of Messer Piero d'Inghiera. SKM Roman 2, 27b. 1393. Count Francesco Torello. SKM Roman 2, 212a. 1394. Giuliano Tremetta, Antonio di Ferrara oil of. SKM Roman 2, 220a. 1395. Paul was snatched up to heaven. Footnote. See the facsimile of this note on PL, Roman 23 number 2. SKM Roman 2, 222a. 1396. Giuliano da Maria, physician, has a steward without hands. SKM Roman 2, 227a. 1397. Have some ears of corn of large size, sent from Florence. SKMII 252a. 1398. See the bedstead at Santa Maria, secret. SKMII 253a. 1399. Arrigo is to have 11 gold ducats. Arrigo is to have 4 gold ducats in the middle of August. SKMII 263a. 1400. Give your master the instance of a captain who does not himself win the victory, but the soldiers do by his counsels, and so he still deserves the reward. SKMII 268a. 1401. Messer Pier Antonio. SKMII 269a. 1402. Oil yellow Ambrosio, the mouth the farmhouse. SKMII 278b. 1403. My dear Alessandro from Parma, by the hand of. SKMII 278b. 1404. Giovannina has a fantastic faces at Santa Caterina, at the hospital. I2ia. 1405. 24 Tavel make 1 perch, 4 trabacci make 1 tavola, 4 braxia and a half make a trabacco. A perch contains 1936 square braxia, or 1944. I270b. 1406. The road of Messer Mariolo is 1314 braxia wide. The house of Evangelista is 75. It enters 72 braxia in the house of Mariolo. Footnote. On this page and that which faces it, MS. I27 law are 2 diagrams with numerous reference numbers, evidently relating to the measurements of a street. I272b. 1407. I ask at what part of its curved motion the moving cause will leave the thing moved and movable. Speak to Pietro Monti of these methods of throwing spears. I287a. 1408. Antonio de Ricci is at the Council of Justice. I128a. 1409. Paolo said that no machine that moves another. Footnote. The passage, of which the beginning is here given, deals with questions in mechanics. The instances in which Leonardo quotes the opinions of his contemporaries on scientific matters are so rare as to be worth noticing. Compare No. 901. WP 7. 1410. Caravaggio, footnote, Caravaggio, a village not far from the Adda between Milan and Brescia, where Polidoro and Michelangelo de Caravaggio were born. This note is given in facsimile on PL. Roman 13 No. I above to the left. On PL. Roman 13, number 2 above to the right we read Saravazo. WI 5B. 1411. Pulleys nails rope mercury cloth, Monday. WI 202B. 1412. Memorandum. Maghino, speculus of Master Giovanni the Frenchman, galeness on utility. WX. 1413. Near to Corgusio is Pier Antonio da Tossano and his brother Serafino. Footnote. This note is written between lines 23 and 24 of the text number 710. Corgusio, Curiadusis, equals Cordus in the Milanese dialect, is the name of a piazza between the Via del Brolto and the Piazza de Mercanti at Milan. In the time of Il Maro, it was the center of the town. The persons here named were members of the noble Milanese family Defisani. Ambrogio de Pisano, the contemporary painter, had no connection with them. 1414 L.O. Memoranda after 1500. 1414, 1434. 1414. Paul of Venatio at Siena, the upper chamber for the apostles. Buildings by Bramante, the governor of the castle made a prisoner. Footnote 6, Visconti. Caefas quel Viscont non sapremo indovinare fra tanti di questo nome. Arluno neraci allora iterate furona la case de Visconti, de Castiglioni, de Senseverini, e debata e non e improbabile cini facero insultati e mordia padroni. Molti Visconti Hanovera lo stesso cronistici per essersi rallegrati del ritorno del duca in Milano furono de Francesi arrestati, e strascinati in Francia come prigionieri di Stato, e fra questi Messer Francesco Visconti, e suo figliuolo Battista. Amoretti, mem. Store. Roman 19. Visconti carried away and his son killed. Giovanni della Rosa, deprived of his money. Borgonzio began, and moreover his fortunes fled. The Duke has lost the state, property, and liberty, and none of his enterprises was carried out by him. Footnote 1, 4-10, this passage evidently refers to events in Milan at the time of the overthrow of Ludovico il Moro. Amoretti published it in the memory storage and added copious notes. L.I.A. 1415. Ambrosio Petri, St. Mark, 4 boards for the window, 2, 3 the saints of chapels, 5 the Genoese at home. L. Ibi. 1416. Piece of tapestry pair of compasses, Tommaso's book the book of Giovanni Bensai. The box in the custom house to cut the cloth the sword belt to sole the boots, a light hat the cane from the ruined houses, the debt for the table linen, swimming belt, a book of white paper for drawing charcoal, how much is a florin, a leather bodice. L2A. 1417. Borg shall get for you the Archimedes from the Bishop of Padua, and Vitalizzo the one from Borgo a San Sepolcro L. 30b. 1418. Marzocco's tablet. L.O. 1419. Marcello lives in the house of Giacomo da Mingardino. BR M202b. 1420. Where is Valentino? Footnote. Valentino. Cesare Borgia is probably meant. After being made Archbishop of Valence by Alexander Roman VI, he was commonly called Valentinus or Valentino, with reference to Leonardo's engagements by him CPP. 224 and 243, note, boots, boxes in the custom house. The monk at the Carmines squares Piero Martelli, Salvi Borgherini, send back the Bagzé support for the spectacles The Nude Study of San Gallo, The Cloak, Porphyry, Groups Square Pandolfino. Concave mirrors, Philosophy of Aristotle, footnote 2. Avicenna Leonardo here writes at Aveniga, the Arab philosopher, 980-1037, for centuries the unimpeachable authority on all medical questions. Leonardo possibly points here to a printed edition, Aviceni Canonum Libri V, Latin 1476 Padivus. Other editions are Padua 1479 and Venice 1490. The books of Avicenna Italian and Latin vocabulary, Messer Ottaviano Pallavicino or his Vitruvius, Bohemian Knives, Vitruvius, go every Saturday to the hot bath where you will see naked men. Meteora. Archimedes on the Center of Gravity, Anatomy Alessandro Benedetto, The Dante of Niccolo della Croce. Inflate the lungs of a pig and observe whether they increase in width and in length, or in width diminishing in length. Footnote 14. Johannes Marliani sua edate philosophorum et medicorum principiis et ducala physic. Primi de proportion motuum velocitate quaestio subtilissima incipit ex adjustum Marliani originali feliciter extracta. M. Ilano, 1482. Another work by him has the title, Marlianus Mediolanensis. Quaestio de caliditate corporum humanorum tempor hemis et statis et de antiperistasi ad celebrum philosophorum et medicorum universitatem Ticinensum. 1474. Marliano on calculation to Bertuccio. Albertus on heaven and earth. Horace has written on the movements of the heavens. F27b. 1422. Of the three regular bodies, as opposed to some commentators who disparage the ancients, who were the originators of grammar and the sciences, and W.N. Roman 3 217 A.G. 1423. The room in the Tower of Vannery. Footnote. This note is written inside the sketch of a plan of a house. On the same page is the date 1513, see number 1376. The figures you will have to reserve for the last book on shadows, that they may appear in the study of Gerardo the Illuminator at San Marco at Florence. Go to see Melzo and the Ambassador and Maestro Bernardo. Footnote, L13 are in the original written between lines 3 and 4 of number 292, but the sense is not clear in this connection. It is scarcely possible to divine the meaning of the following sentence. Asterisk 2. 3 Gerardo Miniatur, a famous illuminator, 1445-1497, to whom Vasari dedicated a section of his lives, volume Roman 2 pp. 237-43, ed. Sansoni, 1879. Asterisk 5. Bernardo, possibly the painter Bernardo Zenil. 1425. Hermes the philosopher. 1426. Suiset viz. Calculator Tisper and Gilo Fossabrin Alberto. 1427. The structure of the drawbridge shown me by Danino, and why C and D thrust downwards. Footnote, the sketch on the same page as this text represents two poles one across the other. At the ends of the longest are the letter C and D. The sense of the passage is not rendered any clearer. 1428. The great bird will take its first flight on the back of his great swan, filling the universe with wonders, filling all writings with his fame, and bringing eternal glory to his birthplace. Footnote, this seems to be a speculation about the flying machine. Compare p. 271. 1429. This stratagem was used by the Gauls against the Romans, and so great a mortality ensued that all Rome was dressed in mourning. Footnote, Leonardo perhaps alludes to the Gauls under Brennus, who laid his sword in the scale when the tribute was weighed. 1430. Alberto de Imola, algebra, that is, the demonstration of the equality of one thing to another. 1431. Johannes Rubicissa e Rabia. 1432. Ask the wife of Biagio Crivelli how the capon nurtures and hatches the eggs of the hen, he being drunk. 1433. The book on water to Messer Marco Antonio. Footnote, possibly Marc Antonio della Torre, CP. 97. 1434. Have Avicenna's work on useful inventions translated, spectacles with the case, steel and fork and charcoal, boards and paper and chalk and white and wax. For glass, a saw for bones with fine teeth, a chisel, inkstand, 3 herbs and agnello Benedetto. Get a skull, nut, mustard. Boots, gloves, socks, combs, papers, towels, shirts, shoe tapes, shoes, penknife, pens, a skin for the chest. Footnote, 4 lapis. Compare Condivi, Vita di Michelagnolo Buonarroti, chapter Roman 18. Ma egli Michelangelo, non avendoci mostrar, pres una penna, persiach in quel tempo il lapis non era in uso e con tal leggiadria gli dipens una mano ec. The incident is of the year L496. Lapis means pencil, and chalk matita. Between lines 7 and 8 are the texts given as nos. 819 and number 7. Undated memoranda, 1435–1457. 1435. The Book of Piero Crescens, Studies from the Nude by Giovanni Ambrosio, compasses. The Book of Giovanni Giacomo, 1436. Memorandum. To make some provisions for my garden, Giordano, de Ponderibus. Footnote 3. Giordano, Jordanus Numerarius, a mathematician of the beginning of the z-th century. No particulars of his life are known. The title of his principal work is Arithmetica decem libris demonstrata, first published at Paris 1496. In 1523 appeared at Nuremberg. Liber asterisk Giordani Numerarii de Ponderibus, Propositions Roman 13 et irundum demonstrations, multarumque rerum rations sane pulcherimus complectans, nunc in lucem editus. The Peacemaker. The flow and ebb of the sea have two baggage trunks made. Look to Beltrafio's footnote 6, Beltrafio, see number 465, note 2. There are sketches by the side of lines 8 and 10. Lathe and have taken the stone out, leave the books belonging to Messer Andrea the German, make scales of a long reed, and weigh the substance when hot and again when cold. The mirror of Master Luigi. The flow and ebb of the water is shown at the mill of Vaprio, a cap. 1437. Giovanni Faber, Lazzaro del Volpe, the common Ser Piero. Footnote, these names are inserted on a plan of plots of land adjoining the Arno. 1438. Groups to bind the bouquet lanterns Ser Pecantino, Pandolfino. A square, small knives carriages curry combs cup. 1439. Quadrant of Carlo Marmacchi, Messer Francesco Araldo, Ser Benedetto di Caparello, Benedetto on arithmetic, Maestro Paolo, physician Domenico di Michelino. Of the Alberti, Messer Giovanni Argimboldi, 1440. Colors, Formula Archimedes, Marcantonio. Tinned iron, pierced iron. 1441. See the shop that was formerly Bartolomeo's, the stationer. The first book is by Michele di Francesco Nabini. It treats on science. 1443. Messer Francesco, physician of Lucca, with the Cardinal Farnese. Footnote, Alessandro Farnese, afterwards Pope Paul Roman III, was created in 1493 Cardinal di San Cosimo e San Damiano by Alexander Roman VI. 1444. Pandolfino's book. Footnote 1. Pandolfino, Agnolo, of Florence. It is to this day doubtful whether he or L.B. Alberti was the author of the famous work Del Governo della Famiglia. It is the more probable that Leonardo should have meant this work by the words il libro, because no other book is known to have been written by Pandolfino. This being the case, this allusion of Leonardo's is an important evidence in favor of Pandolfino's authorship. Compare number 1454, line 3. Knives, a pen for ruling to have the vest dyed. The library at St. Mark's, the library at Santo Spirito, Lactantius of the Daldi. Footnote 7. The works of Lactantius were published very often in Italy during Leonardo's lifetime. The first edition, published in 1465 in Monastero Sublacensi, was also the first book printed in Italy. Antonio Cavoni, a book by Maestro Paolo, Infirmary, Boots, Shoes and Hose, Shell Lack, an apprentice to do the models for me, Grammar by Lorenzo de Medici, Giovanni del Sodo, Sansevino, a rulere very sharp knife spectacles fractions, repair. Tommaso's book, Michelangelo's Little Chain, learn the multiplication of roots from Maestro Luca, my map of the world which Giovanni Benci has. Footnote 25. Leonardo here probably alludes to the map, not executed by him, CP 224, which is with the collection of his MSS. At Windsor and was published in the Archaeologia volume, Xi CP 224. Socks, clothes from the Custom House officier, red Cordova leather, the map of the world of Giovanni Benci, a print, the districts about Milan Market Book, 1445. In that at Pavia, the movement is more to be admired than anything else. The imitation of antique work is better than that of the modern things. Beauty and utility cannot exist together, as seen in fortresses and in men. The trot is almost the nature of the free horse. Where natural vivacity is lacking, it must be supplied by art. Footnote, quel di Pavia. Pavia is possibly a clerical error for Padua, and if so, the meaning of the passage is easily arrived at. Quel di Padua would be the bronze equestrian statue of Gadamlata on the Piazza del Santo at Padua, executed by Donatello in 1443 CPP 2 and 3. 1446. Salvador, the mattress maker, lives on the Piazza di Sant'Andrea. You enter by the furriers. 1447. Monsignor de Pazzi, Sir Antonio Passini. 1448. An algebra which the Marliani have, written by their father. Footnote 1. Marliani, an old Milanese family now extinct. On the bone, by the Marliani. On the bone which penetrates, Gian Giacomo of Bellinzona, to draw out the nail with facility. The measurement of Boccalino. The measurement of Milan and the suburbs. A book treating of Milan and its churches, which is to be had at the last stationer's on the way to Corjuso. The measurement of the Court Vecchia. The measurement of the castle. Get the master of arithmetic to show you how to square. Get Messer Fazio to show you on proportion. Get the Friar di Brera to show you the book de Ponderibus. Of the measurement of San Lorenzo. I lent certain groups to Fra Filippo de Brera. Memorandum. To ask Maestro Giovannino as to the mode in which the Tower of Ferrara is walled without loopholes. Ask Maestro Antonio how mortars are placed on bastions by day or by night. Ask Benedetto Portinari how the people go on the ice in Flanders. On proportions by Alcino, with notes by Marliano, from Messer Fazio. The measurement of the sun, promised me by Maestro Giovanni, the Frenchman. The crossbow of Maestro Ginetto. The book by Giovanni Taverna, that Messer Fazio. You will draw Milan. The measurement of the canal, locks and supports and large boats, and the expense. Plan of Milan. Footnote 23. Fondamento is commonly used by Leonardo to mean ground plan. See for instance p53. Groups by Bramante. The book on celestial phenomena by Aristoteles, in Italian. Footnote 25. Meteora. By this Leonardo means no doubt the four books. He must refer here to a mistranslation, as no Italian translation is known to have been published. See no. 1477 note. Try to get Vitellone, which is in the library at Pavia. Footnote 26. Vitellone C number 1506 note. Libreria di Pavia, one of the most famous of Italian libraries. After the victory of Novara in April 1500, Louis Roman XII had it conveyed to France, cum Trofeo di Vittoria, and which treats of mathematics. He had a master in waterworks and get him to explain the repairs and the costs, and a lock and a canal, and a mill in the Lombard fashion. A grandson of Gian and Gilos, the painter, has a book on water which was his father's. Paulino Scarpellino called to Cielo his great knowledge of waterworks. 1449. Francesco d'Antonio at Florence. 1113. Footnote. Brera, now Palazzo del Scienze ed Arti. Until 1571, it was the monastery of the Order of the Umiliati and afterwards of the Jesuits. De Ponderibus, compare number 1436, 3. 12. Footnote. Sco Lorenzo. A church at Milan. CPP 39, 40 and 50. 1324. 16. Footnote. The Portinari were one of the great merchant families of Florence. 1450. Giuliano Condi, Tommaso Ridolf I, Tommaso Paganelli, Niccolo del Nero, Simon Zasti Nassi, the heir of Leonardo Manelli, Guglielmo di Ser Martino, Bartolomeo del Tavaglia, Andrea Arrigucci, Niccolo Caponi, Giovanni Portinari. Footnote. I. Giuliano Gondi. Sir Piero da Vinci, Leonardo's father, lived till 1480 in a house belonging to Giuliano Gondi. In 1498 this was pulled down to make room for the fine palazzo built on the Piazza San Fiorenzo by Giuliano di San Gallo, which still exists. In the Riassunto del Catasto di Ser Piero da Vinci, 1480, Leonardo is not mentioned. It is evident, therefore, that he was living elsewhere. It may be noticed, incidentally, that in the Catasto di Giuliano Gondi of the same year, the following mention is made of his four eldest sons. Leonardo mio figliuolo dita Danny 29, non fa nulla, Giovanbattista dita Danny 28 in Costantinopoli, Billicioso dita Danny 24 a Napoli, Simone dita Danny 23 in Ungheria. He himself was a merchant of gold filigree, faxiamo lavorare una bottega d'arte di seta, faxiamo un pacho di traffico a Napoli. As he was 59 years old in 1480, he certainly would not have been alive at the time of Leonardo's death. But Leonardo must have been on intimate terms with the family till the end of his life, for in a letter dated June 1, 1519, in which Fr. Melzi, writing from Amboise, announces Leonardo's death to Giuliano da Vinci at Florence, CP 284. He says at the end, date min risposta per I Gandhi. See Uzieli, Research Passim. Most of the other names on the list are those of well-known Florentine families. 1451. Pandolfino. 1452. Vespuccio will give me a book of geometry. Marcantonio Colonna at Santi Apostoli. Footnote, in July 1506, Pope Julius Roman II gave Donna Lucrezia della Rover, the daughter of his sister Lucina, in marriage to the youthful Marcantonio Colonna, who, like his brothers Prospero and Fabrizio, became one of the most famous captains of his family. He gave to him Frascati and made him a present of the palazzo he had built, when cardinal, near the church of Santi Apostoli, which is now known as the Palazzo Colonna. See Gregor Ovius, Jesh. Der Stat Rom. Volume Roman 8, Book 14 I3, and copy Mem. Colin SEP, 251. 1454. A box, a cage A square, to make the bird. Footnote 2, Vasari states that Leonardo invented mechanical birds which moved through the air. Compare No. 703. Pandolfino's book, Mortar Small Knives, Venery for the 1454, pen for ruling, stone star. To have the vest dyed, Ulfiris Totsa. The Libraries, the book on celestial phenomena. Lactantius of the Go to the House of Daldi, the Pazzi. Book from Maestro's small box, Paolo Infirmary. Boots, shoes, and small gimlet, hose. Lact. An apprentice for models. Grammar of Lo the Amount of the Renzo de Medici. Giovanni del Soto, for The Broken. Sansevino, the Piero di Cassino. Footnote 16. Pier di Cassimo, the well-known Florentine painter, 1460–1521. C. Vasari, Vite Volume Roman 4, p. 134 ed. Sansoni 1880, about Leonardo's influence on Piero di Cassimo's style of painting. The Wings. Filippo and Lorenzo. Footnote 17. Filippo e Lorenzo, probably the painters Filippino Lippi and Lorenzo di Credi. L. di Credi's pictures and Vasari's history of that painter bear ample evidence to his intimate relations with Leonardo. A ruler, spectacles to do the. Again Tommaso's book, Michelangelo's chain, the multiplication of roots of the bow and strinch, the map of the world from Bensai, socks, the clothes from the custom house officier, Cordova leather market books. Waters of Cronaca, Waters of Tanaglino. The caps Rosso's mirror. To see him make it, 1/3 of which I have 5/6 on the celestial phenomena, by Aristotle, boxes of Lorenzo di Pier, Francesco. Footnote 37. Lorenzo di Pier, Francesco, and his brother Giovanni were a lateral branch of the Medici family and changed their name for that of Popolani. Maestro Piero of the Borgo to have my book bound, show the book to Saragatto, and get the rule of the clock. Footnote 41. Possibly this refers to the clock on the tower of the Palazzo Vecchio at Florence. In February 1512 it had been repaired, and so arranged as to indicate the hours after the French manner, 12 hours a.m. and as many p.m. Ring, nutmeg, gum, the square, Giovanbattista at the Piazza, de Mazzi, Giovanni Bensai has my book and Jasper's brass for the spectacles. 1455. Search in Florence for *7, 36, Meteora. See number 1448, 25, 1456. Bernardo de Pont, Val di Lugano. Many veins for anatomical demonstration. Footnote, this fragmentary note is written on the margin of a drawing of 2 legs. 1457. Paolo of Tavgia, to see the marks in the German stones. Footnote, this note occurs on a pen and ink drawing made by Leonardo as a sketch for the celebrated large cartoon in the possession of the Royal Academy of Arts in London. This cartoon is commonly supposed to be identical with that described and lauded by Vasari, which was exhibited in Florence at the time and which now seems to be lost. Mr. Alfred Marks, of Long Ditton, in his valuable paper, Read Before the Royal Soc. of Literature, June 28, 1882, on the Saint Anne of Leonardo da Vinci, has adduced proof that the cartoon now in the Royal Academy was executed earlier at Milan. The note here given, which is written on the sheet containing the study for the said cartoon, has evidently no reference to the drawing on which it is written, but is obviously of the same date. Though I have not any opening here for discussing this question of the cartoon, it seemed to me important to point out that the character of the writing in this note does not confirm the opinion hitherto held that the Royal Academy cartoon was the one described by Vasari, but, on the contrary, supports the hypothesis put forward by Mr. Marks. Notes on Pupils, 1458–1468. 1458. Giacomo came to live with me on St. Mary Magdalene's Day, 1490, aged 10 years. The second day I had 2 shirts cut out for him, a pair of hose and a jerkin, and when I put aside some money to pay for these things, he stole 4 lire the money out of the purse. And I could never make him confess, though I was quite certain of the fact thief, liar, obstinate, glutton. The day after, I went to sup with Giacomo Andrea, and the said Giacomo supped for 2 and did mischief for 4. For he brake 3 cruets, spilled the wine, and after this came to sup where I. Item, on the 7th day of September, he stole a silver point of the value of 22 soldi from Marco. Footnote 6. Marco, probably Leonardo's pupil Marco Dogano, 1470, is supposed to be the date of his birth, and 1540 of his death. Ci stava con Mico. We may infer from this that he left the master shortly after this, his term of study having perhaps expired. Who was living with me, 4 lire this being of silver, and he took it from his studio, and when the said Marco had searched for it, a long while he found it hidden in the said Giacomo's box 4 lire. Item, on the 26th January following, I, being in the house of Messer Galazzo da San Severino, was arranging the festival for his jousting, and certain footmen having undressed to try on some costumes of wild men for the said festival, Giacomo went to the purse of one of them which lay on the bed with other clothes, 2 lire 4s, and took out such money as was in it. Item, when I was in the same house, Maestro Agostino de Pavia gave to me a Turkish hide to have 2 lire. A pair of short boots made of it. This Giacomo stole it of me within a month, and sold it to a cobbler for 20 soldi, with which money, by his own confession, he bought anise comfits. Item, again, on the 2nd April, Giovan Antonio having left a silver point on a drawing of his, Giacomo stole it, and this was of the value of 24 soldi 1 lira 4s. The first year. A cloak 2 lire 6 shirts, 4 lire 3 jerkins, 6 lire 4 pairs of hose, 7 lire 8 soldi, 1 line doublet 5 lire. 24 pairs of shoes, 6 lire 5 soldi, a cap, L lira laces, 1 lira. Footnote, Leonardo here gives a detailed account not only of the loss he and others incurred through Giacomo, but of the wild tricks of the youth, and we may therefore assume that the note was not made merely as a record for his own use, but as a report to be forwarded to the lad's father or other responsible guardian. SKM Roman 3, Aya. 1459. On the last day, but one of September, Thursday the 27th day of September, Maestro Tommaso came back and worked for himself until the last day but one of February. On the 18th day of March, 1493, Giulio, a German, came to live with me, Lucia, Piero Leonardo. On the 6th day of October, 1493, on the 1st day of November we settled accounts. Giulio had to pay 4 months and Maestro Tommaso 9 months. Maestro Tommaso afterwards made 6 candlesticks, 10 days' work. Giulio some fire tongs, 15 days' work. Then he worked for himself till the 27th May, and worked for me at a lever till the 18th July, then for himself till the 7th of August, and for 1 day, on the 15th, for a lady. Then again for me at 2 locks, until the 20th of August. 1461. On the 23rd day of August, 12 lire from Pulisona. On the 14th of March 1494, Galazzo came to live with me, agreeing to pay 5 lire a month for his cost, paying on the 4th day of each month. His father gave me 2 Rhenish florins. On the L4th of July, I had from Gala's 2 Rhenish florins. 1462. On the L5th day of September Giulio, began the lock of my studio 1494. 1463. Saturday morning, the 3rd of August 1504, Jacopo, the German, came to live with me in the house, and agreed with me that I should charge him a carlino a day. 1464. 1511. On the 26th of September Antonio broke his leg, he must rest 40 days. I left Milan for Rome on the 24th day of September, 1513, with Giovanni, Francesco di Melzi, Sale, Lorenzo, and Il Fanfa. 1466. On the 3rd day of January. Benedetto Carn on the 17th of October. He stayed with me 2 months and 13 days of last year, in which time he earned 38 lire, 18 soldi, and 8 denarii. He had of this 26 lire and 8 soldi, and there remains to be paid for the past year 12 lire 10 soldi. Giudati came on the 8th day of September at 4 soldi a month and stayed with me 3 months and 24 days and earned 59 lire 14 soldi and 8 denarii. He has had 43 lire, 4 soldi, there remains to pay 16 lire, 10 soldi and 8 denarii. Benedetto, 24 grossoni. 1467. Gian Maria 4, Benedetto 4, Gian Pietro 3, Sale 3, Bartolomeo 3, Gerardo 4. 1465. To Giovan. It is not likely that Leonardo should have called Giovan Antonio Beltraffio at one time Giovanni, as in this note, and another time Antonio, as in number 1464, while in number 1458 L16 we find Giovan Antonio, and in number 1436 L6 Beltraffio. Possibly the Giovanni here spoken of is Leonardo's less known pupil Giovan Pietrino. See number 1467, 5. 2-3 Francesco de Melzi is often mentioned, see Nos. 1350. 3 Sale, see number 1519 note. 4 Lorenzo, see number 1351 L10 P408. Amoretti gives the following note in Mem. Store, Roman 23, 1505, Marti di Sierra edi 14 d'April. Ven Lorenzo Aster con Mecho, de se esser dita Dani 17, edi 15 del Detto April ebi scudi 25 d'oro dal Cemerlingo di Santa Maria Nuova. This, he asserts, is derived from a MS, marked S, in quarto. This Ms seems to have vanished and left no trace behind. Amoretti himself had not seen it, but copied from a selection of extracts made by Oltracchi before the Leonardo MSS, were conveyed to Paris on the responsibility of the First French Republic. Lorenzo, by this, must have been born in 1487. The sculptor Lorenzetto was born in 1490. Amoretti has been led by the above passage to make the following absurd observations. Costa Lorenzo, ci poi fu sempre compagno, almeno sinci stet in Italia, serbe egli Lorenzo lato bergamasco. Sappiamo esser stato questo valent dipintor uno de bravi scolari del Vinci. Il Fafia, perhaps a nickname. Cesare de Sesto, Leonardo's pupil, seems to have been in Rome in these years, as we learn from a drawing by him in the Louvre. 1466. This seems to be an account for 2 assistants. The name of the second is scarcely legible, the year is not given. The note is nevertheless of chronological value. The first line tells us the date when the note was registered, January 3D, and the asterisk C. AF. 279A, 855A. 1468. Sale 20 lire, Bonifacio 2 lire, Bartolomeo 4 lire, Arrigo 15 lire. CA 207A, 609A. Quotations and notes on books and authors, 1469, 1508. 1469. Book on Arithmetic Footnote 1. La Nobel Opera d'Arithmetica nella qual si tractatut cos amercantia pertinent facta and compilata per Piero Borghi di Venezia, in 40. In fine, nella inclita sita di Venetia corni. 2 Augusto. 1484. Fu imposto fine alla present opera. Sen, AP Quaderni. Viha Pier. Un altra opera simile di Filippo Calandro, 1491. Ida consultarsi su quest ultimo federisse. Memory Trevigian Fiordivirtu, Pag. 73. Librixiolo composto di bello stile verso il 1320 e più volte impresso nel secolo Roman 15, ristampato poi anche più tardi. Gli academici della crusca lo emettono nella serie dei testi di lingua. Vedasi Gambarazzolini, Panzer, Brunett, Lecce, ec. G-Day. Flowers of Virtue. Pliny, footnote 2. Historia naturale di Plinio II, tradotta di lingua latina in Fiorentina per Cristoforo Ladino and opus Nicolai Jansenis Gallici imp. Anno salutis m. CCCC, LXXVI Venetes, in fall Diogen Lerdio incomincia, el libro de la vida de philosophy etc., impressum Venetes per Bernardinum Celerium de Lura, 1480, in 40 g. Day. Lives of the Philosophers. The Bible, footnote 3, La Bibbia Vulgar Historiata, per Niccolo di Mallarmi Venetia, MCCCC, LXXI in Calen di Augusto, per Vindolino de Spira, 2 volume in fall. A 2 call di 50 lin, ad ultra edis. Della stessa version del Mallarmi, Venetia 1471, e sempre. Venetia per Gabriel de Piero 1477, in fall. 2 volume, Ottavio Scotto d'Amadoscia 1481, Venetia 1487 per Joan Rosso Versailles, 1490 Giovanni Ragazzo di Monteferrato e Instantia di Lucentonio di Giunta, ec. Lapidario Teofrasto, Mandibile, Le Grand Lapidaire, version Italiana Ms. Giorgio Agricola non più esser, per Cenedo nel 1494, forse Alberto Magno de Mineralibus. Potreb esser una traduzione del pomo latino, liber lapidum su de gemmis, di Marbordio Vittorio di Renz, morto nel A23 de lui stesso, tradotto in Francis dal Greco di Avao, re d'Arabia celebra medico chi l'aveva composto, per l'imperatore Tiberio. Marbodio scris il su prima per Filippo Augusto re di Francia. Roman 6 sono anche traduzioni in prosa. Il lapidario o la forza e la virtù del pieter prezios, del herb e degli animali. G-Day. Lapidary. On warfare, footnote 4, il vegesio, il frentino, il cornizano, noi crediamo pietosto il vulturio. Questo libro deve essere uno dei favoriti di Leonardo poiché libro di scienza e d'arte nel tempo stesso, epistles of Filofo. Footnote, the late Marchese Girolamo Data published a highly valuable and interesting disquisition on this passage under the title, Leonardo da Vinci e la sua libreria, Note di un bibliofilo, Milano, 1873. Ed. Di soli 75 esemplari, privately printed. In the autumn of 1880, the Marchese Data showed me a considerable mass of additional notes prepared for a second edition. This, as he then intended, was to come out after the publication of this work of mine. After the much regretted death of the elder Marchese, his son, the Marchese Gioacchino Data, was so liberal as to place these Ms. materials at my disposal for the present work, through the kind intervention of Signor Gustavo Frazzoni. The following passages, with the initials G-Day, are prints from the valuable notes in that publication. The Ms. editions I have marked asterisk. I did not, however, think myself justified in reproducing here the acute and interesting observations on the contents of most of the rare books here enumerated. Below must belong to previous pages. Footnotes asterisk observations that follow refer to events of the previous month, of last year, del anno passato. Leonardo cannot therefore have written thus in Florence, where the year was, at that period, calculated as beginning in the month of March. See volume I, number 4, note 2. He must then have been in Milan. What is more important is that we thus learn how to date the beginning of the year in all the notes written at Milan. This clears up Uzielli's doubts. A Milano fez vasi comincer l'anno ob incarnation, co il 25 Mars e a nativitate, co il 25 December. Si sembra probabile chi Leonardo doves presigliere lo stile chi era in uso a Firenze. Research, p. 84 note. 1467. 5c number 1465, 2. Above must belong to previous pages. Footnotes. The first decade, on the preservation of health. The third decade, Ciccio Discoli. The fourth decade, Albertus Magnus Guido, new treatise on rhetorics. Piero Crescentio, Sibildone, Quadriargio, Aesop. Ignore footnotes for this page. Project Manager * Donato, footnote 11, Donatus Latine and Italus. Impressum Venetias impensis Johannes Baptisti de Sessa anno 1499 in 4 degrees asterisk. El Salterio de David in Lingua Vulgar de Mallarmi Venetia nel MCCCC. LXXVI, in fall. SNG Day. Psalms. Justinus, footnote 12. Compare number 1210, 48 La version di Girolamo Squarzafico. Il libro di Giustino posto diligentemente in materna lingua. Venetia el spes, sic di Johann de Colonia and Johann Gerizzi, L 477, in fall. Marcella Ficini, Theologia Platonica, sive de animarum immortalitate, Florentine per ant. Miscanimum 1482, in fall. Avero qualche version Italiana di questo stesso libro, Ms. G. Day. On the immortality of the soul. Guido, footnote 13, forse, la historia trojana guidinis, ad il manipulus, di Guido de Montericiri, ma più probabilmente Guido de Rezzo, il di cui libro. Micrologus, su disciplina artis musici, potfida Leonardo Aversi Ms. Di questi ne esistono in molto bibliotec, e fu poi impresso nel 1784 dal Gerbert. Molt sono le edizioni dei Sonti di Burchiello Fiorentino impress nel secolo Roman 15. La prima e più rara e ricercata, incominciano li Sonti ec. Per Cristoforo Arnaldo, in 4 degrees senza numeri, richiami o signature, del 1475, e fers anch del 1472, secondo Morley e Dibdin, ec. G. Day. Burchiello. Doctrinale, footnote 14, version Italiana det, doctrinal de sapiens di Guy de Roy, e forasanch el originale in lingua francis. Di Pulsi Luigi, bench nel edizioni. Florenci 1479, in 4 degrees C. Dica. Il Driadeo composto in rima octava per Lucio Pulcro alter edis, del secolo Roman 15. Florenti Miscamini 1481, in 40 asterisk, Firenze, apud S. Jacob de Ripoli, 1483, in 4 degrees E. Antoni de Francesco, 1487, in 4 degrees E. Francesco di Jacopo 1489, in 4 degrees ed alter ancora di Venezia e senza alcuna nota ac. G. Day. Driadeo. Morgante, footnote 15, una del edizioni del Morgante, impress nel secolo Roman 15, ec. Quale del opera di Francesco Petrarca, sereb malige vol l'indiviner, ma probabilmente il canzoniere. G. Day. Petrarch. John de Mandeville, footnote 16, sono I viaggi del Cavaliere Mandeville gentiluomo inglese. Scris il suo libro in lingua francis. Fu stampato replicatamente nel secolo Roman 15 in francis, in inglese ed in italiano ed in tedesco. Del secolo Roman 15 niano verano forse più di 27 edizioni, di cui ne conosciamo 8 in francis, 4 in latino, 6 in tedesco e molt alter in vulgar. G. Day. On honest recreation, footnote 17, Il Platina Bartolomeo Sacchi, la version Italiana de la honesta voluptate, and valetudine, and de li Absanii Venetia, senza nome di tipografo, 1487, Piccolo in 4 degrees asterisk gotico. G. Day. Compare number 844, 21. Manganello, footnote 18, Il Manganello. Satira excessivamente vivace contro la don ad imitazioni della sesta di Giovnale. Manganello non e soltanto il titolo del libricino, sua ben anche il nome dell'autor si cira, un Milanese. Di questo libricolo rarissimo, ci sembra impresso a Venezia dallo Zappino, Niccolo d'Aristotle detto il, senza data, ma dei primissimi anni del secolo Roman 16, e forse più antico, cum vedremo in appresso, non se ne conoscono fra bibliotec public e private ci due soli esemplari in Europa. G. Day. The Chronicle of Isidoro, footnote 19. Cronica d'Isidoro, sembra si di guia legger pietosto, Cronico d'Isidoro. Ed in questo caso essentenderebbe la Cronica d'Isidoro, tanto in voga quel tempo, commenza la Cronica di Sancto Isidoro menor con alcuna edition, cavate del testo, and Istoria della Bibbia and del Libro di Paolo Oroso. Impresso in Ascoli in casa del Reverendo Messer Pascal. Per mano di Guglielmo de Linis de Lamania MCCCC. Alexexve, in 40 di 157 ff. Il primo libro impresso ad Ascoli e ella designi principe di questa cronaca in agia assai rara. Non lo e meno ella designi di Cividal del Friuli, 1480, e quella ben anche di Aquila, 1482, sempre in 40. Vedasi Panzer, Hain, Brunnet e P. de Champs. G. Day. The Epistles of Ovid, footnote 20. L'Epistole di Ovidio tradot in prosa. Napoli 6th. Riesinger, in 40 asterisk Opier, Epistole Vulgarisate 1489, in 40 a Ducal, Impressni la Cita sic di Bresa per Pri, Baptista de Farfengo, in Adave o, El libro delle epistole di Ovidio in rima volgare per Messer Domenico de Monticelli Toscano. Brescia Farfengo, in 4 degrees got. In rima volgare, 1491, ed anche la version di Luca Pulci. Firenze Miscemini, 1481 in 4 degrees. G. Day. Epistles of Philopho. Sphere Footnote 22. Joe, de Sacrobusto, o Goro Daddy, o Talisano da Cal di cui multiplici edesini del secolo Roman 15. G. Day. Nello Destrino, 1497, in 4 degrees asterisk, ec, o più probabilmente, Isopi vita and fabula Latin cum version italica and allegoriae far. Tuppi Impressi Napoli, 1483, in fall, rara edesiani or nata di bel vignette in size in legno. Questo Isopo e anche libro di naval. Nel catalogo sic ignara abbiamo una minuta discrezione di questo rarissimo volume. G. Day. The Jests of Poggio Footnote 23, Tri edesini del Faci del Poggio abbiamo in lingua italiana della fine del secolo Roman 15, tut senza data. Fasti de Poggio Fiorentino traducto Latino in vulgar ornatissimo, in 4 degrees asterisk sen, ae in caratteri Romani, l'altra, Fasti traducto Latino in vulgar, in 4 degrees asterisk, caratteri Gotisci, ec. G. Day. Chiromancy, footnote 24, Die Kunstseromantia etc. in Tedesco. 26 ff. Di testo e figure il tut eseguito su tavol di legno verse, la fine del secolo Roman 15 de Giorgio Schapf. Dibden, Heineken, Sotheby e Chato ni di Dero una lunga discrezione, I primi tri accompagnati de facsimile. La data 1448 ci si leg, alla fine del titolo, si rifris al periodo della composizione del testo, non a quello della stampa, del volume bench tabulario. Altri molti libri di chiromanzia si conoscono di quel tempo, e sareb opera, vana il citarli tutti. G. Day. Formulary of Letters, footnote 25, Miniatur Bartolomeo. Formulario de Epistole Vulgar Missive e Responsive, and altri fiori de ornali parlamenti al principe Hercule d'Esti ec, composto ec. Bologna per Ugo di Ruggieri, in 4 degrees asterisk, del secolo Roman 15, altra edesioni di Venetia Bernardino di Novara, 1487, e Milano per Joanna Angelo Cinzanziller 1500, in 4 degrees. G. Day. 5 books out of this list are noted by Leonardo in another Ms. Tr. 3. Donato, Lapidario, Plinio Abacio, Morgante. 1470. Nonius Marcellus, Festus Pompeius, Marcus Varro. Footnote, Nonius Marcellus and Sextus Pompeius Festus were Roman grammarians of about the 4th century A. D. Early publications of the works of Marcellus are De Proprietate Sermonis, Rami, about 1470, and 1471, place of publication unknown. Compendiosa Doctrina, ad filium, de Proprietate Sermonum. Venice, 1476. Brunet, Manuel du Libraire Roman 4, p. 97 notes. Le texte de cet ancien grammarian et reimprime plusieurs fois à la fin du XV siècle, avec ceux de Pomponius Festus et de Terentius Varro. La plus ancienne édition qui réunit ces auteurs est celle de Parme, 1480. Celles de Venise, 1483, 1490, 1498, et de Milan, 1500, touts in fall, Ant Pelli de Velour. 1471. Map of Elephanta in India, which Antonello Murciaio has from Maestro Maffi. There, for 7 years the earth rises, and for 7 years it sinks. Enquire at the stationers about Vitruvius. 1472. See on ships Messer Battista and Frontinus on aqueducts, footnote 2, Vitruvius de Arch. Et Frontinus de Aquedictibus. Florence, L5 L3, this is the earliest edition of Frontinus. The note referring to this author thus suggests a solution of the problem of the date of the Leicester manuscript. Anaxagoras. Everything proceeds from everything, and everything becomes everything, and everything can be turned into everything else, because that which exists in the elements is composed of those elements. Asterisk wrong text. 1474. The Archimedes, belonging to the Bishop of Padua. 1475. Archimedes gave the quadrature of a polygonal figure, but not of the circle. Hence Archimedes never squared any figure with curved sides. He squared the circle minus the smallest portion that the intellect can conceive, that is the smallest point visible. 1476. If any man could have discovered the utmost powers of the canon, in all its various forms, and have given such a secret to the Romans, with what rapidity would they have conquered every country and have vanquished every army, and what reward could have been great enough for such a service? Archimedes, indeed, although he had greatly damaged the Romans in the siege of Syracuse, nevertheless did not fail of being offered great rewards from these very Romans. And when Syracuse was taken, diligent search was made for Archimedes. And he being found dead, greater lamentation was made for him by the Senate and people of Rome than if they had lost all their army. And they did not fail to honor him with burial and with a statue. At their head was Marcus Marcellus. And after the second destruction of Syracuse, the sepulchre of Archimedes was found again by Cato in the ruins of a temple. So Cato had the temple restored, and the sepulchre he so highly honored. Whence it is written that Cato said that he was not so proud of anything he had done as of having paid such honor to Archimedes. 1474. See number 1421, 136 and volume I, number 343. 1475. Compare number 1504. 1476. Where Leonardo found the statement that Cato had found and restored the tomb of Archimedes, I do not know. It is a merit that Cicero claims as his own, Tusk. V. 23, and certainly with a full right to it. None of Archimedes' biographers, not even the diligent Mazzucchelli, mentions any version in which Cato is named. It is evidently a slip of the memory on Leonardo's part. Besides, according to the passage in Cicero, the grave was not found, nel mine f fun tempio, which is highly improbable as relating to a Greek, but in an open spot H. Muller-Strobing. C2, as to Archimedes, no. 1417. Leonardo says somewhere in Missae, Archi. Trinito e una macna di fino rame, in Venslan di Archimede, c. Sagial, p20. I 282b. 1477. Aristotle, Book 3 of the Physics, and Albertus Magnus, and Thomas Aquinas and the others on the rebound of bodies, in the 7th on Physics, on Heaven and Earth. M62a. 1478. Aristotle says that if a force can move a body a given distance in a given time, the same force will move half the same body twice, as far in the same time. CA 284b, 865b. 1479. Aristotle in Book 3 of the Ethics. Man merits praise or blame solely in such matters as lie within his option to do or not to do. CA 121a, 375a. 1480. Aristotle says that every body tends to maintain its nature. K23b. 1481. On the increase of the Nile, a small book by Aristotle, Footnote, De Inundation Nili, is quoted here and by others as a work of Aristotle. The Greek original is lost, but a Latin version of the beginning exists, Arist. Op. Roman 4p 213 ed. Did. Par. In his quotations from Aristotle, Leonardo possibly refers to one of the following editions: Aristoteles Libri Roman 4 de Silo et Mundo, De Anima Libri Roman 3, Libri Roman 8 Physicorum, Libri de Generation et Corruption, De Sensu et Sensato. Omnia Latin, Interpreta Vero, Venetia's 1483, first Latin edition. There is also a separate edition of Liber de Silo et Mundo, dated 1473. W.A. Roman 4, 151b. 1482. Avicenna will have it that soul gives birth to soul as body to body, and each member to itself. F.O.